All right. Yes. Welcome, welcome to another episode of Hotep History Live. Come on, y'all. We got another one on our hands. Top of the week. Oh, yeah. Come on. Welcome. Emilio. Come on, listen. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We got another one on our hands. I know you're seeing all of the new cover art. Production quality is on the rise. Talk to me. Let's go. Great things are happening over at Hotepistan, man. Shout out to HJ and Uncle Hotep making their acting debut. Come on now. It's cool. Come on. I stay high. Uh huh. Listen, we got a great show lined up for y'all tonight. I can't wait to get into it. We ain't got that many bookmarks tonight, I can tell you that. I want to talk about it. Everybody eat. Come on. Do it better than I thought that lonely. I'm not the one that try to. I'm watching too. I need for that 5 Come on. I don't even lie down. No time. I'm taking that. Nigga, street fights. Come on. No seat. Dollar sign all night. Must leave any night. Right? Come on, man. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Come on through. Get comfortable. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Make sure you reposting all of this. Make sure you telling the people how we do it over here at Hotep History Live. You feel me? I miss y'all, man. I miss y'all. I hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I did. I know I did. We had another great episode of the Hotep History podcast. You dig? Shout out to the podcast. If you guys don't know, it's on the Patreon right now, patreon.com/Hotep History. Matter of fact, make sure you're subscribing to all the things up here. Patreon, Kick, YouTube, Instagram, me on Twitter, and of course on TikTok. Daily content dropping on those platforms, man. We getting the history out there. Listen, I'm actually thinking about creating a new segment for the show. Okay? Creating a new segment, and I think it's going to be a good one. I'm working on it right now. We may as well we may as well introduce it this week. It won't be today because I'm still doing some aggregating and all of that. But I was just doing some, how you brainstorm by yourself. You just start thinking, about directions and where you want to go, where you want to take things. And I got this new idea. We're going to be kind of filling it out today. If you pick up what I'm putting down, you'll be able to peep it. But if not, just sit tight. It's going to be a wild ride over here at Hotep History, man. So, like I said, Hotep History Podcast episode 11 happened on Saturday. We had a great time. Another great conversation in the book. Shout out to everybody that came through, that popped up. We were able to have a good dialogue. We were asking, the subject matter was the wealthy Black Americans of the Gilded Age. So, of course, the mid to late 19th century going into the top of the 20th century, and what wealthy Black Americans, the richest of the rich were doing during this time. And it was great. It was great. I got to talk about a bunch of stuff that I've been pretty much holding based upon the research that I've been doing all year. I had an entire episode. Well, I have an entire episode that I'm, planning out to talk about that entire time, because it's decades of history, like decades and decades of history. And so we got to, touch on those things. We talked about education, the social elite, the elite clubs that they were a part of, how they raised their kids, We even talked about arranged marriages and would people be down for arranged marriages. So when it comes down to this stuff, man, like I truly enjoy it, and I do see so much of what's happening right now in 2025 in the stories that I uncover, that I discover, and I read. And episode 11 was great. We had a great conversation. When it came down to the arranged marriages, that got pretty heated. When it came down to what side you would be on when it came down to being a part of the Black American elite of the time, right? So your late 19th century elite, they were split into two groups. They were, half of them wanted to, help other Black Americans of lower classes be able to, do what they could, use their wealth and influence to be able to, positively affect the condition of lower class Black Americans. And then you had another, 50% or the other 50% who were like, nah, they got to fend for themselves. They got to get it on their own. And once they show themselves, worthy of our, camaraderie or partnership or fellowship, that's when we'll give it to them. But, no sooner than that, not before that. So we had that back and forth. There was a third group. That believed in both. They believed in, the bootstrapism and being able to, make sure that you're being accountable for your personal choices, your daily actions and stuff like that, while also understanding that being in a better position in life gives them a level of knowledge, a level of money, obviously, social status and position, and overall know-how that can be used to teach, that can be used to better the livelihoods of other people. And so a lot of people fell in that category. There were other people who were just like, nah, fuck that. They were like, fuck that. If you want to, be mediocre, you have every right to be mediocre. Just do not expect other people who do not think like that and who aren't mediocre to be the first ones to help. And that's just the harsh realities of the world. You dig? So it was a great conversation. Make sure you're going over to the Patreon to check that conversation out. We got some more stuff going on over there as well. A lot more documentaries being dropped. I can't wait to, share them with you guys. So yeah, man, just look out for that. Make sure you're subscribing. You will not be disappointed, man. How have you guys been? How was your weekend? Did you guys, meet your objectives? Did you guys hit your goals and all of that other stuff? I want to know about it. Give me some updates. I love when, we get to having a good conversation. Let's check the chat. Sammy says, locked in early. What's going on, Sam? Hey. Oh, for sure in the building. What's going on, man? I want you guys to get nice and comfortable. You feel me? Let's see what else we got. It says, you got to force folks to choose and eliminate the both option. Makes for spicy engagement. Sounds like y'all had a blast. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, when it comes down to that, when I gave the either or, I didn't really give the third option. I just said that there was, like, historically a third option. But when it came down to people, people's choices, that was the only two choices that I gave. And when they were presented with it, I ain't gonna lie, most of the stage was basically saying, like, they were going to be a part of the elite that told them poor motherfuckers to get the fuck on somewhere. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps, nigga. Like, that's what they was on. That's what they were on. So, I mean, it is what it is. People stood on their square. So, I appreciate that. Let's see. Sammy says, this weekend for me was a reminder to take care of your health. Mother-in-law had a health scare. And also, we had a church member who passed away. He was elderly, but it got me invigorated to eat better. That's a fact, man. And, my condolences to your church member, of course. And I'm glad Mama Sammy is doing better. I pray she's doing better. Those health scares, that's that time. We in that age now. I told people in the last episode, as older millennials, mid-30s going into the 40s and stuff like that, you got to be not only cognizant of, where you come from and your peoples and your family history, but also, yeah, this is that time where you got to make sure that you're, doing everything necessary to make sure that you're being healthy. Optimally healthy is what I like to say. So, yeah, definitely want to make sure that you're preventing any type of, long lasting or life altering, ailments or anything like that. So definitely eat better. Make sure you're active, especially if you guys got, desk jobs and shit like that where you're sitting down. You definitely want to make sure that you're staying active, man. Your body, it will basically atrophy over time if you do not use your body. If you do not use your legs, that's when you got them bad knees and shit like that. You feel me? So make sure that you are actively, being physical outside. You dig? Take care of yourself. That's like rule number one. If you don't take care of yourself, then it's really everything else is just, the domino effect. Everything just falls to the wayside. You feel me? So shout out to everybody, man. Like I said, we don't have that many bookmarks today. I want to shout out my man HJ and Uncle Hotep. They got a show on their hands. They actors now. I'm so happy for them. When I'll play it on the show when the trailer drops. We got the exclusive trailer reveal on HJ show. Shout out to my man HJ. And the trailer looks fire. I'm not gonna hold you. The trailer looks fire. The reception was amazing. Everybody loved it. I don't know when it's dropping. It said it's coming soon. So, shout out to HJ and Unc in there. I heard Lauren was there. I heard Strong Dad was in it. So we gonna see a full star-studded cast of Hoteps, man. Of Hoteps. Why did I say it like that? Of Hoteps. So I can't wait. My man Goldstein wrote the script. So we definitely can't wait to watch that. Goldstein is a crazy motherfucker, so I can't wait to see the things that he came up with. You dig? I put my bid in. I put my bid in for a role. I definitely need to have a role in the show. It's only right. So I can't wait for that, man. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait to be a part of it, man. Hotep, I'm so proud of my Hoteps, man. I say it all of the time, but I'm extremely proud to be Hotep. The things that I've been seeing us be able to build over this last 10 years have been nothing short of incredible. Just all of the different things that we have been able to build, maintain, and sustain, and, help with everybody, will help other people and then have other people be able to join and be a part of this. It doesn't get any better than this, to be totally honest. That's why I look forward to the Grifties. I look forward to HotepCon. I look forward to, Hotepping with my Hoteps. You know what I'm saying? I tell people all of the time, like, when it comes down to, you, yourself, you definitely want to find your tribe. Find your tribe, And I ain't gonna lie, man, especially with the way the world is going, and you already know, as a historian, a lot of this shit, when you study history, you've seen it before, because history is cyclical. Life is cyclical. You dig? So a lot of this stuff is just coming back around. And that's the reason why the ancestors, solutions are so sound, because they are applicable even a century later, even in the 21st century, right? So it's just like, one of the things that I say all of the time is that the enemy wants you to be splintered. They want you to be, so individualistic that you don't create community, that you don't create family, that you don't, multiply. They want you to be, a lone ranger. They want you to be a lone wolf out here because it's easier to, manipulate somebody or harm somebody when they're isolated. And that's what they want. They want all of us isolated. They want all of us to not fellowship. They want all of us to be standoffish. They want us to be untrustworthy of one another. They want all of that stuff. And while I will never be one of those naive people who, just like have an open door policy into my life, I still have, discernment. However, within that discernment, I'm still open to, fellowshipping with like-minded people. And so many people have, psyoped themselves into thinking that isolation is the way to go. There is virtue and value in being alone, or being able to be alone, and, meditating and, sitting with your own thoughts, not having all of this outside stimuli and stuff like that to be able to gain that knowledge of self. But you also have to be cognizant of the world around you, the world that you're in. And what better way to be cognizant of that than to, pretty much handpick the type of people that you would like to socialize with, the type of people that you would want to be around. And that's what Hotep is for me. Just creating a nation of people who you don't have to second guess, like morals and ethics and shit like that. You can disagree about particular politics or, taste in music and food. Like, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like being able to disagree on stuff like that. But, your human rights, your liberties, the rights that you have as an American citizen, the, righteousness, whatever that, may be as far as your denomination or your religion, but being able to stand on those things and not harming the next person to get a leg up or harming the next person just because you have malice in your heart. Like just simple things like that. If we can get along along those lines, then everything else pretty much, works itself out because, you got to be able to disagree with people and still fuck with them. Of course, if it's some crazy, deep-seated, fundamental disagreement, you know what I'm saying, where it's like, all right, well, I don't live like that, then that's different. But when it just comes down to like, subjective things or whatever, let them have it. Because I definitely would, expect for them to let me have it when it comes to, particular specific subjective viewpoints and shit like that, So, that's just what it is. So let's see. Crystal says, good evening, my fellow historians. What's going on, Crystal? Chico Joe says, you really got to think outside of what is normal and widely accepted because disagreement isn't bad. A lot of folks are misinformed. That's a fact. I mean, that's just, how the world is. I recently talked about how 54% of the adult population in America, 54% cannot read past a 6th grade level. And that is very, very alarming. I know that shit is just like at this point because motherfuckers are worried about all other parts of their lives and shit like that. They worrying about money. They worrying about paying bills. They worrying about groceries. They worrying about a whole bunch of other shit. But the fact that 54%, the great majority of the adult population in America cannot read past 6th grades level, it implies a lot because it's not just reading is not just reading words. You dig what I'm saying? It's not just reciting words. It's being able to understand and comprehend what's being said. So not only are certain words just foreign to them, they don't have any, they've never seen it before, they've never used it before. The context in which you would use that word or the understanding of that word, the comprehension of that word is completely lost as well. Because there are going to be just particular words that you're going to use as you get older, as you have a firmer grasp on the English language, that is going to allow you to be able to convey your ideas in a much more concise and effective way, right? And so when it comes down to people that I see on a timeline, they'll use particular words that they think goes into the context of what they're talking about, but it really doesn't, right? So I seen somebody on the timeline, I'll give you an example. I seen somebody on the timeline use the term antagonizing pain. Now, the person obviously meant agonizing pain because that's what, that's what it, usually the turn of phrase is, right? But because of the lack of comprehension when it comes to these different words, antagonizing and agonizing have become synonymous, and they're not. Contextually, right? On a comprehension level, they're not the same. Now, they can be incorrectly interchanged, right? Saying antagonizing pain because on its face, antagonizing still has a level of displeasure that comes along with it, right? But then in the context of using that word, you are now saying the pain is antagonizing the person, which means that gives the pain a level of rhetorical autonomy, or what's the word I'm thinking of? Intention. That this pain like was manifested itself and then intentionally harmed the person. And that's what antagonizing would be. If I go up and antagonize somebody, that means I'm intentionally trying to do harm. And that's not what pain, physical pain, necessarily is, right? Physical pain comes from what bad things happening to your body and things like that. So again, yes, the word could incorrectly be used interchangeably if you don't really give a fuck about, really using the proper words. But this is what I mean, right? And I get it. The overall message still is conveyed. That's not lost on me. But what is lost on the other side is that when you start to use words out of context like this, you're only making your job at conveying a message just harder for yourself, and then harder for the person to understand you. And so that's the reason why, like, most adults in America not being able to read past the 6th grade level is extremely alarming, because then words will be said to a person via, written down, documented words will be, written down, and a person, an adult, will read these words and misunderstand or misinterpret what the words are actually saying in context. Once you put all of the words together, you are now missing, or you're not comprehending the actual message of what's being written down. And the more and more we have people relying on AI to think for them, you feel me, the worse it's going to get. And I'm not even one of those people who are scared of AI or anything like that. I think that there's a way to always maintain the quote unquote power dynamic between humans and AI, to where humans have the ability to somewhat stay in some type of, moderate level or relative level of control. But the way we are seeing people interact with it now is basically like, yo, AI, think for me. Do all of the brain work for me, and whatever you give me is what I'm going to think. And as somebody who does research with the help of AI, there are so many times that I've had to say, yo, AI, this is incorrect, especially when it comes to Black American history, because a lot of the stuff that I go over, or a lot of stuff that I research, is not just readily available on Google and stuff like that, because who the fuck is talking about 1910 or 1912 Black America in 2025 other than nerds like me, right? So it's not something that's popular. It's not something that's going viral. It's not something that's being talked about a lot. So based upon the limited information that these AI language models have, they're giving me, just bare misinformation. Straight up and down misinformation. There have been times where I've been using AI to help me research for a particular documentary or an episode, and they'll just flat out make somebody up. They'll just create a fictional person. And I'm just like, yo, this person doesn't exist. Why did you tell me this? And then, you know how AI is. Oh, you're absolutely correct for calling me out on that. And it's like, you don't need to tell me that I'm correct and you're wrong. Like, I want to know what possessed you as an AI language model to even just produce misinformation. And then I think about people who wouldn't fact check it because they're looking at it like, yo, it's a robot. The robot ain't gonna be wrong. They deferred to something, because not even a body, something, all right, that they perceive to be smarter than them. And so whatever that robot or whatever that entity tells them, that's just the gospel truth. And we already see how bad misinformation is when it's coming from another human. Mainstream media is pretty much just a misinformation mill. That's all it is. They just milling out a bunch of misinformation on either political aisle or however it is. Whatever you believe, they'll confirm your implicit biases. They're going to confirm, whatever suspicions that you may have based upon your ideology, which was largely created by this same idiot box or this same TV and shit. And now you're just being bombarded with misinformation. So not only are you not reading at an adequate level, you're also being misinformed with the level of reading that you have. It's a double whammy. So not only do you not know how to read, the news is lying to you on a daily basis. Like egregiously lying to you. Will tell you things happened and it didn't. Tell you things didn't happen and it did. Just fucking your whole worldview up. You feel me? Completely fucking up the way that you view the world. You feel me? So, like, that's the reason why I'm just like, nobody is really alarmed at this. And it's like, we have an entire Department of Education in this country. Everybody loves the government so much, but the government, like, does its job so fucking poorly. And these are jobs that they created. Like, they created the Department of Education. You feel me? And 54% of adults can't read. 85% of our babies can't read at grade level or do math at grade level. 85%. This is all of the product of our government's education system. And there's still people that want to double down on the government intervening in our lives. I don't understand it. It's like an addict, a gambling addict, who was just like, all I got to do is just hit for that $1 billion, hit for that 100 million, and I'll be straight for life. Not understanding they already done spent $100,000 of their hard-earned money to try to get to that. And they just keep, hitting the button, keep hitting the slots, keep hitting the tables, keep gambling. One day, the government is going to get it right. We just got to vote in this person. We got to do this. We got to do all of these different things. And obviously, it'll help us. And it just hasn't. It has not. So whatever outliers you may show me, like that 15%, right, of those kids who are reading at grade level or above grade level, shout out to those 15%. But by and large, the government is producing illiterate children 85% of the time. Straight up and down. And then, of course, you mix in the culture of particular people who don't emphasize education in their home. Now, again, it's another double whammy. So not only do you have a government who is giving you piss poor education, it's more about indoctrination. And you know what's so funny? When it came down to the whole Rockefeller model, creating these compulsory schools to pretty much, create a bunch of worker bees inside of society and shit, there were skills that were being taught in that era, right? The 40s and 50s and stuff like that, right? That at least transferred in real life. The government-run things have been increasingly, like, torn down, like more and more dilapidated in their programs. When they're first introduced, creme de la creme, right? It's got all of these wood shops and all of these different great things inside of the schools and stuff like that, because you learning these things inside of the school is going to help you get a job, which then, of course, helps the employers gain more wealth. And, everybody eats in that regard, But now they've taken all of those skills out. They've completely fucked up the math, making it more confusing for the children. They have completely rearranged the literature and the reading styles of the classrooms to where now they're actively dumbing down the children with materials that are beneath their grade and beneath their already established levels of understanding. And that is because they're focused on, these graduation rates and stuff like that. But then when tested on a national level against private schools and institutions like that, and or at least the standardized testing that they have, all of that, they still fail. At least in the 50s, these kids passed, went on to be these lifelong employees, and after 40 and 50 years working at the fucking factory, you get a gold watch and thank you for your service and, all of that other shit. At least there was some type of success when it comes down to this curriculum at first. Now, it's just hell. It's glorified daycare now. Send my kids to this building for, 6-8 hours or whatever it is while I'm at work. Look after my kid. Don't harm him or her. And, I'll pick them up when I get off of work. That's pretty much what K through 12 has been, devolved into. Just glorified daycare. It's no different than the pre-K. It's no different than the actual daycares that you sent your babies to when they were toddlers. It's the same thing, just with, things that are fitted for, adolescents, teenagers, preteens, and stuff like that. The curriculum is not at all something that they are striving to, improve on. The literacy rates or the comprehension rates, understanding, and all of that other stuff. It's absolutely, an afterthought. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that shit anymore. So even with the model that they prescribe to the people, they don't even uphold that, because there is no more wood shops. There is no, more vocational and training and stuff like that. They don't have home ec like that anymore. Like all of the things that would actually be transferable once you left that building, they don't even talk about that shit. And so unless you're going to already have, a household that really emphasizes education and puts you on a path of, some type of vocation, some type of STEM, some type of, academic career or something, something like that intentionally, if you just leave it up to the school, man, you just, the expectations and the standards that they have for their teachers, first and foremost, is extremely low. Anybody can become a fucking public school teacher now, as we've seen over the years with people going quote unquote viral on TikTok while teaching and shit like that. You got motherfuckers dancing in the hallway with outfits. You got motherfuckers getting their hair braided by students. You feel me? The bar is in hell as it pertains to who we allow to, teach our children. And then that should just be indicative of all of these things that we've been talking about. That just because it has .gov behind it, or just because it was passed through some type of federal legislation or whatever, does not automatically mean it's actually going to help people, even though that's what they said it was going to do. Honestly, anytime that I see the government say, yo, this is going to help this, demographic of people, I almost like always be like, oh, this is going to fuck them over. Almost always. And the craziest part about it, almost always, it does fuck them over. Oh, we're doing this for poor people, keeps them poor. Oh, we're doing this for black people to be able to go move up the social ladder, keeps them poor. Like it's the same thing over and over again. So that's the reason why I have this inherent distrust in the government, while people are still having these problems. The problems being because of the government, and then going to the government and being like, yo, can you change or solve the problems? It's like, yo, they are the ones who created the problem. Obviously, the solution will be to do the opposite. You feel me? So that's the reason why I'll never be, a proponent of the federal government whatsoever. Let's see. Sammy says, these robots are just filled with errors as human students. Right. They're just slightly faster processors and 10 times typing speed. That's it. You got to understand that AI language model was only, responding to the prompts that you give it. That's it. And while if you say some objectively untrue shit, like the sun is purple or some shit like that, there will be other things that have more nuance and gray area that will completely fuck up the way the facts on the ground are, purported or reported. And then you just be misinformed about that subject. And I thought about that too. Like, just when it comes down to just lies people have been told in their life by, an authority figure or a relative or a friend or whatever, that you just walk around believing that shit. On a more lighthearted tip, everybody thought Sierra was a hermaphrodite, and she went on Oprah and said that shit, and everybody believed that. And it was, a lot of that shit was relegated to urban legends and shit like that, to where it's just some funny shit that you would share on MySpace or whatever the fuck back in the day, you know. But now we got people misquoting the president. You know what I'm saying? We have people lying on, what the motivation behind Black Lives Matter was. We have all of these different people intentionally misinforming the people for their own gain, and there are large swaths of people who just believe that shit. You know, think about just a regular tip when we going through our episodes, and we'll look up a person, right, and we'll go to images, and we'll think that the first image result is of that person, and then I do a Google Lens search, and come to find out, nope, that's not that person at all. It's a completely different person, but the website said that was, that person's name. Richard Spike. You look up Richard Spike right now, a bunch of people who are not Richard Spike are going to come up. And, a bunch of websites saying that this is Richard Spike. Shit like that. We thought a black woman wrote a book one night, and it was a white woman who wrote it. So it's just like, when it comes down to this shit, man, even in my field of work where I'm making mistakes, and I pretty much account for myself being pretty much on the ball. Not perfect, obviously, but I definitely do pretty well with fact checking and making sure that I'm citing my sources and, all of these different things. And even I will get tripped up if I don't take that extra step. If I just went off of what the first page of Google Images told me and didn't, further investigate, I'll be fucked up in the game too. And this is something that I enjoy doing. Let's see. Christopher says, convince you that you are not qualified to teach your children and that your children will not have social interaction if you homeschool them. Listen, man, homeschool hasn't looked so attractive. I'm trying to tell you, homeschooling hasn't looked so attractive in a long time. Like, when it comes down to the stuff that I be seeing, the communal way that black children were taught in previous, centuries and stuff like that, it might as well have been homeschool. You know what I mean? It's you being taught by your neighbor or a pillar of your community who has relationships with pretty much everybody in the community. It's pretty much homeschooling. Now, obviously, it's not, literally homeschool because the teachers are not their parents. But they are, friends of the family and stuff like that. It's extended family for the most part. Now, of course, like, as you go into more cityscapes and stuff like that, it's going to be a lot more unfamiliar. But even in that level of being unfamiliar, there's still that affinity for, teaching the babies and stuff like that, right? And when I see these homeschooling parents, and I see the productivity of their kids, it's undeniable. It's quite literally night and day than public school kids. Night and day, Same age, all of that. But the homeschool kids and their perception of reality, their perception and comprehension of the world around them and all that other stuff, it's night and day. Like, these kids are basically geniuses in comparison to the public school kids. I mean, it's not really that hard. 85% of them can't read at grade level or do math at grade level. So it's really not that hard to be better than the average. You dig? But I've seen countless homeschool kids, you feel me, do amazing work, right? So, like, for me, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. If the Lord blesses me with more children, I can say that I'm going to either go the private school route or the homeschool route. I'm more inclined to do homeschool just off of the strength that, I have the ability to, and I'm smart enough to be able to teach my children, right? I think I would just supplement subjects that I'm not that well versed in, like science and like STEM stuff. I'm not that versed. I'm not that versed in STEM, so I would, hire somebody, like a tutor or somebody like that to teach them, math and science. But when it comes down to reading, writing, history, obviously, you know what I'm saying, and motor skills, color, shapes, all of that stuff, in that development, I have absolute confidence in my ability to teach them and teach them well and teach them to where they're actually exceeding their peers. I followed this homeschooling couple, and they talk about this shit all of the time, about just their children's schedule for the day. They don't even go to school as long as public school kids go. They'll do maybe 3 hours of school every day. You feel me? And in those 3 hours, the curriculum is tailor-made to that child, and in it builds on their talents, it works on their weaknesses, and it allows them to pretty much pick what they're going to do, but within the parameters of what the parents set for them. So it's giving them like the illusion of choice, right? But they still get to make choices. So as a parent, you'll pick one of 3 things that, you can, as a child, your parent will create one of 3 things you can choose to learn that day. And then they learn that. And then they go through all of those different things. But the child is engaged because the child feels like they are the ones who chose it. They want to learn this type of stuff. And within that framework, these kids do so well because, look at the attention that's being paid to the kids, the understanding between like just the dynamic between mother, father, and child and stuff like that. So there already are authority figures in this child's life because that's their parents. You feel me? And so based upon what your parents are telling you and the love that they have for you, the affinity that they have for you, you are going to, retain that information a lot better, and you get to act on it. A lot of the curriculum that I see in homeschools are very active curriculum. No matter what they're teaching, whether it's reading, writing, math, or whatever it is, they're able to get up, walk, exercise that actual lesson. Same way that we saw with the Tuskegee math book and stuff like that is based in practical or practicality or real life situations that they would be in. You feel me? So that's the reason why I appreciate homeschools, but private schools as well. Let's check. Let's see. What else we got? Damn, y'all was tweeting. Y'all was texting a lot. Christopher says it's easier to believe the lie than the truth because the truth requires accountability and responsibility, and most people want to be told what to do and what to think. Facts. For Show says charter and private schools do well too if you have that option. Absolutely. Chico Joe says I used to teach a homeschool curriculum for a private school, and it's conceptually easier for kids to understand without the fluff. See? This is what I'm saying, yo. Like when it comes down to homeschool, private school, even some charter schools and stuff like that versus public school, man, it's a no-brainer. Get your kids out of them public fucking schools, man. And so when motherfuckers is in an uproar with Doge, abolishing, the DOE and all of that other shit, I was celebrating, man. Fuck that. I just wish that when they demolish or abolish, government programs and shit, like the money that was going to that goes back to the citizen. Like whatever amount of my taxes was going towards that shit, I want that shit back. Yeah, I don't need it. And I'm always be against these government programs, man. They don't really help you. At best, get a grant from the government. At least you ain't got to pay it back. Get a grant. Apply for all of the grants and shit like that. But like, public school has shown itself to be very weak and not sustainable at all. They're literally creating failures. Failure has become the benchmark for public schools. That's it. How bad you fail. Not how well you succeed, but how bad do you fail. Do you fail like not that bad? So yeah, No Child Left Behind, graduate them. I told y'all, I was in high school in the early 2000s when that no Child Left Behind shit was in full swing. And I'm telling you, like, they were not leaving children behind. People were graduating that did not have the test scores. I'm telling you, because I was one of them. I did not go to school. This is not me bragging or anything like that, but I barely went to school. I famously tell the story about my freshman year in high school, 2004. Out of the 180 days that you go to school, I only went to school for 30 of those days out of the whole school year. I didn't even go to school the first day of school of ninth grade, which is supposed to be like one of the most legendary days in a child's, school career. First day of high school. And like, I was too busy making money. I was like way too preoccupied on going to work, like literally going to work and making my own money. I didn't care. I pulled up in the middle of the day or like after school or something like that and said hello to everybody, but like, I was cool. I didn't go to school to go to learn in ninth grade until maybe like my second week in school. Like, I went full weeks without going to school because I was going to work every day. So trust and believe, I was not a good student whatsoever, and they were still going to allow me to graduate. You feel me? So I can tell you just from experience in the early 2000s and shit like that, like the bar was in hell, and it's only sinking lower. Because I don't remember like my teachers, like I'm trying to think of like my worst teachers, right? My worst teachers were still better than these TikTok teachers. I can tell you that. My worst teachers. You remember the teachers that used to tell you, well, I got my degree already. I don't care if you pass or not. You feel me? That's the type of teachers that I had. You're never gonna amount to anything. You're just a knucklehead. Da da da. Them type of teachers. I don't even know what the fuck I would do if my teacher was pulling her phone out and recording me while I was in class, or recording herself for that matter. Like, what the hell are you doing? Why am I a part of your B-roll? That's insane. So it's like, yeah, my worst teachers. My worst teachers were still better than these TikTok teachers. You dig? Sammy says, I've come to find there are multiple ways to get involved. So a lot of these whites, Asians, Indian-dominated schools simply have a bunch of parents highly involved in parent-teacher conferences. Yeah, that's another thing. There was this school that went viral on the timeline a while ago. You feel me? What the hell y'all doing in the chat? I'm trying to keep the chat going. Hold on. But then I see Rashad making noise in this motherfucker. What's going on, Rashad? Fist in the air for Rashad. Let me open up the phone lines because I know he's still in the talkative mode. Phone lines is open. 702. What's the number again? 702-358-348. Hold on, I'm waiting for it to load up. But I'm going through these comments one by one. Yeah, call in 702-483-1566. You feel me? Yes. So there was this school that went viral on the timeline. It was a public school, and it was the campus was super decked out. They had all of the facilities. They had like 2 pools. This shit was fire. Public school. I forgot where it was, but the parents, they was on their ass as far as the faculty, as far as the administration, as far as the school board, whatever needed to be done to make sure that proper funding was going to that school, those parents did it. And yeah, it was a higher income county or a higher income district, but that means nothing, That only means that, they have more money, but that still doesn't mean that they didn't take the initiative. They weren't intentional in going up to those schools, sitting in those parent-teacher conferences, going to the city council meetings, and all of the stuff that they needed to do to make sure they had proper funding for that public school. That's also an option, because at the very least, the fucking taxes that you're paying are actually going to your fucking school. See, me, I throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to the federal government. Fuck them. But that is also an option. You putting the fire to the feet of the people that's in charge of your school to make sure that the quality is high. You feel me? Sammy says they will gather signatures to have certain types of suggestive materials removed from schools, which allow for similar amounts of control as the homeschool community. Yep, absolutely. They're involved. And that's what I mean about emphasizing education. That's exactly what I mean about emphasizing education. Because if you really give a fuck about your child's education, that means you give a fuck enough to go up to that school. You feel me? And make sure that your children are getting the best education. You know? Crystal says, got to be cartilage with some of them charters for show. I think she meant careful. My niece goes to a charter in D.C. and they are not allowed to say boy or girl. They have to say person. Yeah, that's why I said some charter schools, because charters is still under the jurisdiction of the government. Yeah, Sammy says, yeah, definitely got to be careful. We're not going for that with my daughter's charter school. My man Rashad says, nah, Hotep, I'm outraged. I need that drop. I need that drop. I'm going to have a soundboard soon. I ain't gonna lie to you, Rashad. We fucked you up, boy. We fucked you up. You can call in to try to get your face back, bro, but we fucked you up. You was sitting there crying to the white man. Please hire me, sir. Please put me on, sir. Give me a pack. You was begging the white man for a starter pack, man. I ain't like that. For sure says, LMAO, I had a blast in the comments, but they did eat you up a little bit, Rashad. Yeah, man, we packed this nigga the fuck out. You hear me? Yeah, ain't trying to hear that. Oh, for sure says, I went to a magnet school my last year of high school, and it was amazing. If I had to do public school, it would be like that. I got college credits while I was in high school. Yo, believe it or not, I told you I went to like 7 different fucking middle schools because I was a badass kid. I went to an equal amount of high schools, not gonna hold you. A lot of expulsions in my school record. I'm telling y'all, man. You feel me? I'm telling y'all, I was not the greatest student at all. I was really that badass student. Not even gonna lie to you. And one of my schools was a magnet school. I didn't really see the difference, to be totally honest with you. I guess I wasn't there enough to see the difference between a magnet school. But I went to like 2 different magnet schools, and I ain't really see no difference in quality at all. At all. I still really don't even know what the fuck a magnet school is in comparison to a regular public school. Please let me know in the chat. What was I not taking advantage of? You know? I just wasn't interested, man. And I'm not shitting on it just because I didn't understand, you know, all of this stuff that I'm saying now as far as like government and quality and, you know, all of that shit. You feel me? It just really is bored the fuck out of me, one. And, you know, it just didn't resonate with me. And it's so funny because y'all see how, you know, studious that we get on this fucking stream. So, you know, studying or reading or any of that stuff wasn't the problem. But when I read about Tuskegee, right, and how the students were able to work in these different departments of the school, right, make money while they were learning, having real life skills, you know, be applicable, you know what I'm saying, to your real life. You feel me? You gain these real life skills in your school so you can actually transfer them in real life once you graduate. And let's not forget the people that were teaching them actually had an affinity to teach the kids. You can see that they had pride and joy, you know, inside of their ability to teach kids. So it's just that for me, it just did not resonate. These teachers were very milquetoast. They were very boring. They were very dry eye, clear eye. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to their lessons, when you had a younger teacher they was trying to be hip and cool and shit like that, they were just corny as hell. And I personally, it just did not resonate with me. And it's not saying that you needed to be a hood person or gangster, no shit like that. Because a lot of my OGs wasn't even like that. They from the burbs and all of that shit too. It's just that they were relatable. I couldn't relate to the people that were teaching me. And the one time that I did have some type of like relation to one of my teachers, he fucking left. So I was just like, well, whatever. It just wasn't a place for me. And then like my alternative were places where a bunch of grown black men were making money and being intelligent all day. And that's pretty much all I wanted to go to school for in the first place, was to get smarter and get money. And so I fast tracked that shit, and I did exactly like, I personally think Booker T, if he would have heard what I chose to do over going to school, I don't think Booker T Washington would have been mad at me. Like, yo, yeah, at 13 years old, I chose to work 13 hours a day at a clothing store because the person who ran it was a black man or black and Native American man, and he gave a fuck about me, and he wanted to see me out of trouble and, you know, gain a skill, which was, you know, obviously running a business. I think that would have been, I think that was ancestral. And I love the fact that I made that choice on my own at that age. I love that I made that choice. Like, yes, the workload pause that my friends had was nowhere near the one that I had. Working 13 hours a day at the age of 13, to where it's like, it's not even on some, like, I want y'all, like, I'm not trying to, you know, overstate this shit, but it's like, yo, I was needed on, like, at the store. Like, once it was agreed upon that I was coming to work in the morning, there were things that were planned around my arrival. And if I didn't go and just like was like, you know what, I'm going to school, fuck this. Like, yeah, the show is going to go on. Obviously, I'm not going to hinge my entire business on this fucking child. But this is something that he signed up for. And this is a responsibility that he signed up for. So you need to be here to intercept the package. When we get a box of white tees and black tees and shit, you need to stand in front of the fucking business and sign the little shit that the UPS man gives you and fold up those fucking t-shirts before I get to the business. Like, that was a responsibility that I had. My friends ain't have to do no shit like that. My friends could fall asleep in class and nothing about that school was going to change. If I fell asleep while I was in that store, the entire trajectory of this business's, you know, success could go up in flames because I fell asleep and a bunch of motherfuckers ran in here and stole shit. These are real responsibilities that I had as a child. So for me, I just look at being able to hit the ground running, learn, you know, earn while you're learning was the way I liked it. And so now in my late 20s going into my 30s, well, my mid 20s going into my 30s, I'm learning about all of these black institutions, these black American educational institutions who did exactly what my OG did, but inside of a school. At that point, it would have been me going to my high school, learning about bricklaying or learning about some type of trade, and then going working at a Hev store once I got out of school, because I'm actually earning and learning in both institutions. You feel me? But it wasn't like that. It was just sit there, look at the fucking board, listen to a motherfucker drone on and on about whatever the fuck. And that was it. And you know what's funny? Ironically enough, don't make fun of me. The only class that was like that, I had one woodshop class, and then they took it out of the school. That was a wrap. And then the only class that was left was this home ec type class. I forgot the name of it, but I learned how to make pajama pants. I learned how to sew and make pajama pants. You know what I'm saying? I made my little cousin pajama pants and shit. I was mad proud of them. And they were sturdy. I did the double seam. I did all of that shit. You feel me? So yeah, you ain't know that Hotep knew how to sew. I'm out here with the skills. You feel me? But let's check. For Show says we had several trade programs at my school, which I wish I wish I would have done because I would have gotten my cosmetology license in high school. That's fire. I chose to do my credits for English Lit degree instead. Okay, nerd. Cliff says, thankfully my Magna High School offered drafting, architecture introduction, and woodshop. Otherwise, the other classes we had to attend wasn't really useful. Shout out to the band program as well. See, that's what I'm saying, yo. I went to schools in the trenches, gang. I went to the schools in the hood, and I was already out. I wasn't gonna lie. I was already outside. So when it comes down to those types of classes, those were all electives, right? You couldn't just do woodshop all day or, welding or anything like that. You had to fucking go to all of the boring classes and shit. And it's like when it came down to choosing those shits, they were always full or unavailable or leaving. Like they were actively, like, from 04 was the year that I started high school. From 04 to 08, they were literally taking these classes out of the schools. And then not to mention, I'm being expelled twice a year and shit like that, like crazy shit. So I, even if there were, programs available to me, in spite of all of that, it wasn't really something that I was cognizant of, because I was already outside in the street and I already hated school, and they were already taking these shits, out of the classroom. You feel me? So for me, man, like it just made sense. It just made sense for me to just go to work, gang. Like it just made the perfect sense. Like, what do you do when your phone is blowing up in algebra? You feel me? And people are like literally telling you, yo, answer your phone so I can give you money. And your algebra teacher is telling you about whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like the diameter, the circumference, and, isosceles triangles and shit like that, bro. I don't give a fuck about isosceles triangles. John is calling my phone and he wants to give me money. So I'm about to get up and get the fuck up out of this classroom. I'm not even going to hold you. And that's just how I carried it. So shout out to y'all schools, man. Shout out to y'all schools. And I'm not even sitting here saying that all of my schools didn't have some of this shit. I just know it wasn't, available to me like that. Because I'm telling you, when I learned about wood shop and shit like that, because when you're young, the younger cousin and shit like that, your older cousins, I like, my generation is a generation where, it was just middle school. It wasn't junior high school. My older cousins, they went to junior high. I had to go to fucking middle school. Right? So in the junior highs and the high schools, during the late 90s, going into the 2000s, I heard about all of these wood shops and all of that other shit. I seen it in cartoons. I seen it in TV. So obviously as a teenager, I want to get into this shit. And come to find out, the wood shop class is on its way out of here, because I used to fuck with wood shop. The smell of like the cutting of the wood and shit like that, like I fucked with that. So I had experience in wood shop. It's just they kept taking these shits out of the class. You feel me? For sure says 04, he's a baby. Please. Nigga about to be 36 years old. Ain't no goddamn baby. Nigga pushing 40. But when it comes down to this shit, yo, man, like that's the reason why I just I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with the government. I don't fuck with the government at all. Let's get into some bookmarks, huh? I only got two. I ain't really aggregate much for tonight. We got so many different links to go to go through tonight. Yeah. So first and foremost, we got to get into this. Man. I thought this was amazing. Okay, that's it. Next person to call me a baby is getting blocked. Okay? That's a wrap for that. Ain't no baby over here. But I was in the archives being nosy as I always am. And I ain't gonna lie, yo. I because I know y'all gonna get on my nerves. I'm gonna get on y'all nerves by saying this, but it's like, yo, I be reading some fire ass shit in the archives. And then because of the way my brain be going, I won't screenshot it or nothing. I just treat it like the paper. Like I treat it like, okay, I know this now. You feel me? Like I was reading, for instance, this story in the archives about it's not funny, but I'm sorry, I don't mean to laugh because it's not funny. These parents collateralized their kids to be able to get their freedom and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, in order for mom and dad to get their manumission papers or get their freedom papers, they agreed to have their children stay slaves until they were 28 years old. Like, I was like, damn. And like, I forgot when I read that shit, man. I be in the archives. I be so deep in the archives, y'all, that I be forgetting. It be like crazy ass scandals that I be reading about. You feel me? And I just forget to screenshot it because I wasn't even looking for that story. I wasn't even going out my way to look for it. But yo, these parents was like, yo, for slavery today, for freedom today, you can enslave my kid tomorrow. And that's just what it was. And they hugged and kissed their kids and slid and got the fuck on. You feel me? That's real life, son. Like, y'all, man, history get crazy when you don't generalize. When you got it, when you go bar for bar, instance for instance, anecdote for anecdote, it get real murky. You understand? It get real nuanced around this motherfucker because it's like, yo, listen, man. Niggas is 45 years old. You got a lot of life ahead of you, son. Like, come on, son. It's 28. You could do a bid until 28. So imagine, you 15, 16 years old, and your pops come to you being like, yo, listen, son, you got to do 13 more years on here. But after that 13 years is up, you could become, come with me and your mother. So now I got to ask y'all, how would y'all feel? Now I got to ask y'all, before we get to this article, how would y'all feel? You about, let's just say you halfway there. So you 14 years old. And you got to do another 14 under slavery. And the only reason why you got to do another 14 under slavery is because your parents said, we'll leverage his labor for the next 14 years. You feel me? Could you respect that? Could you respect that? Because the opposite is, I stack up this money as your parent, free myself, free your mother, and then free y'all after that. Which may take 14 years anyway. It may take 10, it may take 8, whatever. But like, are you going to still respect your parents? You know what I'm saying? Cause when it was the son selling his father into slavery, motherfuckers was like, oh, my pop's this, he gotta go, da 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 da. You feel me? It was easy to dismiss the pops, like fuck that nigga. But now your mother and your father tell you at 14 years old, you gotta do another 14-year stretch on the plantation before you can get your freedom. And the only reason why that's a fact is because we got our freedom today, son. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having, labored with us. But me and your mother about to go be free Negroes. You hear me? We out. We are out. We are free. Papers. You feel me? Me and my wife slapping 5 walking away from the plantation like, we did it. Good deal. We worked out a good deal. Nigga, what? Shaking the hand of the slave owner. Thank you. Nice doing business with you. I'm glad we could come to terms. What, nigga? And you got to remember, slavery status is based upon the mom. So now all of your younger brothers and sisters that are going to come, because your parents, I promise you, they had more kids. And all of those little niggas was born free. You hear me? They was all born free. So your 3-year-old little brother, your 5-year-old little sister, they was born free. They never even seen slavery, nigga. They never even seen it. How you acting? Your parents, you sitting on the plantation, eating what you eating, and the clothes that you got on, and your parents is just slapping the 5s and shit, dancing, doing a little jig, like we out this motherfucker. You feel me? They singing and dancing like, yo, we out this bitch. We free at last, nigga. Oh my God. They gonna celebrate. They celebrating. Happy as hell. They ain't gotta see slavery again. And you 14 years old, you got another 14 years. Let's see. Oh, for sure says, dang, so parents been putting bills in their kids' name. Yeah, they been doing that. Christopher says that's the type of kid that will sell you back into slavery when they get out. You try to correct them. I mean, hey man, it is what it is, son. Niggas gotta understand it's real out here. It's real in the field. You gotta go outside. You feel me? Sammy says, nah, fam, we about to get it via black market capitalism. I'm not waiting 14 years. We cutting this down to 3 or 4. Hey man, listen, you gotta get creative. You got to get creative. See, motherfuckers don't know, they don't understand the art of the deal. The ancestors understood the art of the deal. Okay? Listen. Fair exchange, no robbery. You feel me? Hey, listen. If that was me, right? I'm not even going to be mad at my parents. I'm going to keep it funky. I'm old enough to know that slavery is hell and all this other shit, but I also understand the nuance of this shit, like, you know. And it's like, the alternative is that we may all be in this bitch. Like, I may be in here till 35 now, or 30 years old, or whatever it is, you know, because we all here, but y'all leveraged y'all freedom. You feel me? So here's what I'm going to do. Like, it's no different than taking a charge for a nigga. It's really no different than taking a charge for a nigga. Like, yo, listen, we all in this together. I'm a do this bid for you. I'm going to do this 14-year bid for you. But when I come home, I need A, B, and C. I need X, Y, and Z. I need to come home to some bread. I need to come home to some new clothes. I need to come home to a job. I need to come home to some shit doing this shit. You feel me? So that's how I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna don't get ghost on me. Don't disappear, nigga. Stay in contact with me. If I move plantations or some shit like that, which is unlikely because the only reason why you get to walk free is because I guaranteed labor to this nigga, or you guaranteed my labor to this nigga for the next 14 years. So don't get ghost on me, nigga. Don't disappear on me. You know what I'm saying? Don't just start a new life without me, motherfucker. Like, let's not forget where you came from. I'm holding you down. You my pops. So while you out there as a free Negro, I need you to go get to the bag. You feel me? I need you to get to the bag. Don't just squander your motherfucking freedom. You feel me? Don't squander your motherfucking freedom, because then we're going to have a problem. If I do my 14-year bid, you feel me? And then I come home at 28 years old and you ain't got nothing? You ain't make nothing shake. You ain't make nothing pop. Like, listen, I ain't gonna hold you. Let my pops been like a shiesty nigga, right? Because you already kind of sold me out. But then, you know, shiesty niggas ain't really that productive. So you take to the alcohol. Now you drinking more than you saving. You feel me? You not really getting to a bag for 14 years. I come home. You feel me? I reached the end of my indenture. You feel me? And I walk into the crib. I'm, first of all, outside looking in, this crib is too small for me. This is not that much bigger than the slave quarters that we were sleeping in. So that's already a red flag. I come in this bitch, there's empty liquor bottles and shit sprawled across the fucking floor. You coming in, I come in the crib, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you already drunk, talking about, son, is that you, son? I'm beating your ass. I did a 14-year bid for nothing. Because you could have been a G and we could have just escaped as a family, but you did a deal to sell me out. And I'm like, all right, cool, because you sold me and gonna buy me back like options trading. So you sold me for this, for your freedom, and then you gonna buy me back when I get mine. You gonna get me back. And this is what you did with the last 14 years. I might kill that nigga. I ain't even gonna hold you. I might do him. Pause. I really might end him. If I come after, pause, if I meet up with you after 14 years, me and my sister, that's who you sold out. They had 2 kids, 2 or 3 kids. And they was like, yo, listen, we'll guarantee their labor until the age of 28. I'm 14, she 12, and, you know, the third one is like 8 years old. So everybody got different years or whatever. We do the bid. It's damn near 20 years later. Our little brother is about to finish his shit. You got more kids and less money? Nah, we about to jump you in here, nigga. We about to beat you up. You ain't do what you was supposed to do. You feel me? Let's see what we got. Christopher says, way to take one for the team, son. Hey, man, listen. That's what I was saying. As a parent, dog, hey. But I'm just not going to fuck over my son like that. You feel me? I don't give a fuck if I got to become a bank robber or something. Like, I'm going to make sure that after 14 years, my son come home to something. You know what I mean? Sammy says, but I'm going big bro, all my siblings that ain't felt the whip. Can't none of y'all talk to me after that. Matter of fact, I ain't your bro, I'm your unk. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. You got to talk to me so differently. I am not like, y'all niggas grew up in privilege. Y'all ain't never been enslaved. So please, don't you ever talk to me any type of way. You feel me? But you know how I go. You know how I go. Let's see. O for Show says, I would have leveraged my husband. Easily replaceable. My baby, though, nah. See, that's where you're fucking wrong. Because you're not, as the slave owner now, you're not about to swindle me, young lady. Your husband old as shit with a bad leg. Nobody want that nigga. Nobody want that old ass nigga. No, your 14-year-old, though, good mileage on that nigga. We can get a lot of work out of him over the next decade and a half. I don't want that old ass nigga you married to. Fuck him. Fuck out of here. Nigga can't hear in one ear real good. Nigga hand shaky now. I ain't want y'all old asses. That's why I'm leveraging y'all. Y'all can go free. You, your old ass, and your old ass husband can get the fuck on somewhere. We don't want that. And you know what? And you know, O for Show, she gonna try to do a backdoor. She gonna try to backdoor the nigga. That's what makes it even worse. She gonna backdoor him. So her and her husband, they gonna walk into the big house. They gonna sit down and be like, yo, listen, you know, Mr. Jones or whatever the fucking nigga's name is, yo, listen, as you know, the wife and I, we were thinking about, for our freedom, we'll give you, the labor of our children until they're 28 years old. And everybody think this is about to be a good deal. I get up. And I'm like, or the husband gets up and he's like, all right, come on, babe. And she's like, oh, just 1 second. I just have to ask, Mr. Jones something. I'll be out in a second. Because he's an idiot. He says, okay. He leaves. And then she's in there talking about, Mr. Jones, listen, how about instead of the kids, you feel me? Instead of the kids, you could get old Rufus over here. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the kids, let me just give me and the kids our freedom and you can keep Rufus. And that Cracker Jones was like, girl, hell no. Nobody want that old ass motherfucker you married to. No. No, take you and him and get the fuck off my land. I'm keeping the kids unless all 5 of y'all want to stay. Which one is it? Oh, for sure gonna be like, well, okay, it's fine. Yeah, I may want that old ass nigga you married to. Let's see. Sammy says, laughing my butt off, dudes know how to audit slaves depreciation ROI. He's a bookie. That's what I'm saying. You not what? Come on. I'm going to be right there like, nah, Mr. Jones, that's a bad deal. Don't take it. I'll be outside with Rufus. He don't be doing no work. That's a bad deal. I wouldn't take it if I were you. I'm hating on that shit. What? Fuck out of here. Oh my God, son. So I say all of that to say that I be like knee deep in the fucking archives reading these fucking stories, man. So let's get to this story. Oh, here we go. So I'm going to get to the headline in just a second. Let's get to the caption. It says, just learned that fornication was not allowed in hotels in the early 20th century. These couples got arrested for falsely registering at hotels as married couples so they can sleep in the same room. The courts withheld judgment so they could get married. Okay? 13 men and women taken in raids. Continuances and deferred judgments granted to let couples marry. So let's get into the story. Oh, man. If y'all would have known if y'all subscribe to the Patreon, you'll know this week why this article even came up on my radar in my searchings. But let's get into the story. It's real short. 2 white couples and 9 Negroes were arrested on morals charges yesterday afternoon as the county vice squad, composed of county officers, plainclothesmen from the city police department, and military policemen from Camp Davis, conducted a series of raids on tourist cabins and hotels in the southern section of the county. All 13 persons were given hearings before Recorder Alton A. Lennon this morning, and continuances and deferred judgments in order to allow the couple involved to marry were granted in all cases. Granted in all cases. Okay, that's how you know morality was even above, like, your morals was even above the law. Because even after you get arrested, we'll still give you an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So we'll read the whole article and then we'll swing back. Okay, so arrested at the Gainey Cabins on the Carolina Beach Road for falsely registering at a tourist cabin were 2 couples. Trial, that's what they meant. Trial for the 4, each of whom is free under $250 bond, were continued until next week. So $250, this was in 1942, Sammy. How much is $250 in 1942? Let's see how much walk around money that they had going to the beach. You feel me? $250 bond. Isabel Dixon and Horace Cromartie, Negroes, pled guilty to registering falsely at the Russell Hotel. That's a black-owned hotel, by the way. At Seabreeze, and that's a black-owned resort, by the way. And the Recorder continued judgment until next Monday in order to allow the couple time to marry. They told the judge that they had been going together for 3 years. So keep that in mind when we swing back and talk about this. Mary Cole and Howard Freeman, Negroes, pled guilty to registering falsely at the Edwards Cabins at Seabreeze and were granted until Monday to get married as well. A similar grant of time was made to Mary Pearsall, Negress, who pled guilty to registering falsely at the same cabins. Trials for Louise Waddle and James Clemens, Negroes, charged with falsely registering falsely at the Edwards Cabins, and for Oreen Smith and Boyd Harris, Negroes, charged with registering falsely at the Russell Hotel, were continued until next Monday and next Friday, respectively. No charges were placed against the operations or operators of the establishments involved. Okay? So, what we have here is a bunch of young people, okay, going down to the beach. Because you know how this went. You got your girlfriend. One of them was dating for 3 years, right? They were together for 3 years. And you, the homie, whoever, whatever it is, like, yo, we're going to take the girls down to the beach. We're going to take them down to Seabreeze. We're going to take them down to Carolina Beach for the weekend. Have a good weekend. You dig? And, she hype. She packing her bikini. She can't wait to go off for the weekend. You feel me? With you. Y'all make it down to Carolina Beach. Now, the moral laws of North Carolina, I'm pretty sure nationwide, but of North Carolina specifically, says that y'all cannot be in here shacking. You guys are free to stay at the hotel, but you got to stay in separate rooms because y'all are not married. That's the rules, right? So, you know how we do, fellas. We going to improvise. You feel me? We going to improvise. We going to think, on our feet. And so it's like, oh, no. We married. That's my wife. Yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Hotep. One room for Mr. and Mrs. Hotep. You feel me? We good. Don't even worry about it. Yeah, write the name down. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Hotep. They hand us the room key. You know what I'm saying? Room 303. Come on. Room 303 right on the beach. You get to room 303. Open the fucking balcony. Open the door, the sliding door to the balcony. You can see the beach right there. That summer air with that sea breeze blowing. You feel me? She feeling real exotic. You feel me? She feeling real good. Oh, he got the room on the beach. I'm feeling like the man. You feel me? I got some good walk around money in my pocket. We about to have a dope ass weekend. Dope ass weekend. Not to mention, it's like 6 other couples doing the same thing. It's like 6 other couples doing the same thing. They all had the same idea. Like, it's lit. We about to take the girls to the beach. Right? Unbeknownst to you, the county vice squad, okay, which is county officers, plain clothes. We got undercovers, 1942 undies. We got 1942 undercover officers blending in with the crowd. You didn't know that the police, okay, was planning a raid on all of the hotels. So whether you were staying at the Russell, whether you were staying at, what was the other one? Edwards Cabins, wherever you was at, we kicking down the door and we looking for marriage licenses. Where's your marriage license, young nigga? Huh? Says here on the registrar, says here in the registration book that you are married to this young lady. So where's the marriage certificate? Like, when did you guys get married? All of that shit. What's up? Because I know they snuck to the beach. I know they did. I know that the parents knew that they were going on vacation, but I know the parents did not know that they was going to be shacking. The girls was going to sleep with the girls, and the boys was going, sleep in the same room, you know what I'm saying, as the other men. That's how it was going to go. And then y'all wake up in the morning, you go outside, you go play, and all of that cool shit as a couple. But as far as laying up, the parents didn't know they was about to be nut the butt in the bed. Them parents didn't know they was about to be snuggled and cuddled up in their drawers. You feel me? Them cops was like, yeah, so what's going on? How long you guys been married? Sammy say, where's your wedding ring, lovely couple? Yeah. What's up? How long have you guys been married? And you know the shit, that the couple that said, who was that? Isabel? Yeah, Isabel and Horace. Isabel sounded like she already told this nigga they should get married, because she was like, it says, Isabel Dixon and Horace Cromartie, Negroes, pled guilty to registering falsely at the Russell Hotel at Seabreeze, and the recorder continued judgment until next Monday in order to allow the couple to marry. They told the judge that they had been going together for 3 years. So Isabel was like, nigga, we've been together way too long. Where's the ring at, Jack? So now the cops bust you. You can't stay there. You feel me? You gotta leave. Now you in jail. And I think Sammy did give us the number adjusted for inflation. Hold on, let me scroll up, because I know that number was not small when I first seen it. Yeah, $250 in 1942 is $4,968, nigga. $5,000. Nigga, you had to spend all of your weekend money, all of the money that you was going to spend on the boardwalk, all the money you was going to spend at the little gift shops and buying her little this and that, the funnel cakes and all of that. You had to spend that on bonding y'all out. Then, now you faced with a decision. Either you go to court unmarried, because we giving you a week, because everybody pleaded. Guilty. And everybody pleaded for a continuance. Your Honor, please just give us a week. You feel me? Give us till next Friday. Give us till next Monday. We'll swing back and we'll be married. So we got 13 people, which I'm still not understanding how it was 13 people. There was a fucking third wheel somewhere. There was a third wheel somewhere. It should be 6 couples, but it's 13 people. So I want to know who was having the threesome. I want to know who was having the threesome because that 13 people, that's not even. You can't break those into couples. There's a third wheel somewhere, right? So you can either go back to court unmarried and catch the charge, you feel me? Or come back to court married and then you ain't got to worry about the charge. That's your options. So I ask you again, chat, what decision are we making? What are we doing? Fellas, are we getting married in a week? Pause. Ladies, what? Are we getting married in a week? What we doing? Let's see. He says a bit more than an emergency fund. Sammy says, who going to jail? Cause ain't no way you marrying that fast girl guy. Oh, we going to jail? You ain't trying to marry her? Now, see, Rebecca was good to lay with. Leslie, she was good to lay with, but you ain't trying to marry her. See, look. Christian says, I would be so embarrassed, especially having my parents find out. Right. Sammy says, trying to save money and got caught up. Let's see. Ofa Show says, how much time will we have to do? That's the deciding factor for me. I'll take 6 months before that marriage. Man. Oh, man. Yeah. Hold on. Crystal says they was cuddled up in bloomers. Yeah, oh, for sure. It was 13 people. It says all 13 persons. 13 people. Sammy says, and divorce for irreconcilable differences ain't passing until Reagan 40 years later. Yo, yeah, nah. Please believe you lock in with this woman, you lock in with this man. That's it. So I hope whatever goosebumps you felt, you feel me? Did they say what day they did the raid? Because let's just say they got there Thursday. You know, people like to have the full weekend. So they get there Thursday, maybe Thursday evening. So they have all day Friday, all day Saturday. And they may do all day Sunday. They may do. But if they don't, they at least had Thursday. So they'll leave, Sunday morning, get back home so they can get ready for the work week. You know what I'm saying? Coming up. So hopefully the police raided like on Sunday. Saturday late night or something like that. Because if they raided Friday afternoon, nigga, you didn't even get the layup. But let's just say they raided Sunday. Hopefully the vibes that y'all curated over that weekend can sustain y'all for the rest of y'all lives. Because if you don't want to go to jail, you got to get married. Believe it. You got to pay a fine and you got to go to jail. That's it. So it's either you take the charge, go to jail, however long. You feel me? I think they would do anywhere between 6 months to a year. You got to do, right? Or the vibes was really that vibes. Like Isabel and Horace, they was together for 3 years. Might as well, fuck it. You already, like, what more do you need to know after 3 years? You know? So everybody asked for the continuance, though. Nobody stood on their, their shacking, their premarital sexing. Everybody was like, oh, no, we'll get married. Like, immediately, everybody was like, I don't want to go to jail. I'll get married. Everybody said that shit. Now, I don't know because jumping bail ain't going to help. You done paid $5,000 to get out because you wanted to keep this low. That's how I know it was over the weekend. You wanted to make sure that you bonded out before you had to call your parents and shit like that. You feel me? You $500, $500 short because unless the girl was paying for themselves, they could have paid their own bond, right? So you $250 in the hole. You definitely don't want the parents to know, so you got to bond yourself out and all that other shit. And so if you jump bail, nigga, like, that's even worse. And you a nigga in North Carolina jumping bail in 1942. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. So is 1 year in prison or 1 year in jail worth it? You know, let me know. Would y'all get married or would y'all take the jail time? That's what I want to know. Call in. Call in. Let me know if y'all would take the jail time. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Ain't no way I'm spending that much money on a girl that I don't really like. You know what I'm saying? I do not have to I did not have to take her to Carolina Beach or Seabreeze or whatever. And so if I'm spending all that money and time, I'm gonna stand on it, man. I'm gonna stand on it. We gonna get married. Fuck it. Depending on how long we've been together. Like, see, if I just met you last month, I ain't really trying to take you to Carolina Beach for real. You know what I'm saying? But that's not true. That's not true. Cause I'm just thinking about it in the historical context, right? Today in 2025, that ain't shit. But in 1942, that was a big move. Taking a shorty out on a vacation for a weekend. You weren't just doing that shit. Motherfuckers wasn't getting flued out like that. If you did a gesture like that, you really liked the girl. As you can see, Isabella and Horace, they was together for 3 years. If I'm in that situation, if I'm Horace, I'm getting married. If I'm Horace, I'm getting married. Now, if I just met Shorty like a month ago, 2 months ago, and I don't know why I would, but in 1942, I decided to take Shorty. Let's just say I'm Horace's best friend. Him and Isabella are going to Seabreeze, right? And Horace is like, yo, Doe, take, Shorty with you. Like, we could just make it a double date thing. I might do it then. Like, I have been talking to her for a couple months and shit like that. It's summertime, It ain't nothing. It's just a little trip, a little weekend trip. Yeah, I would do that. But I'm not. Nah, I'm going to jail if it's like that. If I don't know Shorty like that, I only came because, Horace and Isabella was like, oh, bring, whatever her name would be, Samantha or whatever the fuck. You feel me? Bring Margaret. You and Margaret could come on down. We'll all drive together, all of that shit. I'm just like, all right. I mean, I'm smitten by her and shit like that. She done left a fucking handkerchief on the ground and all this other shit. We done shared a milkshake with the, the 2 straws and shit. We done did all of that 1940 shit. You know what I mean? She's a sweet gal. So I take her to Seabreeze for the weekend. Fuck it. And it's like, we get raided, gang. I ain't gonna hold you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Like, yo, Samantha, Margaret, I think you're swell. I think you're the bee's knees. But I am not ready to marry. I only told the judge to give us a week so I can prepare my family for the news that I'm about to share with them, because I'm going to prison for a year. I'm going to jail for a year. And since I'm not gonna marry you, you gotta go to jail too. Or you a girl, they might just make you pay more in a fine, but yeah, they about to send me to jail because I'm not marrying you. But if I'm Horace, oh yeah, we getting married. We getting married. I've been with Isabella 3 years. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. For sure. Wait. Crystal. Hold on. Crystal says number 14 daddy had money, so they got away with it. Yeah. That might have been, that might have been what it was. Or more likely, number 14 never existed and number 13 is freaked out. It's freaked out. I don't know. What y'all think is more likely? That number 14 had a powerful father, maybe, the child of a local politician or something like that, was able to have it go away. You feel me? And then their partner was just left hanging, like just left to dry. I ain't gonna lie. Now that I think about it, that does seem likely. You fucking with the mayor's daughter, you know what I'm saying? Or you fucking with the mayor's son or some shit like that, and the mayor get wind of that shit. You feel me? And he's like, all right, well, listen, how much do I need to pay to make this go away? My son, my daughter ain't getting none of this. They ain't getting married. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? For sure says, I did the crime. I'm going to do the time. Hey, man, you got to keep it tall. I don't want this. Because if you get married in 1942, nigga, you married. That's it. There ain't no do-overs. There ain't no divorce. There ain't none of that shit, nigga. You locked in. That's who you with. That's who you chose. Crystal says, Horace ass would have had to pay me back. That's a fact, nigga. I wouldn't even have brought this broad if it wasn't for you. I wouldn't even have brought it. Like, oh, bring Samantha. Bring Margaret with you. It's like, yo, I don't want to bring her. She cool and all, but I don't think she's sea breeze cool. I don't think she's take her to the beach over the weekend cool. Like I just started talking to her. Sammy says 5 racks. We just gonna roll these dice and be living on a prayer, but we gonna hold off on kids for a while. I feel it, man. I feel it. I told y'all, if I don't know shorty like that, I ain't got that rapport with her like that, I am not gonna hold you. The answer is no. No, 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 Your Honor. I am not marrying that woman. And I think that's the reason why all of them got married, or all of them motioned to give them that time to get married, because the morals of the time overall, not everybody, but overall, like it was like, if you doing all of that, then yeah, you gotta get married. That was the whole reason for the law in the first place. You want to be fucking inside hotels, you got to be married to do that. See? Now everybody fucking hotels. It don't matter who you are. They just let the freak fur fly now in 2025. But in 1942, you had to like be committed to fuck in a hotel. Imagine that. You had to be a committed man and a committed woman to be able to get your freak on in a hotel. Now, motels may have been a little bit different. I don't know. You know? But as far as from what I'm seeing, yeah, fornication was absolutely not allowed in hotels. You want to fuck, you want to have premarital fucking, you gotta do that shit in the privacy of your own shit. You know what I'm saying? You can't be coming to... And like, these are all black hotels that these kids were staying at. Like all of the hotels, because they said white people was mentioned, but I ain't read no white names. All of those black kids, okay, were lying to black-owned hotels. So black hotels were the ones being like, nah, nigga, like these are the rules. These are the rules. And they knew that. That's why they had to lie in the first place. You feel me? You know? So, yeah, that's why that's what I was saying though. And when it comes down to what I want to do, when it comes down to the show, instead of just doing like all of the topical stuff, you know, I was thinking about just like really bringing a bunch of like cool ass headlines that I seen in the newspaper, you know, from 80 years ago, 100 years ago, 70 years ago and shit like that, and just talk about that instead of all of the topical shit that be happening on the timeline. I think this was way more engaging. So I'm gonna have a whole segment of just newspaper headlines, crazy ass arrests, you know what I'm saying, crazy ass stories in the headlines. So instead of going over some TikTok that we seen, we gonna spend the first hour or two of the show before we get into the feature presentation, you know, talking about some crazy ass stories that happen in history. And I think that'll be, you know, super dope. You know what I mean? Let's see. Thank you for show. Thank you. Sammy says, seems like a great scared straight story to share with the kiddos before college. For sure. For sure. Don't go in there shacking. You're going to go to jail. And if you want to avoid jail, you're going to have to marry that girl. So just keep that in mind, little nigga. You know what I'm saying? Keep that in mind. What else we got on the bookmarks? It was only 2 things. We got James Fortin again. Now, if you're a fan of the channel, you've been around for a while, then you know all about James Fortin, how we respect his legacy. But tonight's episode, before we get into the clip, tonight's episode is all about black sailors. All about black sailors. So we're going to be, I think we go all the way back to either the 17th or the 18th century. So we go far back. I realized that having all of those fucking tabs preloaded before I start the stream makes the stream lag and shit like that. So I just do them as I go now. So that way we don't got to worry about that. James Fortin is definitely on the list of people who were black sailors. And not only was he a black sailor, he helped found Philadelphia for real. He fought in the Revolutionary War. You'll learn about him in just a second if you haven't seen the clip. So yeah, we're gonna be learning about a lot of websites, a lot of primary sources. I pretty much all yesterday evening going into the late night, I was just aggregating different links and stuff like that. So we got a lot to go through. So I'm glad we starting earlier. So let me know how y'all feel about that newspaper segment. Like we go through the old headlines and stuff like that in the archives as we start the show. Let me know if y'all like that idea. You feel me? So yes, James Fortin. Let's tap into James Fortin.
What's shaking, everybody? President Hotep Dubes here, and today we're going to be talking about James Fortin. Now, James was born free in 1766 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. His parents, also born free, were sailmakers, so naturally James had a knack for boats and sailing in general. By the age of 9, James's father died tragically in a boating accident, leaving him to be the primary caregiver for his family. He left the Quaker school that he attended and got right to work. James apprenticed for a man by the name of Robert Bridges, who owned a sail loft, which is essentially a large warehouse kitted to be able to build sails. By the age of 11, he saw the British take over the city of Philadelphia, and by the age of 14, he volunteered in the Revolutionary War as a powder boy, which is someone who carries the gunpowder to load in the ship's cannons. He was captured as a British POW, risking being sold into slavery, and was eventually released in a prisoner exchange in 1782.
Yo, son, could y'all imagine that? I guess that's like the whole premise of 12 years a slave and shit like that, but it's like, yo, you were born free. Your parents ain't never seen slavery. You ain't never seen slavery. You enlist in the war, and then the British... There's a possibility that the British are going to sell you into slavery, gang. That shit would fry me. Oh, my God.
Upon his arrival back to Philadelphia, it didn't take long for James to move up the ranks. He became foreman, supervising at least 36 employees, half of which were white and black. And when Bridges retired in 1798, James bought the business for himself. James developed new types of sails and sail tools that allow ships to maneuver better and maintain higher speeds.
So this going back to, I wanted to pause on this so you guys can take a little look at it. This is, his work here, right? And so when it comes down to the ancestors, right, and how when they get into these industries, they're always innovating and shit like that. Like that's just in the DNA, right? But on the other side of that, though, this is when I was talking to Rashad on his space when we were talking about like Black American autonomy, ability, economics, and ownership. He bought a business from a white man who was retiring out of the industry and had several dozen employees, and half of the workforce was white. This black man in the late 18th century was literally employing white people. Okay? So this is what I'm talking about when it comes down to the nuances and the gray areas of history. You feel me?
By 1810, James became one of the most successful businessmen in the country and was quite literally the richest black man in Philadelphia.
The richest black man in Philadelphia. Okay, top of the 19th century. Top of the 19th century, the richest black man in Philadelphia.
Now, James didn't squander his wealth or use it selfishly. He actually petitioned Congress to emancipate all slaves in 1800. In 1817, he denounced the American Colonization Society's plan to send free black Americans back to Africa.
Wasn't fucking with it. Like many successful men at the time, and also like many successful black American men at the time, they immediately used leveraged their success and their wealth for the benefit of other black Americans. Now, we talked about the Gilded Age and we talked about the wealthy and we talked about how it was a 50-50 split for the most part, right? And I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that. But he was a part of that 50% who gave a fuck about black Americans and immediately, once he gained enough wealth, started to petition the government for the ending of slavery, okay? Denounced sending the ancestors to Africa or back to Africa, depending on, which lineage you fall under, okay? He was very vocal. He didn't just make money and all this other shit and stay quiet. He was involved. You feel me?
And reaffirmed their right to live free in America. James was also an outspoken critic of Pennsylvania's Gradual Emancipation Act of 1780, citing that it was just taking too long.
Just taking too long. Straight it down. Just taking too long. You guys make whatever arguments that you have or whatever the fuck, it is taking too long. I was saying that that was the difference between the North and the South, is that a lot of these northern states, particularly in New York, in Pennsylvania, and New England, all of those different states and stuff like that, they had gradual emancipation acts and stuff like that, to where it's like over time, the slave owners would get compensated for the freedom of the slaves that they, lost. And that's how it works. So the state or the slave himself will be able to, pay for his freedom and shit like that. So, quote unquote, compensating the slave owner on the loss of labor and the loss of money, and stuff like that. And that's how that shit worked. And it was gradual, just off of the strength of like the government didn't, they didn't have the money and shit like that. And, slaves weren't just rolling in dough. They were fucking slaves. So that, it's going to take some time. So, and I know of some other governmental stuff too, like where it was just like, yo, we're saying that we're against slavery, but we understand the economic dependence on it and shit like that. So we're going to give you some time to free the slaves, and that gives it a time limit on the slavery and stuff like that. And we've seen different instances of black Americans, ending slavery up north in particular states and stuff like that. So James was just looking at this shit like, yeah, this shit is taking way too fucking long. Again, he was born free. So there's really nothing in his mind that's saying that y'all can't just end slavery immediately because I wasn't enslaved. So end that shit. And I got rich and I did all of this and I got all of this influence. Yeah, free the guys. Free the guys. Free the members. You know what I'm saying?
He also leveraged his name and his wealth to help fund the abolitionist movement by funding one of their newspapers called The Liberator. He also funded the temperance movement and women's suffrage. Not only that, he helped fund the Mother Bethel AME Church and was vice president of the American Anti-Slavery Society.
Straight up and down. That's what James Fortin did. That's what a lot of the ancestors did when it came down to them getting a bunch of bread. Once they got wealthy, once they became successful, that's exactly what they was into, son. They were into anti-black American shit. So if you was anti-black American, they were anti-you, and they were going to use their name, their wealth, their status, and everything else that they have in their power, in their possession to, speak out against that. And that's just what it was. Do what they could, whether it be starting, putting money behind anti-slavery newspaper like The Liberator, if it's, getting involved with the anti-slavery movements, whatever it was, that's what they were going to do. Now, I have the folders for Hotep History Live and Hotep History Podcast, but then there's other bookmarks like this that, I don't know. I think I've gone through all of these before. Yeah, I've gone through all of these before. But I was just scrolling like, oh, let me see. But yeah, we looked at all of this stuff already. So yeah. Like I said, tonight's episode is about Black American sailors, whalers. I'm going to do my very best and not say seamen, pause, because that's just crazy. Will never say that word. So yeah, black sailors, black fishermen, black whalers, black men who were just commanding the seas. You feel me? So let me go to my show notes here. Let's see who we gonna talk about first. Let's see who we gonna talk about first. Oh damn, I forgot to bring more incense in. I like burning these incense when I'm on the stream. I love the smell of incense, by the way. You know, so that's the reason why. Sammy says, wasn't Shad asking for examples of black owners that either own white slaves or employ white people? Exhibit A. Yeah, of course, man. Like when it comes down to the nuances of history, man, like you gotta understand that. I know, gang. I know. You talking to somebody that knows, man. I be fucking with the ancestors for real. So I can pretty much find an instance of pretty much anything in Black American history, for real. So what we got first is Captain Pardon Cook of Westport. Okay. We got a lot of people to get through tonight, so pardon me. I don't think Pardon Cook has any type of illustration of them. I don't think so. We can double check here. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Yeah, there's no images or something. It was this weird ass picture and shit like that, but I don't think it's the same person because this person um seems white and like I don't like the way their eyes look in this picture too. It gives me the fucking creeps. Um, yeah, I don't know what the fuck is on its eyes or whatever. I doubt that's supposed to be shades. I doubt that this is the person that we're dealing with. Because I just don't. Um, but yeah, I wanted to, like I said, I like to learn about the obscure, you know what I'm saying, and the unknown, the lesser known people. So when I see particular articles and stuff like that written about people that we less, know less about, that's what I dive into first. Pause. So let's learn about Pardon Cook. Isn't I don't think the website. Yeah, I don't think it's that long. We ain't gonna read the whole thing if it's not interesting. Cause like I said, I aggregate this stuff. I do not read this shit beforehand, at all. So, if this shit is boring, we just gonna fucking we just gonna move on to the next source. You feel me? So Captain Pardon Cook of Westport. Okay. So it says the best known citizen of Westport is Paul Kufi or Paul Cuff. Did we ever get a solid pronunciation on Paul's last name? Is it Kufi, Cuffy, or Cuff or Koof? Let me know. A master mariner with African and Indian roots who rose to prominence as a captain, shipbuilder, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and advocate for civil rights and school integration. We'll get to Paul too. Less well known as Pardon Cook, also an accomplished master mariner from Westport who commanded more whaling voyages than any other person of color in the 19th century and whose life intersected with that of Paul Cuff through maritime ventures and marriages. Okay. Pardon Cook's heritage begins in slavery. His ancestors were slaves of the Almy and Cook families of Tiverton, Rhode Island, some of whom were not only slave owners but also engaged in the slave trade in Newport. Many of the slaves and free blacks of this area intermarried with Wampanoag Indians. Both groups were socially and economically marginalized and found refuge and community with each other. So you got the Wampanoags, okay, of Rhode Island getting with the Negroes. Let's look at the Wampanoag people. Let's see if we can get some 19th century Wampanoag going on. Why did it not show me the 9? There we go. 19th century Wampanoag. Let's see what we get. Got it. That's what the Wampanoags look like, basically. Wampanoag, okay. Got it. Got it. I just wanted to get a visual of these people. Got it. Okay. Pardon's father, Benjamin Cook, was born in Little Compton. Benjamin's father, Abraham Cook, was most likely born in Africa, and his mother, Mary Robbins, was Wampanoag. In 1790, Benjamin married Catherine Almy, daughter of Ned Almy, a freed African slave, and married Nunksu, excuse me, a Wampanoag. Benjamin was a farmer and mariner. He owned 20 acres of land bordering the Allen's Neck meeting house in Dartmouth. He died in 1812 in a fall from the mast of a ship. Damn. Fuck. Probably a Paul Cuff owned vessel. Damn, he died on son's ship. Jesus. After his death, Kufi or Cuff loaned money to the estate to pay off creditors and keep the farm intact for Benjamin's widow. That was dope of him. Shout out to Paul. Thus, Pardon Cook was a product of the African slave trade and a blend of Indian and African cultures, much like Paul Cuffey, Charlotte White, along with many others in southeastern Massachusetts and Rhode Island. He was born in 1795. Okay, little was known about his childhood until he became a mariner. Many jobs were unavailable to people of color, but going to sea, particularly whaling, was a good option for Indians and African Americans. Indians had been whaling long before Europeans came to the region, and they had a reputation as formidable harpooners. Black mariners tended to be relegated to roles as cooks or stewards, but they were generally paid on the same scale as whites. Okay. In the dangerous business of whaling, a captain was more interested in the skill of a crew member than his skin color. And in small but significant numbers, black mariners worked their way up to the highest positions on whaling and merchant vessels. Of course we did. We don't know when Pardon Cook began his whaling career, but his first recorded voyage was on Paul Cuff's brig Traveler in 1816. He must have had some maritime experience before this, because instead of signing on as an ordinary seaman, he was second mate, one of the officers. He held the same rank on the Westport-based brig Industry when it sailed to the Cape Verde Islands in 1819. 2 years later, he was on the Industry again, this time as first mate. He was first mate on two more Westport voyages, the Almy in 1822 and the Traveler in 1826. There were two more voyages out of New Bedford in which his rank was unknown but not captain. In 1831, the two brothers brought back over 2,000 barrels of whale oil, and in 1836, the Delight was lucky to return after the ship lost both masts and whaling boats in a severe gale. Okay. Around the time that he attained the rank of first mate, in February 1821, Pardon married Alice. Oh, he married one of Cuff's or Paul's daughters. Okay, they built a house on property purchased by Paul Cuff near the Cuff and Wayner homesteads on Drift Road, south of Hicks Bridge. So, again, this seems like Paul was like the maritime Booker T. Washington. Like when it came down to making shit happen in the whaling or maritime industry and shit like that, it seems like he was the guy. He was the guy. And Pardon was his young nigga. And Pardon came through. You know what I'm saying? Married his daughter. Okay. So we got some intermingling here. So what was another point? Oh yeah, so as you can see, when it came down to pay and all of this other shit, this is so funny because we was literally talking about this on Rashard Space. When it comes down to skin color over merit, or merit over skin color, like, yo, the captains of these ships didn't give a fuck about your skin color, because your abilities or your presence here on my ship should be the difference between life and death. And if I'm hiring you based upon anything, it's going to be your ability to help keep us alive when we're on the fucking ocean. When we are sailing these motherfucking boats, I need to make sure that I can trust you, not only with my life, but the lives of all of the rest of the crew. You being black, you being white, you being Hispanic or whatever the fuck should not be a bearing on your ability to make sure you're doing your job right. And I'm not hiring you based upon your skin color. I'm hiring on the basis of you being able to hold it fucking down. Because Sammy says here, the ocean ain't no hole, not to be taken lightly at all, and that's a fact. That's a fact. And being in the middle of a storm on the ocean is the worst time to be racist. That's the worst time for you to prefer skin color over your likelihood of survival, motherfucker. Like that's what it's about. Fuck your skin color. Can you fucking batten down the fucking hatches, nigga? Shit. In 1839, Cook took the first of his 4 commands as captain of Westport whaling vessels. All had mixed black and white crews, of course. On the Elizabeth, 1839, his first mate was Rodney Wainer, and Samuel Cuff was a black crew member. So I'm gonna have to assume that Samuel is one of Paul's sons, right? It's all in the family at this point. He done married Alice. You feel me? So might as well hire Sam on his boat. He took the Elizabeth out again the following year with Asa and Rodney Wainer as first and second mates. He had the same officers on the Elizabeth in 1841. For this voyage, Cook and Asa Wainer held part ownership of the vessel. Unfortunately, the voyage was only marginally successful, and the small brig was broken up in 1842. In 1843, he took the brig Juno to the Indian Ocean with 4 black crew members, although the officers were white. Okay. Got it. We're doing a lot of voyages. Like, he getting busy. That was Pardon Cook's last known whaling voyage. On October 8th, 1849, he died of typhoid fever 3 days after his son Pardon had succumbed to the same disease. Damn, Pardon Jr. Damn, rest in peace. He was 53 years old. Another son, Lysander, also died in 1849, most likely from typhoid fever as well. God damn, typhoid came through like a hurricane, didn't it? Shit. Yo, diseases wiping out your whole family is so crazy. You know what I'm saying? Typhoid fever. Pardon had participated in at least 11 whaling voyages, almost all as officer or captain, possibly more voyages as captain than any other man of color in the first half of the 19th century. His legacy includes significant connections to Paul Cuff and Absalom Ballston, another black whaling captain from Nantucket, and we are going to be talking about him as well, through marriage and whaling. And he was a major figure in the extended Afro-Indian community that supported each other to succeed in a society and economy that marginalized them. So I've said to you, we had a Native American episode and stuff like that, and I told you that the relationship between Black Americans and Native Americans and shit like that has always been nuanced and shit like that. It's not all good and it's not all bad. And you're gonna have Afro-Indian communities because they was fucking on each other like any other people would. You feel me? So let's see. Pardon's sister, Mary, married Paul Cuff Jr. Wow. So they was just intermarrying like a motherfucker. Jesus. His sister, Deborah, married Nathaniel A. Borden of New Bedford. Why do I know that name? Nathaniel A. Borden. That sounds familiar. Is he notable? That name sounds so familiar. I guess not. I could have swore I've read that name somewhere. Guess not. Okay. Of New Bedford, who ran for state representative in 1839, probably the first African American to do so. He lost, but it was a bold attempt at political representation. His son Benjamin P. Cook married Chloe Weiner. So these niggas, these niggas just married each other. That was it. They met each other in this small ass town of Westport, and that's what it is. I'm seeing the same three last names: the Kufis, the Cooks, and the Wainers. And lived at the Paul Cuff homestead. Their daughter Catherine was the last Kufi descendant to own the family property. Okay, outside of his own tight knit community, Pardon Cook was not well known, but in August 1843, he was featured in an article in The Liberator, William Lloyd Garrison's abolitionist paper. The writer, identified only as E. Smith, wrote, quote, "Whilst in Westport, I also had a pleasant interview with Captain Pardon Cook, who married a daughter of Paul Cuff. Captain Cook is the only colored man, so far as we know, who enjoys the distinction of commanding a whaleman. Captain C is not obnoxious to the charge of being indebted for his abilities to any white blood that he possesses, for few are darker than he." Oh, shit. That's funny. Like, nah, nigga, I'm just that nigga. Fuck out of here. And because of the white blood. He has performed 3 voyages from Westport as master, and in every instance succeeded in making a good voyage. He has invariably given satisfaction to owners and crew, has never been troubled with mutiny or other serious disorder among his men, and has always returned with the same crew with whom he sailed, a circumstance of which few whalemen can boast. That's fire. He ain't even, nobody died on while he was sailing. That's fire. That is rare. On the 22nd of June, Captain C sailed on his 4th voyage in the brig Juno of Westport, having one of his white neighbors as his mate. Hitherto, his voyages have all been made in brigs. We presume a few more trials will so far convince the public of his ability and trustworthiness, that he will be thought capable of managing a 3-masted vessel. All right, end quote. The article was not entirely accurate. Cook was not the only black mariner to command a whale ship. His brother-in-law, Absalom Boston, was the captain of the whaler industry out in Nantucket in 1822. And while he has no deserters on his first 3 commands, the voyage of the Juno would be plagued by numerous desertions. Damn. Minor errors aside, this is a fine tribute to a little-known but remarkable mariner from Westport. Fire. And again, I don't know. This article was written in 2017. I have absolutely no idea the last time somebody visited this website, but these be the websites that I really, really fuck with because it's super niche. This is the Westport Historical Society website. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so when I see websites like this is when it gives me a little bit of sigh of relief because they're going to at least cite some sources and shit like that. It's these super swinky, popular, monetized ass websites that I be having issue with because I know there's an agenda there. You feel me? So shout out to them. Shout out to Pardon Cook of Westport. What you guys think of that one? I just wish that it was some type of illustrations of him. He'd be a light skinned dude, you know, more than likely. You know, he got all of that Indian in his family. But speaking of Absalom Boston, that's exactly who we're going to be talking about next. So we're going to be talking about next. We can close these out. All right. Booyah. So the source is the Sailing Museum and National Sailing Hall of Fame. And this is Absalom F. Boston. Now, Absalom, there's some obviously some mainstream coverage when it comes to this stuff here. The Sailing Museum, I would have to assume this is somewhat mainstream. You dig? Still niche, but mainstream nonetheless. You know, it's a museum. So sometimes you know what it is? When the subject itself is already niche within like whatever parts of American society or American, history and stuff like that. The mainstream histories or the mainstream historians do a better job than when we're talking about like politics or civil rights and race relations. That's when shit really gets haywire. But like people who are in the industries that the ancestor was in has an affinity for anybody who's doing great in that industry, much like how the white people in these industries were. Like it was really like, again, when you're talking about something as serious as whaling and sailing and shit like that, like it really is like your abilities over your skin color. Was racism active here? Obviously, you know what I'm saying. I don't think there's ever been an era of American history or world history, human history, that racism didn't rear its ugly head. But when it comes down to this type of stuff specifically, as you heard in the last article, there are too many different instances where like white and black men are getting along that just off of the strength of their skill, their merit, and their abilities, they're going to get the respect of the people in the community, of other whalers at the very least. Whatever the general white population may have felt is one thing, but among the white men who were in the same industry as an Absalom Boston or a Pardon Cook, they're gonna have a lot more nuance and appreciation for their skills and shit like that. So that history will be told that way. And then, by the time it makes it to us in the 21st century, there's going to be a lot of objectivity, praise, and respect that they put on the ancestors in this niche, in this industry. So I would assume that modern sailors, okay, would put the respect on Absalom Boston or Pardon Cook's name just based upon, their objective merits. But again, I go into these articles blind. I don't know what anybody said about Absalom just yet. He's clearly, somebody that they felt was important enough to document. So let's get into it. Absalom F. Boston, Nantucket, Massachusetts, born June 6, 1785, died June 5th, 1855. Damn, a day before his birthday. Damn, ain't that a bitch? I would hate that. I don't want to die the day before my birthday. Day of or the day after, I'm cool with that. But the day before, that just fuck with me. Like Betty White. Didn't Betty White die like 89? And she was just like, she was right there, almost at the 90th birthday, man. I'll be like, damn, son. I would have asked God, like, yo, please, let me just rock out to the 90. Let me get to 90 and we can rock out. A better life for mariners. Absalom Boston, mariner, entrepreneur, and civil leader, was a respected captain of a whaling ship, the Industry, with an entire African-American crew in 1822. He was the 37-year-old captain of the vessel. At the time, whaling was a very dangerous pursuit. I think it still is. Many ships lost crew or were severely damaged attempting to capture whales. Boston returned the Industry to her home port of Nantucket with all of her crew with no injuries or damage with 70 barrels of oil. See, I want to know what we're doing to get the oil. Okay? Like, what are we doing to get the oil? Hold on, let me look some up real quick. I want to see what the method. Okay. I think we can get it from the wiki. Let's try wiki because I want to know. Crystal says Betty White was 99 and she died like 18. Yeah, there it was. That's what it was. It wasn't 89. It was 99. She died at 99. That's the shit. You know what I'm saying? Damn near, just a little bit under 3 weeks before the 100th birthday, bro. Like, hold me down. So here we go. Whale oil. Now there was another time when we talked about like some sperm shit, pause, and that's how like sperm whales got it shit. I'm not getting into sperm oil this time. We just getting into regular warm whale oil. I just want to see how they fucking extracted this shit. And if we can find a video, that'd be cool too. Whale oil is obtained from the blubber of whales. We know that. Oil from the bowhead whale was sometimes known as train oil, which comes from the Dutch word tron or teardrop. We know about the sperm oil shit. We're not getting into that again. Emerging industrial societies use whale oil in oil lamps in the 18th century. Vauxhall Gardens or Valhall Gardens was lit with whale. Like, dog, I want to know how they do it. I don't give a fuck about none of this. Well, also used to make soap. There's a misconception that commercial development of the petroleum industry and vegetable oil save whales from extinction. I never heard that. Let's see. Whale oil was obtained by boiling strips of blubber harvested from whales. Okay. The removal is known as flensing, and the boiling process was called trying out. The boiling was carried out on land in the case of whales caught close to the shore or beached. On longer deep sea whaling expeditions, the trying out was done aboard the ship in a furnace known as a try work, and the carcass was then discarded into the water. Wow. Got it. Baleen whales were a major source of whale oil. Let's see if we can get some visuals here. Let's see if YouTube will hold it down. Whale oil extraction. Sammy says oil extraction through whale blubber was never discussed in my school. Yeah, you already know it's different over here, man. It's different over here at Hotep History. We're gonna see if we can get some learning. Well, oil. Come on, I can't see what I'm typing. Okay, extraction. There we go. Y'all already know what we on. Y'all already know what we on. Let's see if we can find something of interest. Deny. I'll be denying the fuck out these cookies. You hear me? Even though I think it's all a fucking scam. It's gonna take forever to load up. Oh man. Speedboat skipping across the water like rocks. Huh. I should have played that song. I should have played that song instead. You know, I do not be using YouTube with on my Hotep History page at all. I play one video, and that's what they think I want to watch all of the time. I think I watched something on sinners on here, and that's the reason why I got that video essay. And then I be listening. I be fucking with Bossa Nova. Y'all know that. That's my shit. If I'm not listening to hip hop and R&B or jazz, that's gonna be my top 3 genres of music that I listen to. I'm listening to Bossa Nova. I'm listening to classical music. You feel me? So while that's loading up, let's at least get back to the article, because I ain't about to keep fucking around with YouTube and this lag that they have. He learned his craft as a teenager serving on several whaling ships. He worked his way up through the ranks. Some of the voyages would last from 6 months to a few years. Damn, could you imagine that? You going on a voyage, that shit lasts for 6 months is understandable, but a few years, yo? Imagine you think this is going to be like a 3-month job, 6-month job, and then you gone for 3 years. Crazy. In the mid 1800s, whaling was the 5th largest industry in the United States. At the time, about 20% of whaling crews were of African descent. Okay. Very few of the African American mariners were captains of the vessels. Boston was an exception. By the age of 20, he was able to acquire property on Nantucket. Eventually, he opened an inn and a store on the island. I like how it's like automatically assumed that these people were just born free. You feel me? What we got? The forgotten fuel. How did whale oil light the world? I don't give a fuck about that. I mean, I guess that would be the closest one. How sperm whales learn to outsmart their hunters. That's not really what I'm looking for. No, that's a little bit later. It's damn near like 100 years later. Yeah, I just wanted to know. I don't know about the worst hunt in history. I didn't want that. I just wanted to know. I should. Whaling in the 1800s. I just want to see. Do they have the process? There we go. Industrial whale oiling process. Is this what we? I think this is what we need right here.
Don't just take classes.
Yeah, whatever. I want to see it. I want to see how this shit is made. So they so they dragging the whale in this shit. Yeah, I got you, Sam. Hold it down. So they got the whale. They cutting it open. Oh man. This is crazy. I guess that's all of the blubber, huh? Oh, wow. This is crazy. Should I do full screen? Should I full screen it? Full screen it for y'all so y'all can see. Yo, they dead cutting this well open, yo. Oh my goodness. All right, so this is the process. So they clearly they strip, I guess they skin the whale. You skin the whale. You feel me? It clearly takes mad work. Oh damn! Look how big the guts is, man. That's so crazy. So y'all ain't know y'all was going to see cut open whales tonight, did you? You never know at Hotep History. Yeah, and then they gotta sift through. They gotta get all of the organs out of there. Cause I mean, they only getting the oil out of the blubber, right? So all of this shit, you don't need none of this shit. And it's like I understand like the concept. You feel me? Like being able to like hunt. You gotta hunt the whale. You feel me? Like I know it wasn't like water, like milking a cow or some shit. Like you had to kill the whale, or the whale already be dead to be able to get the oil from it. Um, and whale hunting was a real thing. Motherfuckers was going out their way to kill these shits. Huge ass beasts. Oh, for sure says this is payback for what the whale did to Jonah in the Bible. For sure. Because they dead ass got to chop this. Okay, I think we at the blubber now. I think this is the blubber. Oh, man. Motherfuckers is walking on this shit like it ain't a whale. It's just. Oh, my goodness. That was crazy. I mean, obviously, there's going to be something that they do right after that. After they cut open the fucking whale, after they get all of the blubber from the whale, they are going to start processing it and shit like that. I just wanted to see what that process was like. But that was what I was looking for. I didn't really give a fuck about a you know, another YouTube video explaining it. I just wanted to see. Okay, what's this? This is a short.
A world where the glow of your lamp is fueled by the giants of the sea. Shocking, right? In the 19th century, whaling was a booming industry. Whale oil was prized for lighting lamps and making soap, but the process was brutal. Dr. Jane Collins from Oceanic Research Institute says whale oil extraction was essentially a massacre. Whalers would hunt these magnificent creatures, often causing their populations to plummet. Real example. In 1835, the whaling ship Essex was sunk by a sperm whale, inspiring Herman Melville's novel. Professor Mark Thompson from Harvard echoes, "It's a dark chapter in maritime history, highlighting human exploitation of nature. But thanks to modern conservation efforts, whale populations are slowly recovering. It's a stark reminder of our impact on the planet." This channel covers documentaries about technical.
Yeah, word. So it's like when it comes down to that shit, yo, I be wanting to know like what even possessed these motherfuckers to even take it there. You feel me? Like I want to know like what made you be like, yo, that big beast that we be sailing past and shit like that. I wonder what's inside it. Like what would make you even interested in cutting that motherfucker? Like, okay, I get it. Off the virtue of it being this huge fucking marine animal and shit like that, you kill it or whatever just for the thrill of the hunt and shit like that. And then the blubber is there and shit like that. And it's like, what makes you want to refine the blubber? You feel me? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what makes you even be like, yo, all right, we done cut open the whale. We see all of this shit, this gelatinous shit or whatever the, feelings are, the texture of the shit is. And we gonna use that shit for oil. Like, what? Like, the thought process behind that shit is fucking crazy. Oh, for sure asks, can you eat whale? I'm sure they did. I doubt you can do that shit now. Let's see. Whale recipes. Y'all got my algorithms. Y'all got my algorithms looking fucking crazy. Whale meat is consumed in certain regions globally, notably Japan, of course Japan, Norway, Iceland, and by indigenous communities in Alaska and the North Atlantic, where traditional recipes exist. The commercial hunting of whales is banned in many parts of the world, including the U.S., so these recipes are relevant only in specific cultural and legal contexts. You got pan-fried whale steaks, casseroles and stews. Who the fuck is eating? Well, we know who is eating it, but geez. This is whale? See, man, I don't know. I don't want to eat no whale. I don't want to eat no whale, gang. I ain't gonna lie to you. Whale meat? Whale meat is crazy. Need that whale steak ASAP? No, ma'am. Eating whale? Gang, please. Love yourself. Yo, I'm not seeing no delectable whale dishes at all. Like, this maybe it just looks like red meat, look like steak for real, I guess. But like this right here, this shit looks disgusting. This looks disgusting. This looks absolutely horrid. No. Nah. Would I try it? I would try it. Like, I'd take like a little fucking pinch of it and try it, but I'm not hinging my entire afternoon and evening on that meal, I can tell you that. I ain't doing that shit. You can keep the whale. If you are hungry and have no other option, you will eat that whale. Well, obviously, if starving or eating the whale meat is going to like be the options, obviously I'm going to eat the whale meat, pause. But Oh, come on, son. Raw whale meat in Norway. We going down too many rabbit holes. Oh, for sure says I need to see a black person cook it. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie now. A granny can whip up anything. Granny, she might be able to do something with this. I ain't gonna lie, but the way I've yet to see a good plating or a good display of whale meat. Let's see, because like none of these cultures right here, Norway, Greenland, Iceland, Japan, maybe Japan, but even and then I only fuck with they raw shit. Like I only fuck with two dishes out of Japan. That's ramen and sushi. Like that's it. I don't give a fuck about nothing else. So how they handle the whale, it's like, yeah, they about to hit me with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Sashimi. They gonna hit me with sashimi, and it's like, I fuck with the way y'all sashimi. I fuck with the way y'all sushi. You feel me? Oh, look, they skinning the goddamn beluga whale in the dirt. Nah, man, I ain't trying to eat no beluga, man. Like, come on, man. Blame this on O for show, please. She the one that's got us down this fucking whale meat rabbit hole. This is fucking disgusting. I am. Yeah, Nah, man, I'm good. No, I'm good. No, no, no. Let's finish up this fucking article before I get mad. All right. Um, Boston's wealth allowed him to use the court system to improve the lives of African Americans. Told y'all. His daughter Phoebe was not allowed to attend school on Nantucket. Boston sued and won the case. In 1846, he worked to integrate the public schools. The Massachusetts state legislature supported Boston's position. Phoebe and another African American student, Eunice Ross, were admitted into the school. This was 100 years before Brown versus Board of Education, ruling by the U.S. Supreme Court that desegregated schools in the southern states. He ran for public office, although was not elected. He was a founder of the African Baptist Society and helped create the African Meeting House on Nantucket. When he passed away in 1855, Boston was a wealthy man. He owned 3 houses, a store, and a few additional lots of land. He also left the legacy of better lives for mariners and African Americans. So yeah, shout out to Absalom Boston. You gotta check out his picture. Hold on, let me look him up real quick because this shit was super like funny to me. Look at this nigga, son. This nigga he was out here rocking. He was out here rocking. I'm gonna get the big picture. Hold on, I gotta do this whole thing. Show you how I be doing my research a little bit. And I just look for the biggest, right? I just look for the biggest dimensions. And that way I'll be able to use it. There we go. Look. So now we got a nice big clear picture of him. Son has 2 earrings. Okay. Something that I have never seen before. And as far as like the 18th century black man, I've never seen two gold earrings at all. You feel me? So yeah, he was swaggy. You know? So that was Absalom. Yeah, like yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is fly right here. I fucks with this. You know what I'm saying? I wonder if there were any black American pirates. I was talking about that with somebody earlier. Oh yeah, my man Mike. You know what I'm saying? We was talking, and he Jamaican and shit. So we was I didn't really have nothing to do with anything, but yeah, we were talking about the Pirates of the Caribbean and shit like that. You feel me? And we were basically talking about when it came down to actual pirates of the Caribbean, they would predominantly be black. They would be, black Caribbean people. So I was like, damn, I'm sure there's a whole history of black Caribbean pirates and shit like that. So I may need to look into that. I may need to do a whole episode on like the real pirates of the Caribbean or the Caribbean. I think that would be a dope episode. Like really, we know about Somalian pirates and shit like that, but I want to know about like the ones from Barbados and the ones from Jamaica and all of them, like, all of those pirates. Crystal says, looking like the Quaker Oats man. I ain't gonna hold you. If my Quaker Oats box had this nigga on the front of it, my kids would have Quaker Oats in their house, in the house all of the time. Real shit, man. This is a swaggy ass picture. Shout out to Absalom Boston. All right, let's X out of this. Thought somebody was gonna call, but it's all good. You don't gotta call me. I don't want y'all to call me if you don't want to. We got more on the way. I just gotta have this shit load up real quick. What's the number? What? 70248. I put it in the chat. Hold on. 702. I already closed the shit out, but it's whatever. You can call. 483-1566. Hold on. Let me get the window back up. Now niggas want to call. Anybody press for y'all to call, it's fine. Niggas want to take forever to load up. Come on, son. Oh, man, oh, man. Damn, it's already 9:15? Damn, I be yapping. That's crazy that we about to get up on 3 hours. I don't remember even talking for that long. Damn, why didn't it? Oh, that's what happened. The number didn't go through the last time when I typed it in. It should be there now, though. 702-483-1566. Call on in, man. Call on in. Be patient with me when it comes down to answering. It does not come through all of the way. So when you got to factor in the lag on the stream and everything else. So just be patient if I don't answer right away. You feel me? Let me get the next. What's the next link? Oh, obviously, we gotta tap in with Paul. And I really appreciate y'all, man. Like I really fuck with this show. There we go. All right.
You're. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Oh, fucking, you're my goddamn lord. Oh my god. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Not much, man. Out here doing my show. I'm about to pull up the next joint on the screen. My man Paul Koofy. What's going on, lucky caller number 1? What's going on?
For sure. I was calling because I know you showed the video of the well or whatever. Did you have like all the uses for the well? I know we talked about like eating the well oil. What else were they using that well for? Did we talk about that?
Oh my God. We breaking down the well like breaking down a brick. All right, hold on. All right, hold on, Bubba Gump of whales. You got whale steaks. You got fried whale. You had whale oil. Let's see, uses for the whale. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Whale products. New Bedford. I mean, this is where we at. So we got historical uses. It says whale oil, baleen, which baleen is the flexible plates were used for corsets, umbrellas, and parasol ribs, buggy whips, and hat brims. You had the ambergris. Now I heard ambergris is super like valuable and expensive. I heard that you can make a pretty penny off of ambergris. Um, then you have whalebone and teeth used as a substitute for ivory. Okay, and carvings, piano keys, and chess pieces. Then you had whale meat, and meat and blubber were used by some cultures. Um, and then they have them for supplements, because the Asians is always turning some part of an animal into a supplement. Like, oh, you put whalebone in your drink, your dick a bit hard and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So
That's what they use it for?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
So yeah, that's gonna be the most uses that I'm seeing. Like, what the hell? Motherfuckers is eating it and using it for fuel.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious because whales are so big and it was such a huge industry to the point where they almost went extinct. So I was just curious, like, what would they use it for other than the oil? Okay.
These motherfuckers be short sighted. They don't give a fuck. It's a fucking 10-ton animal and they only using 50 pounds of it for whatever fucking shit. They had it. Let's see. What products made from industry. Let's see. It says whale oil used for lamps, soaps, and machine lubrication. Spermaceti was from sperm whales and was vital for candle making and fueling lamps. So yeah, that was about it. They were just using the oil and the blubber. That's it. They some of them would use bone, but that was about it. They weren't really getting to it. It was just wasting mad whale. Wasting mad whale, gang.
Yeah. And so where did the other parts go? Did they just like leave it on the beach?
No, they just throw it back in the ocean.
That's crazy.
So one of
The
things
parts of the whale?
So most of the whale would still be intact. I say about 80 to 90% of the whale would still be intact because they only really care about the blubber and shit like that. You'll have certain people, like we just read, that'll cut it up for meat and shit like that. But for the most part, they just wanted the blubber. And I remember this part, so they roll them back into the ocean and shit like that. And then the whale will sink to the bottom of the ocean, right? And there's a whole term for it where after the whale floats to the bottom, all of these different marine animals and shit like that, it's called whale fall. That's what it is. And whale fall is basically that all of these other smaller organisms and shit like that, other fish and stuff like that, will be able to feast on the whale's carcass for years because of how big it is. You feel me? So we'll go to the National Ocean Service, right? And so it says when whales die and sink, their carcasses, known as whale falls, provide a bounty of nutrients for deep water creatures. So it's a small little blurb. It says the ocean's depths are supplied by nutrients falling down from the surface waters. When whales die and sink, the whale carcass or whale falls provide a sudden concentrated food source and a bonanza of organisms in the deep sea. Different stages in the decomposition of a whale carcass support a succession of marine biological communities. So that was another thing too. So it's like as it's floating, because it's a fucking whale and shit like that, and we get into the bottom of the ocean, as it's floating, different levels of marine life are eating off of the carcass. You feel me? And then once it hits to the ocean floor, those animals eat off of it as well. So it says scavengers consume the soft tissue in a matter of months. Organic fragments or detritus enrich the sediments nearby for over a year. The whale skeleton can support rich communities for years to decades, both as a hard substrate or surface for invertebrate colonization and as a source of sulfides from the decay of organic compounds of whale bones. Microbes live off of the energy released from these chemical reactions and form the basis of ecosystems for as long as the food source lasts. So, yeah, it says at deep sea levels, this forms a new food web and provides energy to support single and multi-cell organisms and sponges, thus adding to the ocean's food chain. Let me check Kick. I'm sorry, Kick. I'm sorry. I know I've been talking for 3 hours and haven't tapped in with y'all. My fault. I gotta make sure that I pay more attention to y'all. And now, oh, Jesus Christ. What's going on, Heather? I know Heather probably left. Thank you, Heather. Absolutely. Heather says we take brain breaks. My son has to go do something physical or musical. Oh, Heather homeschools her kids. All right, that's what's up. Shout out to Heather for that. But what I was about to say. So yeah, that's what I was talking about. Whale falls are super fucking interesting. So that's what they do. They throw that shit back into the ocean. Let me see if we can play this video without any crazy fucking
super cool. We are in the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and we've just come across a whale fall. It's like Christmas for deep sea explorers right now. But you are part of exploration in real time right now. You are seeing and observing and making these calls with us just at the same speed as our scientists.
Great shot.
I'm gonna say this looks like the rostrum is slightly arched. Not moderately arched.
Yeah, this will be
great shot. Yeah, so the arc of the jawbone there, and then connecting back on the left, you have the ribs. You can see the spinal column, spinal cord, vertebrae starting to go down the middle.
There's still some vascular tubes.
There's so many animals here.
Yes.
They're all saying, I love whale fall.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes down to this shit about to feed the oceans, feed the streets for years to come.
It's a happy day to be an octopus.
Like, imagine, son. You're the size of a fucking, Timberland boot. And
I
a
think this is 4
whale
to 5 meters long.
plops
You can
in
see
front of your crib.
a red internal cavity that you see with the white around it, and then it flares at the end. You can see it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So you wouldn't eat it? You wouldn't eat a whale?
So those are the bone worms.
Yes.
Hold on. Did you ask me something?
I did.
What did you ask me?
I said, so there's no possible way that you would eat the whale meat?
No.
Like not even in sushi?
That's not something that I'm interested in whatsoever. Hold on. My mother calling me. Hold on. Jesus. Hello? What's going? Who? Twinkie? What up? Oh no, it's all good. Listen, I'm doing my show right now. It's all good. All right, yeah, I love y'all. Hold on. Say it again. What y'all say? All right, I love y'all. I love y'all too. I'll talk to y'all later. All right. Oh my goodness, my family is ridiculous. So apparently my aunt was in town and she didn't come visit me. So my sister was calling a snitch on my aunt, which is hilarious. But no, I'm not eating whale meat. I'm not eating whale meat under any circumstances. Like they were,
I feel like I would. I would eat it like in sushi or like over rice. Like I don't feel like it would be any different from eating like tuna for real.
No, well, I don't know. I can't really call it because like I guess I would try it on some sushi shit, but it's like when I'm seeing whale steaks and shit like that, I ain't fucking with that. That's insane. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not eating no whale steak. I guess on some like Anthony Bourdain shit, once in a lifetime, I'm in Japan or whatever the fuck, and you know what I mean, I might try it. But yeah, I ain't. It's not appetizing to me. Cause it's nothing about it's nothing about it. Like you can kind of, because I'm an American and I've been on farms and shit before. I can see the cow. Like I can, you see what I'm saying? Like I can visualize the cow actually having, good meat paws because of how I was raised and shit like that. Like I've eaten so much beef paws that I can just okay, it's a part of my is a part of my culture and shit like that. You feel me? But like whale is so out of the question. It's like that's in the same vein. Like that's asking me like to eat koala or some shit. Like, no, I don't want to eat
I
that
don't think
either.
that's the same.
I wouldn't want to
I
eat
don't think
any
that's
of
the
that
same.
exotic shit. Like I'm good. I don't want to eat. Like I said, on some sushi shit one time, on some steak shit one time. Yeah, but it's like, all right, I'm. It's not really something that I thought of like ever eating. You know what I'm saying? Like I haven't even like honestly, humans. I would have to assume that outside, because like it's decaying, decomposing body. So I think the animal life would eat any animal decaying like that. It's a huge fucking animal. You feel me? But I haven't seen any other animal like hunt whales. We the only animals who hunt whales. No other animal in the ocean thinks whale is good enough to sink their teeth into, except humans. It's fucking crazy. So I'm
For
not
sure.
interested.
Well, I ain't gonna hold up your line. I'm finna get up out of here. I was just curious.
No, that's all good. Thank you for calling. These niggas be scared to call and shit like that, so I appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I should call this nigga Rashad bitch ass and see what the fuck he doing. You know what I'm saying? Nigga gonna talk about, I'm gonna call later and never call. Lying ass nigga. Oh man. Let's see. So what's the next one? So we got Paul Kufi or Paul Cuff. Hold on. Let me hold on. We gotta get to the bottom of this. How the fuck do you pronounce this man's name? I don't like not knowing shit. I ain't gonna hold you. I don't like not knowing shit. Pronunciation. Straight up. How the fuck do you pronounce this man's name? The name is Paul Cuff, pronounced like Paul Cuffy. Okay, Cuffy. You know what I'm saying? Cuffy. That's how we should. That's his fucking name. It's Cuffy. All right. That's how we carried it from now on. Cuffy. Christmas says that's called the food chain, sir. What? No, that is not the fucking food chain. Okay, that's you know what I'm saying. Humans going out of their way to eat whale. How often does a whale die? You know what I'm saying? What's the lifespan of a whale? We need deep in this whale shit. Okay, whale lifespan. Yeah, come on, gang. Look at these years, man. They putting up human numbers. 50 to 90, 80 to 90, 35 to 50. And that's a beluga. Nobody gives a fuck about belugas in this context. Blue whale, 80 to 90 years. North Pacific right whale, 70 years. Short fin pilot whale, 45 years. Like, come on, son. Them motherfuckers is not dying every day. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're not dying like that. Humans went out of their way to dun off whales and shit like that, man. The ocean they feed the ocean streets once every lifetime. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. Yeah, man. So yeah, why they, whale fall is good for the ecosystem and the environment and all of that other shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Hold on. Now what the fuck? I wanted to know something. Oh yeah, whale nutritional value. Let's see what nutritional value, you know what I'm saying, does the that the whale have. Whale meat is a highly nutritious source of protein and iron, and is often rich in minerals and vitamins, especially when considering traditional Arctic diets where whale is a staple. It's low in carbohydrates, but some types like dry beluga can be high in fat and calories. It's important to note that whale meat may also contain high levels of environmental pollutants such as mercury and PCBs. You feel me? Excellent source of protein with 100 grams serving of raw beluga meat containing, 100 grams of raw beluga meat containing 27 grams of protein. All right. Very high in iron, providing more than the daily value in a single serving. Okay. Depending on the cut and preparation, whale meat can be rich in vitamins A, B, and C, and also contains some vitamin D. Blubber and matak, skin, are particularly rich in certain vitamins. Minerals, and it is a good source of minerals like potassium, zinc, selenium, and phosphorus. Potential concerns, though. Reports that pilot whale meat and blubber can accumulate high levels of contaminants like mercury and PCBs due to their position high on the food chain. Cholesterol. Whale meat can be high in cholesterol, with one serving of raw beluga meat containing a significant portion of the daily value. You feel me? Sodium. Sodium content varies, but it is not typically considered a high sodium food. See, niggas is eating beluga. I don't like that. If I'm going to eat whale, I'm going to eat the big blue motherfucker. You feel me? We going hard or we going home. That's it. We ain't about to be doing this shit. I'm not about to be eating no beluga, nigga. We getting adult blue whale. Sammy says, I wonder if it's considered clean meat in the Bible. I assume the answer is no, as we were only supposed to eat fish with scales, I think. Yeah, man, I think this is off it. Ain't whales mammals anyway and shit? So it's not even that healthy. Never mind. I'll stick to crab legs. Yeah, see? Sammy says kids about to come out cross-eyed with that mercury. That's what I'm trying to say, man. Motherfuckers want to eat whale though. For sure calling the fucking show talking about, eat the whale, try it. Talking to me like she Ike. Eat the whale. Eat the whale, anime. Eat the whale. You feel me? All right, let's talk about Paul Cuffey. Cause y'all got me fucked up. Paul Cuffey was born in 1759 on the island of Cuttyhunk. He was the son of Ruth Moses, a Wampanoag woman. Cuffey from the Ashanti region, they named Kofi Slocum. Oh, so his father's first name was Cuffey. Okay, got it. And his last name was Slocum, an African man who was a freed slave and farmer. Paul Cuffey was the sixth of 10 children, and the family eventually moved to Dartmouth, Massachusetts, when his parents purchased land. From his youth, Paul Cuffey worked for the benefit of his family and later for the benefit of his entire community. Cuffey first learned the art of navigation in 1773 after joining his first whaling voyage at the young age of 14. Cuffey's maritime abilities were put to test again a few years later during the Revolutionary War, when he would slip past British blockades to deliver much-needed goods to Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard. He experienced quite a bit of difficulty in the beginning and was even robbed by pirates at least on one occasion. See, this is what I'm saying. We need to learn about the fucking pirates, gang. We got to get into the pirates tonight. We got to get into the pirates. Let's see. However, his time whaling in boyhood spent on the Elizabeth Islands no doubt helped him navigate those waters on moonless nights. Could you imagine being on the ocean at night and there's no moon? You're just in the middle of the ocean in complete darkness and still having to navigate? These efforts gained him much admiration and gratitude from local families as well as prominent members in the industry that would later become friends and business partners. In 1783, he married Alice Abel Paquette, a Paquit, a Wampanoag woman from a prominent family of the Aquina tribe on Martha's Vineyard. When he met with James Madison in 1812 to discuss the release of his cargo from the British embargo, he was thought to be the first black man to be granted an audience with a sitting United States president. Shout out to Cuffy. Paul Cuffy spent most of his life fighting for equality and worked with both white and black abolitionists in the U.S. and England to end slavery. Cuffy also established a free integrated school in Westport, one of the first in the country. You feel me? Captain Cuffy was a master mariner and whaler, successful businessman, educator and community advocate, philanthropist and visionary until his death in 1817. Whether the business was shipping, whaling, trade, or running a store, Paul Cuffy was very successful. He was likely the wealthiest person of color in the United States during his lifetime, and much of his wealth went back to the community. I try to tell y'all, man, we keep hearing that. Such and such was the richest nigga in this area or this time, and then he spent much of his wealth, status, and money and all that other shit to help other black Americans. Bingo, like we see it every single time. You feel me? Crystal, I knew they were mammals. You didn't have to confirm. Crab legs, those are bottom feeders, but I like them too, man. Y'all just in here, yeah, man, please. Y'all eating anything. Just say that. I'm eating anything. Y'all was all for eating that motherfucking whale. I'm the only nigga that kept it tall. I'm the only nigga that kept it real. Okay, for sure, called the damn show. Trying to petition niggas to eat whale meat. Crystal over talking about, it's just a circle of life, it's nature, da-da-da. Like, I see what y'all doing. Y'all heathens, y'all nasty. I'm judging all of you. All right? Let's see. After his initial success in whaling, he later moved on to shipping and shipbuilding and had the foresight to invest what he initially earned into expanding and improving his business. Come on. That's what they do. In 1789, he purchased a property on the Accoaxet, now Westport River, and established a wharf and boatyard where he built a fleet of ships. He partnered with his brother-in-law, Michael Wainer, because, you know, they was all into marriage. Like, the Wainers, the Cooks, and the Cuffies, they were all in and on it together. To expand their trade network up and down the Atlantic coast. His ships consisted of crew members from all backgrounds, sometimes being made up of entirely black men and people of color. These ships were captained by himself or Michael Wainer's sons as they traded along the U.S. coast and internationally. Paul Cuffy left a legacy that is local, national, and international, rising to prominence at a time when it was all but impossible for a black and indigenous man to do so. The legacy of struggling for equality and justice continues to inspire us today. Okay, let's go through his timeline and see what we got. So in 1759, 1759, Paul Cuffy is born January 17th on Catanyoke Island in Massachusetts. 1767, he moves with his family from Catanyoke to a 120-acre farm on Old County Road in Dartmouth, now mostly Westport. Privileged. Yo, look at these northern blacks of the 18th century. Okay? His family bought 120 acres of land in 1767. 1767. Okay? The United States is not even formed yet. Okay? In 1773, he joins the crew of a whaling vessel, learns navigation, and teaches himself how to read and write. 1776, he is captured by the British in New York Harbor while crewing on a whaling ship, is imprisoned for 3 months and released. See, this is what I'm saying. You had to be on the lookout for everybody, son. Everybody was on your body. Your country or your colony, for better yet, is going to war against the British. There's white people inside of your colony that will try to sell you into slavery and shit like that. And you still got to run a business. You still got to maintain your farm. You still got to watch out for pirates. There's a lot that the 18th century black man has to deal with. Okay? Shout out to Paul Cuffey. I'm glad we got an understanding on the last name because the shit was bothering me. All right, 1780, Paul Cuffey and his brother John with others petitioned the state to exempt free blacks and multiracial individuals from taxation because they could not vote, providing an impetus to the 1783 voting reform in Massachusetts. Hey, man, if you want to discriminate against niggas, you got to discriminate all the way. If you're not going to let me vote, you feel me? Then yeah. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't tax me. If I can't vote, you can't tax me. If you're going to be racist all of the way. If you're going to be discriminatory all the way. You don't fucking get to take my tax money and then not allow me a voice. Fuck you. I own 120 fucking acres, fuck nigga. So either give me my right to motherfucking vote or let me keep my money. Can't have it both ways, fuck nigga. That's how it goes. In 1783, he marries Alice Abel Paquette, a Wampanoag woman from a prominent family of the Kena tribe on Martha's Vineyard, known as Nope by Native peoples. They have 7 children. 1789 to 1797, he purchases 0.2 acres on Accoxet River and establishes a wharf and boatyard, entering into a business partnership with his brother-in-law. We learned that already. Oh wait, hold on. In the 1790s, Paul Cuffey becomes of the wealthiest people of color in the country. He uses his funds to support philanthropic activities such as smallpox hospitals and other charities. That's what's up. 1801 to 1807, he builds one of the first integrated public schools. We've seen that. Cuffey is accepted in the Westport Friends Meeting House. He enters a business partnership with his son-in-law in New Bedford. 1811, at the urging of Quaker abolitionists in England and America, Cuffey sails to Sierra Leone to assess the living situation of freed slaves living in a settlement there. He would go on to use his fleet and sizable wealth to help assist freed blacks with the ability to immigrate to Sierra Leone to escape persecution, helping to establish better living conditions there. So there it is. There's where I disagree. So now, one of the things that I've been doing now is that I've been looking at, it hasn't been hard at all, but I look for things that I disagree with the ancestors about, and this is it right here. This is it. You're sending niggas to Sierra Leone, gang. Okay, you making all of this money in Massachusetts. Your family got 120 acres. You got businesses and all types of fly shit. Now you telling niggas to go to Sierra Leone. Shout out to Africa. You already know. Big love for Africa, but what's up? I disagree. 1812, the War of 1812 halts Paul Cuffey's efforts to establish a trade route between the U.S. and Sierra Leone. Now, I fuck with that. A trade route, I fuck with that. Resource for resource, help for help, I'm fucking with that. You dig? Exactly, Sammy. Fell for the pimping. Can't get with it. Come on now. When it's brig, the traveler is seized by U.S. Customs. See, the government, always the government. Even in 1812, the fucking government. Here come customs doing the most. I'm trying to establish a trade route between me and my niggas in Sierra Leone, and here comes the U.S. government poking their fucking head into my business. Pause. Jesus Christ, pause. I wish I never said that. Yikes. Pause. I don't even want to speak no more. That was a nasty pause. But anyway, the government is fucking meddling in my motherfucking business and shit like that. Now I'm dealing with my whole fucking boat is seized by the government. See, the U.S. government ain't never been shit. The founder fathers tried to tell y'all that. We're not to be trusted. All right, and here we go. You're about to get kicked. You've been very pausable tonight. No, you're wrong. You're absolutely incorrect. I paused the normal amount because of the regular things that I say. But that statement right there is a statement that I wouldn't have said. All of the other times that I pause at night are things that I'm just reading or the things that I'm just saying. Like, you know, that one sentence that I just said, that was crazy. That was an avoidable sentence. I'm not going to hold you. But all of the other ones, that's just me being, you know, me being myself. But Captain Paul Cuffey dies in Westport in September 7th, 1817. He is buried the next day on the grounds of the Westport Friends Meeting House. Yeah, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. Let's see. What else we got here? Paul Cuffey. I swear, son, I did not know how to pronounce this nigga's last name, son. Real talk. I was going back and forth with the shits. I was wondering how motherfuckers pronounce it, because it's like you don't got enough. You got too many F's and not enough E's and shit, and I just don't know. And again, for the shit to be Cuffy, and you got two F's and only one E is infuriating. That shit is infuriating. Like, what the fuck, son? But then his pop's name was like, his first name was like close to Kofi, and his last name was Slocum. So I don't be knowing. Motherfuckers get here, they get to the colonies or they get to the United States, and they just do whatever the fuck they want with their name. It you know, it is what it is, man. You know, what can you do? Real shit. All right, let's see. Who we got next? Let's just keep going down the line. Let's just keep going down the line, man. So I think this is William something. Yeah, William and Sarah Martin. Homestead. All right. The Triumph of Captain William A. Martin. I apologize. This is the only fucking portrait illustration of Captain Martin. You feel me? That's not my fault. I was just looking for, you know, historical people. I opened up the link. The link showed me a crudely drawn black man, like a child drew it. But apparently a person named John Belaine drew this illustration. Let's see who the fuck he is, because he got the ancestors looking like a second grade project right now. I want to know who John Belaine is, because that drawing, listen, all art is subjective and shit like that. And I mean, it does the job of conveying a black man existed in time. But nigga, this is not, is that him? Ain't no way if he drew himself this nice and then another motherfucker look crazy. Like, that's nuts. That'd be crazy. Yo, I really be thinking that, like, I be wanting to like, know when the last time people have gone to these websites. You feel me? Yeah, the middle drawing is who we're talking about. The middle drawing is who we're talking about. And that's what we're trying to figure out. Because apparently it was, you know, illustrated by a man by the name of John Belaine. And so I looked up John Belaine, and that's what came up. All right. Sammy says look like a bank robber suspect drawing. Like, yeah, that has like a composite sketch and shit. This shit is crazy, son. All right, so let's start the story. It starts with a quote from William. It says, "Farewell to thee for a time. Day's lingering sun is over this heart, will never awaken it to one bright moment more, the hope cherished here within day by day through life's flow. I ain't gonna lie to you, Mwim. That sounded ass. But all right. All right, check this out. So the story I tell begins with the brutality of enslavement and ends with the triumph of an African American man sailing as master of whaling ships of Edgartown in New Bedford. The name of this man was William A. Martin, and he was the only African American whaling captain from Martha's Vineyard. You see how these are the only niggas from these one particular areas, and it's like they all coming out of the same state and shit. All these niggas is coming out of New England, but they the only black and the first black and the only black and the richest black and the wealthiest black. Like, dog, just drive 20 miles down the goddamn road and meet the other prominent black men. Okay? He was the great grandchild of a woman from Africa enslaved on Martha's Vineyard. His grandmother, born into enslavement, ended her life as a woman feared for her supernatural powers in the maritime community of Edgartown. Wait, what? His grandmother, born into enslavement, ended her life as a woman feared for her supernatural powers in the maritime community of Edgartown. Oh shit, she was doing hoodoo on niggas? William A. Martin, who begins his life in a situation of dire poverty, achieved the distinction of becoming the only African-American master of whaling ships on Martha's Vineyard. Okay. Born only one generation away from enslavement, he became a respected member of a seafaring community. Seafaring is one word, beloved. He was born in Edgartown in 1821. Is that in Massachusetts? I'm pretty sure that's in Massachusetts. All right. His mother's name was Rebecca, and she was 20 years old at the time of his birth. He lived with his mother and his grandmother, Nancy, in Edgartown and became involved in the maritime trade. He married Sarah Brown, a Native American woman, from Wampanoag, a Native American woman from the, Chappaquiddick Plantation. Chappaquiddick, I ain't never heard of them peoples. The census of 1850 carried out in Edgartown shows Sarah Brown, then aged 18, living as a maid in the Morse family home in Edgartown. In 1857, following the voyage of the whaler Europa, on which he sailed as keeper of the log, William Martin married Sarah Brown at the Baptist Church on Martha's Vineyard. They made their home with their family on the Chappaquiddick Plantation. Okay. Captain Martin and his wife Sarah lived in the Chappaquiddick Plantation, which was the area of the Chappaquiddick Island. All right, come on. Did AI write this shit? Like, come on, son. Give me a break. A report to the governor and council by John Milton Earl of 1861 indicates that although this was a Native American community, people of other ethnicities lived there, obviously. Attached to the report to the governor is a list which describes the ethnicity of each person living in the community. It shows, quote, Abraham Brown, Sarah's father, listed as a mixed foreigner. That's how foreigner was spelled back then, like for shorthand. James W. Curtis, colored foreigner, a mariner of Edgartown. John Ross, colored foreigner, mariner and farmer. William Johnson, colored foreigner, state pauper. Wait, that's a job? Wait. State pauper? Ain't pauper just being poor? Hold on. Is that? Hold on. What the fuck is a state pauper? Let me make sure I'm not tripping. Including a person unable to afford court costs? Nah, son, that can't be. Are they dead ass calling this nigga like a nigga just being dependent on other people? Like he's dependent on the state? Yo, being put in the fucking history books as a state pauper is crazy, son. Nah, this is a report to the governor. The governor's like, yeah, who's all over there? And it was like, yo, we got Abraham Brown, he mixed. James, he black. John, he black. William black. Oh no, James, he black, but he a mariner. He on the ships. John, he black, he a mariner and a farmer. William, he black, but the state pauper. I want to know what the state pauper sounds like to me, that you are the neighborhood bum. Like you're the neighborhood broke nigga. That's what you're known for. Your occupation is being broke. That's crazy, son. That's your name. Your name is your name, son. And it's like William Johnson is going to go down in the history books as a bum, son. As a bum. That's crazy, Will. You know how crazy that is? All you had to do is like just work and do something. Work on the farm, work on the ship, do something, nigga. You know how lazy you gotta be to be known statewide, citywide as a state pauper? Because state pauper lets me know that he's looking for welfare. You know? He going to the government asking for shit. This is what I mean. We can look it up again. State pauper. I could be wrong. I want to know, because I only know pauper as to be a poor person. And Google's giving me nothing. Let's see. Let's make it a little bit more specific. Pauperism. Let's just go to the wiki. Is the condition of being a pauper, receiving relief administered under the Irish or English poor laws. From this, pauperism can also be more generally the state of being supported at public expense within or outside the almshouses, and still more generally of dependence for any considerable period on charitable assistance. He's a bum. Yes, I knew it. He's a bum. He's getting money from the state. He's getting money from other people. Therefore, he is a bum. His entire life is being sustained by other people. He is a bum. On record in the history books. When was this? This was in 1861 they wrote about this shit. We are in 2025. However many years that is. Is that 160 years or some shit like that? 160 years later, Will, we know you as a bum, gang. And you got one of the most generic American names that you could ever have. Your name was William Johnson. We can't find you again. You done fell through. There's a million other William Johnsonses. You're done. We only know you for this now. Jeez Louise, Will. Sammy says, dang, bro went out sad. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Says, shout out to the welfare kings. I'm trying to tell you, son. You went down in the history books as a bum, nigga. Damn. William A. Martin, colored foreigner, mariner. William H. Matthews, colored foreigner, light boat keeper, away supposed dead. What? John E. West, colored foreigner, barber for New Bedford. See, look, you could have been a nigga who swept up the hair at the barbershop. You feel me? Cliff says, the writer must have had a grudge against him to call him a pauper. Maybe he was on disability. Cliff, get the fuck out of here. Ain't nobody on disability in 1861. The nigga lucky they ain't throw him into slavery. Talking that shit, nigga. You a begging Negro? You a begging Negro, and there's plantations that need that need personnel. There's endless plantations around this motherfucker that could use a hand, and you begging us? That's another thing, son. Think about that, son. You know how bold you gotta be to beg while slavery is going on? Do you know how bold you gotta be to beg a motherfucker while slavery is going on, gang, nigga? What? You ain't trying to have nothing for yourself? You're not trying to sustain yourself whatsoever. That's what you telling me, black man? It's 1861. We're at the height of slavery. We're at the height of slavery. And you as a black man feel comfortable telling other people, white, black, or whatever, like, yo, I don't want to work. I just want money. In an era where you literally can be forced to do said work and not get anything. You know how fucking backward you gotta be? Nah, son. How is he comfortable begging? How is he comfortable with begging in 1861? How? I'm telling you, if William had no legs or some shit like that, I think son would have wrote that down. But we not getting that. We got state pauper. And you know what? Nobody wrote a blog about William Johnson. Nobody wrote a blog about him. They wrote a blog about William and Sarah Martin, but they did not write a blog about William Johnson. So let's just say we giving him a bad rap. Cliff, you sitting there trying to shoot him bail. How come he didn't come back up in the history books? You got Cuffy, you got Absalom Ballston. All of these niggas is in the same area. All they doing is going back and forth between New Bedford, Martha's Vineyard, and Westport. That's it. That's what they fucking doing. They're marrying each other's sisters and brothers and shit. Like, they all around. He got all of this opportunity around him. How come we didn't hear about the William Johnson voyage and shit like that? You know why? He was too busy fucking begging, Cliff. That's why. The nigga was begging. You come from your voyage. You've been gone 7, 8, 9 months. You come back to shore. Motherfuckers almost died like 5 different times and shit like that. We don't die. We get all of the whale oil. We get all of the blubber, all that other shit. We make it back. We making our bread and shit like that. And who do you see as soon as you get back to the pier? As soon as you get back to the dock, you guessed it, old Will begging again. Old Will, you offered, Will, you want to come with us to the voyage? Nah, man, you know how my arm is. You know how my legs are. You know I can't keep up on the ship. Y'all go ahead, do y'all thing, man. I see y'all when y'all get back. All right, Will, keep your head up, bro. You come back. It's been almost a year you've been gone. You ain't touched your wife's yams in almost a year. You've been surrounded by stinky men for a year, dirty men. You feel me? For a year, you can't wait to get back to land, get you a real meal in you. You feel me? And the first nigga you see, William Johnson, state pauper. Man, if you don't get the fuck out of my face, William, man, you the last nigga I'm gonna give food or money to, nigga. You could have helped, but you didn't. Because you the state pauper. You subsist over other people's goodwill, nigga. Fuck out of here. Get a fucking job. Let's see. Sammy says you can read about Martha's Vineyard Inkwell, where they allowed a certain part of the beach for blacks to hang out in. Yo, you know what's so funny, Sam? I have an entire video on black resorts and black beaches coming this week. I was supposed to finish it over the weekend, but I was swamped with a whole bunch of shit. And like doing video editing for me, I'm very particular with that shit. So I'll do the and we'll get back to the article in just a second. I do the audio, right? I'll record the audio, edit the audio, and the things that I'm talking about in the audio, like, you know, the microphone, the recording, I want to show you guys that shit. And so if I bring up a black couple who built a hotel on this beach, I'm going to look for this couple. I'm going to look for this hotel. I'm going to look for this beach. I'm going to properly depict it. Now, could I just take a picture of a fucking hotel, black-owned hotel on the beach and just fucking slap it on there and call it a day? Yeah, and sometimes I'll do that, but I be making sure that my documentaries don't look or sound like anybody else's shit. Like, you know, I'm going to hit y'all with some Hotep history shit. I'm going to hit y'all with some shit that's not really known. And so I go out of my way. And so I was going to have it done over the weekend. I'm half done and shit like that. But it's just, I'm perfectionist in that way. So it'll be this week. It is all about Black American beaches and resorts. You dig what I'm saying? So please, and of course, Inkwell, Oak Bluffs is in there. So yeah. All other persons listed are defined by their Native American ethnicity. All right. A Native American community existed on Chappaquiddick island until this century. Though now only one Native American family still lives there. Damn. Life in that community could be quite difficult. A report to the governor on the condition of the Indians of the Commonwealth dated 1861 shows how land was held in severalty and a guardian appointed to direct the affairs of the community. The report recommended continuing the guardianship, though it expressed some sympathy for the Indian community. Reference is made to the role of the guardian. Members of the community could not, quote, sue or be sued without the consent of the guardian, could not receive wages for any voyage if payment be forbidden by the guardian, may be sent to sea as habitual drunkards, vagabonds, and idlers, and their wages withheld by the guardian, and cannot, under any circumstances, alienate their lands or any portion of them. So listen, this is how I knew William is on bullshit. This is how I know William is on bullshit, because now they have rules, strict ordinances on the fucking ground that you niggas will be sent to sea. Okay? If you are seen as a habitual drunk, a vagabond, or an idler, okay, you're going to the fucking ocean, gang. You are going to work. Oh, you want to sit around and not know what the fuck you want to do today? Guess where you're going, bucko? You're getting on the ship. You're getting on the ship, and however long this voyage is, it may be a week, it may be a month, it may be a year, but you getting on that motherfucking boat. So that means William Johnson is going out of his fucking way to dodge the ships while also get welfare from the public. He's a conniving piece of shit. Unless, like Cliff says, he's like super disabled. And then at that point, fuck it. Whatever. But it sounds like to me, William is dodging the voyages and dodging his responsibilities and shit. That's what it sounds like to me. Fuck out of here. And their wages withheld by the guardian and cannot, under any circumstance, alienate their lands or any portion of them. So, yeah, fuck that. The author of the report made the point that such restrictions may mostly be necessary, still in the hands of a guardian disposed to abuse such powers they might become insupportably oppressive to the Indians, of course. Concern is expressed about the extremely high death rate of the community on Chappaquiddick, and reference is made to a commissioner's report of 1849, which found the location to be healthy. The report of 1861 states that, quote, without any fatal epidemic having been among them, they dwindle away and disappear. The seafaring life, which nearly all the men follow to a greater or less extent, is unquestionably unfavorable to the increase of the population, but it is not sufficient to account for the diminution, I hate this fucking word, diminution. That's not even a word. That's not how you say it. Diminution. Anyway, that has occurred. The author of the report offers 3 satisfactory reasons for this mortality. 1, comparatively sudden change from the habits and modes of living of barbarous life to those of civilization, without waiting for the progressive physical and mental development which takes place when the process is more gradual and which would adapt them to the change. 2, the habits of intemperance and licentiousness, which always for a time follow the contact of civilized and barbarous races, which not only carry off their victims prematurely, but so far impair the constitutions of their immediate descendants as to make them more vulnerable to the ravages of disease. 3, the destitution, want, and suffering resulting from poverty, which operates so powerfully to increase mortality in all the lower walks of life. You feel me? And that was a report to the governor and council by John Milton Earl in 1861. We learned about the inner workings of everything at the very least. Not getting much information about, whaling or anything like that, but let's keep going. The official attitude of racism toward Native American people at this time would obviously color the perception of those gathering the information, but it is clear enough that life on Chappaquiddick Plantation during the early years of William and Sarah Martin, there we go, we didn't bring up William and Sarah Martin in a minute, their marriage was extremely difficult. Despite their poverty, the seafaring community of Chappaquiddick did have some advantages uncommon among sailors of color. I'm not saying that word. The most significant of these was the fact that they owned land, which meant that they could live in a somewhat settled and supportive community. Sailing was the only way that the Native Americans and other people of color could make a living because of the constant loss of land as a result of their white neighbors' expansionism. Go figure. In 1805, the Indian natives and colored people inhabiting the Indian lands on Chappaquiddick complained that, quote, they considered themselves injured and oppressed by many of the white inhabitants of said land. Mr. Milton Jeffers, an oral historian and surviving member of the Chappaquiddick community, also makes reference to the high mortality rate that prevailed within that community. He concedes the point about the dangers of the seafaring life and the ravages of extreme poverty, but adds another dimension to the discussion. He recalls his mother mentioning, quote, that people would become sick and start to cough and then become too weak to leave the house, and shortly after they would die. His belief, and that of his community, was that they were extremely vulnerable to white diseases such as tuberculosis, which had a decimating effect. Which had a decimating effect on them. Yeah, the fuck, man. History tells you that. I'm telling you, if I was Native American, bro, you couldn't pay me to fuck with a white person, son. What? Wiped out 90% of my fucking people just by existing. No way. Keep me away from those people, son. You niggas is clearly contagious, very sickly people. Sorry. No, thank you. I have not built up an immunity to crackers. I'm cool. I'm allergic to crackers. I don't fuck with crackers. I'm good. Straight up. I'm not fucking around with no white people, bro. Like, these motherfuckers brought blankets and it killed everybody. No, thank you. No fucking thank you. The insight into the difficulties of the life of the Native American community on Chappaquiddick offers by this report, coupled with the documented experiences of 3 generations of his family, gives us some understanding of the remarkable achievements of Captain William A. Martin. In October 1853, when the Europa sailed from Edgartown, the master was John H. Pease and the keeper of the log, William A. Martin. The voyage ended on June 24th, 1857. Wait, hold on. Did I read that right? In October 1853, when the Europa sailed from Edgartown, blah, 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 the voyage ended on June 24th, 1857, nigga. What? Almost 4 years at sea? Oh, nigga. 4 years? Nigga, that's a bid. A drawing of the house in which Sarah and Captain Martin made their home can be found in the journal and logbook kept by him on the voyage of the Europa in 1853 when he was first mate and keeper of the log. He obviously had artistic talent, not only because of the remarkable accuracy of the drawing, but throughout the log, there are many wonderfully elaborate drawings of whales, sometimes as many as 6 or 7 on a page. It seems likely that the house was Sarah Brown's family's home before the marriage. Above the drawing, William wrote, "So wait, William, baby, listen. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you died. Okay, gang. I don't know if you died before this drawing was made. But you being very artistic, you should have did a self-portrait. You should have drew yourself at least once, because this is how they did you after you died, gang. This is how they got you looking, bro. I don't like, yo, you look like anybody. You look like any and everybody. Any and everybody that's black, son. If you got a beard, like, this could be anybody, son. They up this. This is how they commemorate your face, nigga. This is how they commemorate your history. A third grader's rendition of what you look like. While you over there super artistic and able to draw whales and shit like that, you should have drew yourself, bro, because they got you looking fucking crazy. They got you looking like an arts and crafts project in elementary school. And what's fucked up, an adult drew this. An adult drew this. He didn't even want to be consistent with your fucking pupils, bro. One of these shits, it looked like you was blind in one eye. They fucked you over, bro. They fucked you over, son. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. This is some shit that you would draw in like 4th grade. Oh, man. Got all of that artistic ability, bro. Could y'all imagine all of this history that I be doing? And then my autobiography is written by somebody else, nigga. Like, what? You did all of that your whole life, did all of that shit for everybody else's history, but you got another motherfucker writing your autobiography, gang. What? Insane. We read that shit already. Some of the words are impossible to decipher on the microfilm, but clearly William Martin was sad to be leaving the island of Martha's Vineyard and the home of Sarah Brown. Whaling voyages were long and conditions were very poor, so it is very likely that the young man was feeling both lonely and apprehensive as he began his voyage. William Martin wrote with a very fine hand and obviously enjoyed writing. On the title page, he experimented with several styles and decorated the lettering. So he's like out here, like really being mad artistic and shit, and just said fuck it when it came down to his own depiction. That's crazy. He is listed as joint master and keeper of the logbook with Thomas E. Fordham of the Eunice H. Adams on a voyage to the North Atlantic from October 16th, 1867 to March 18th, 1870. Bro, like, listen, son, these voyages are averaging several years, bro. They're averaging a few years. Straight up, son. That's crazy. He captained the Emma Jane, an 86-ton schooner on her voyage to the Atlantic whaling grounds. The voyage began October 9th, 1883, and he returned March 1884. See, I can do that. With 140 tons of Paul's oil. Wow. I'm not hearing that. We ain't getting no dollar amounts. You notice that, Sammy? We ain't getting no dollar amounts with these people. Did nobody, all of this log keeping that these motherfuckers keep talking about, oh, we kept a log books, blah, 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 shit. Like, how come y'all motherfuckers ain't never write down the cheese y'all made? We not talking no money. This is a whole profession. Where's the money at? You came back with 140 tons of Paul's oil. What the fuck did you do it for? Where's the money that you got from it, bro? You was going for a whole year, collected Paul's oil, 140 tons of it. How much was that shit per ton? How much is that shit a gallon? Like, I don't understand. What was you making? All right. Somebody look up, because I'm not looking it up. Matter of fact, oh, for sure, you look it up. Look up how much sperm oil, a whale sperm oil, was running per ton. How much is somebody getting? How much is 1 ton of sperm oil? Whale sperm oil, pause. I ain't about to do that to Sammy. Sammy, we not about to have his algorithms looking like that. Oh, for sure, you look it up. You feel me? Fuck that. What the fuck? Yeah, no. I need to know. Motherfuckers ain't talking no money. I don't like that. Man, listen. Nah, I'm not fucking. Yeah, like, I'm not fucking with it. Yo, I'm telling you, Sammy, and niggas ain't talking. All of it. Niggas is going away at sea for 4 and 5 years at a time, and I'm not hearing, oh, they came home, fucking bust down the fucking the bounty or whatever the fuck, and was able to split it 4 ways, or he got paid and shit. Like, I'm just hearing a lot of hard, back-breaking work. You feel me? A lot of like long hours and shit. You wait from your family 4 years at a time, 3 years at a time. This not even like a year, 6 months, 3 months. Nah, nigga. You very well may not see your family for another 3 years, and then we come back and nobody's documenting the money. How did that, like, you got to think about what's important. That's what gets documented, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what's important. So you come home after 3 years, your wife is like, yo, welcome home. You know, are you thinking about getting another fucking job, a different fucking job that doesn't keep you out the crib for 3 years at a time? Like 3 years gone? 3 years gone. You feel me? 3 years gone. So men have to deal with this reality. Even if you're not planning on changing jobs or changing careers, you have to you get confronted with this shit. You got to respond to the confrontation. Your wife is like, yo, you've been gone for 4 fucking years, gang. Like, what's up? Where's the money? And that don't get brought, like, you don't respond with how much money you made on your voyage? I'm not seeing no dollar signs. Let's go do Control F. Yeah, no dollar signs. No dollar signs on this shit. $70 per ton? $1,500 per barrel. All right, hold on. That disparity is way too wide. We need to come to a consensus because them numbers is that range is crazy. In the 1850s, it sold for as much as $1,500 per barrel, and then $70 per ton. Nah, we gotta, whatever that discrepancy is, we gotta get that. Oh, okay. It's $1,500 per barrel adjusted for inflation. Got it. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. $100 a ton. This motherfucker rented up 140 tons. Like, so what's that? Yeah. Y'all work out. We dealing with 140 tons on one voyage, and that voyage only lasted a year. So y'all work out the math, and I'm gonna keep reading because it's already 10 fucking 30s, and it's so crazy how the time be flying. While we're here, yo, make sure you guys are reposting this, retweet it, redo everything. I was gonna say schedule, subscribe, like. You know, all of the things. Make sure you subscribe into patreon.com/Hotep History. Okay? Tap in. All right? Let's see. What else we got? He captained the Golden City out of New Bedford in 1878, and in 1887, the Eunice H. Adams out of Edgartown. His was a long and successful career spanning more than 30 years. Shit. I want to know. I keep hearing the success. I'm not hearing no dollar amounts. Was that a thing amongst the whalers that they didn't talk about the money that they made? Was that on the hush? Like, what's up? All night, I ain't hear no money. I'm not even talking about just William. I'm not hearing nobody's. Any profession, we look at the money, man. We was looking at how much slaves was making. We can't get we don't know how fuck you niggas made. Like, come on, son. Here we go. Now we in the 20th century. We went all the way back to the fucking 18th century. Still ain't getting no bread. Now we in the 20th century, nigga. We 200 years up. Okay? On July 2nd, 1907, Captain Martin and his wife Sarah celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary. Which event was recorded in the Vineyard Gazette on July 11th, 1907. The tribute to Captain and Mrs. Martin is cordially worded and it appears that they were held in high regard by the Edgartown community. Okay. It says the article praises Captain Martin's whaling skills and refers to his early voyages on the Elmira and the Europa of Edgartown. He sailed for the agents Samuel Osborne Jr. and son as first officer of the bark Clarice and master of the Emma Jane. It appears that his last voyage was in command of the Eunice H. Adams. The article makes reference to the fact that Captain Martin has been a paralytic, okay, for the past 7 years and is now practically helpless. Paralytic, I'm going to have to assume, is paralyzed. Is that paraplegic, pretty much? Is that like 20th century paraplegic? Paralytic? Related to paralysis. Okay, so that nigga's just laying there. So when it come down to William Johnson, bitch ass, you see, that's how you know William was a fucking bum. Not William Martin, William Johnson's bitch ass. You feel me? William Johnson was a fucking bum because if he was actually disabled, Cliff, this is for you, Cliff, because you wanted to shoot William's bitch ass some bail. Cliff, if William Johnson was disabled, they would have noted it. This lets you know, because William Martin, in his old age, after working in the field for 30 years, okay, after becoming successful, after making a name for himself, after doing what he needed to do, then he gets paralyzed. You feel me? Oh, we got the numbers back? Okay, so $100 in 1840 is worth $3,723 today, and $70 in 1840 is worth $2,606. Okay, bro. All right, that's okay. We got that. So how much would the 140 tons get him? That's what I wanted to know. How much would 140 tons get him? You know what I'm saying? Straight up. For the past 7 years and is now practically helpless. The tribute poignantly concludes, quote, to all those who remember Captain Martin as he appeared some 25 years ago and recalls his quick, alert movements and crisp, decisive speech, qualities which went far to make a successful whaleman, it is difficult to realize his utter helplessness at the present time, and he has the deep sympathy of all in the community. This is how I know a white person wrote this article. This is how I know a white person wrote this article, because there's a certain cadence in which white people speak when bad things are happening to other people. You feel me? I've noticed that. So when it comes down to that, now I'm like, did William really want people to know that about him? Because look how he talked. Like, oh, if you remember him from 25 years ago, he's a shell of that. He's a shell of his former self. You feel me? You remember how, he was quick and he had alert movements and he had crisp, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, the way they talk about him, like, yeah, he was something, but now he ain't shit. And we all have our deepest sympathies for William and his wife at this time. Just Karen shit. Back then, I be peeping the cadence. Like, when people fuck with you, that's why I try to tell y'all when it comes to the history and how it's clearly being told by our ancestors' enemies, because that's how they talk. Motherfucker did all of this shit, 30 years. Oh, if you remember William Martin, the way he was, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, oh, he's a shell of that. He's no longer like that. I mean, yeah, he was quick and he was dope and he was this, but now he's bedridden. This motherfucker's feeble-minded. He ain't shit. But we have, hearts. Our hearts go out to the Williams. I mean, to the Martin household. No, the fuck it don't. No, it don't. And that's exactly how they treat the ancestors in general. That's how they write about them. You feel me? Yeah, all of that ingenuity, all of that prowess, all of that, initiative that they took and all that other shit. Remember that shit? Yeah, but they were slaves. Sorry. They were beneath us. I didn't want that. I hate racism. But they were beneath us, and they were not as smart, and they did not run things. And if it wasn't for the benevolence of good white people, they would have still been enslaved. And thank God, though. Thank God. I'm totally against that, and I'm against slavery. But like, you guys were very, very lucky to have good people like us, good white people like us, free you, because We couldn't keep you enslaved. Like, that's how they treat the shit. They don't give you any autonomy. You know what's so funny? The perfect example of this shit is I just recently seen a video not too long ago. I want to say like last week. There was this young lady doing yoga in a park on the basketball court. I don't know why she would do it on the basketball court or whatever, not the grass, but whatever. Maybe she was on the grass / part of the basketball court. Whatever. Black girl, right? Black girl doing yoga and shit like that, right? This white woman comes out of nowhere and asks this young lady, you feel me? Asks this young lady, hey, are you homeless? And she was like, huh? No, I'm not homeless. She was like, oh yeah. She was like, where do you live? And all of this other shit. You feel me? Like, she was sitting there trying to act like she was being altruistic and helpful to this young black woman, but you thought immediately a black woman doing yoga in a park meant that she was fucking homeless, and then proceeded to tell her that, oh, they're building a homeless shelter around the corner, and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, bitch, what? Nobody asked you. Like, what are you talking about? And then she was like, yo, because the black girl only started recording herself because she seen the white lady taking pictures of her. She was like, so that's what you do? When you think somebody is homeless, you start taking pictures of them? And she was like, oh no. And so the black girl was like, okay, are you going to give me some money? Are you going to help me? Like, what are you going to do? And the white lady was like, well, I can't help you at all. And all, like, so it's like you took pictures of me while I was doing yoga in the park. You thought I was fucking homeless, so that's why you took the pictures, I guess. Now that you know that I'm not, now what? You tried to refer to me to a fucking homeless shelter that's being built around the corner. It's not even like I can go in. If I was homeless, I could actually go. Still being fucking built. And this is the shit that I be talking about. That's the racism that y'all be letting slide. Because I ain't gonna lie, she ain't really wild up the way she needed to on that woman. And I'm not saying that she should have beat the old white lady up or nothing, but she definitely should have cursed her the fuck out. Like, first of all, you should always mind your fucking business. That's one. Always, that's from me to you. Keep that with you. Always mind your motherfucking business. That's one. Two, no, bitch, I am not homeless. Three, make sure you delete those fucking pictures out of your phone or it's going to be a problem. Four, you say hello to the fucking internet because you're going up. You're going on the timeline. Y'all, let me tell you about how this weird-ass white lady just tried to make it seem like I was homeless and she was going to help me, but then she had absolutely no resources, no abilities, no nothing other than her ability to take a picture of me. So this bleeding heart white woman who swore up and down she came with the best intentions, if I would have told her that I was homeless, she would have had nothing for me. You feel me? So yeah. We got the numbers back. We got the numbers back for the 140 tons. Let's see what we got. 3.7 million. $3.7 million. Now, if that's how he gave it up, he should brag about it. I ain't gonna hold you. That's in one voyage. This nigga did, I don't know how many voyages over the course of a 30-year career. So when they say he's successful, I believe him, but I'm just trying to figure out to what lengths of success were you at, G? You know what I'm saying? Not the Hotep, the voice actor. That's crazy. Sammy says Buddy was a staple, but they backstabbed him in his biography. Imagine bringing back $3.7 million from a voyage in commerce and then talking that nonsense about the same man. That's what I'm talking about, man. Now, that is primary source reporting from people who knew exactly what his body was like and what his fucking capabilities was like. Now, you expected motherfuckers who lived in Massachusetts to tell you about what the fuck was going down in Louisiana. Because they traveled there once and wrote about their travel to the South. So let me tell you how black life was in Louisiana in 1832, 1855 and shit. And then that story gets repeated and put in McGraw-Hill textbooks in the 19 whatevers. And then I get the fucking book. I get the textbook in 1995, 1996. I don't know shit. Because this backbiting ass motherfucker who wrote this article is writing my history. This is a perfect example of what I be talking about when it comes down to the way, our ancestors' enemies wrote their shit. I wouldn't be surprised if the same motherfucker who wrote this article commissioned that fucking drawing. They was jealous of Williams. This is what I'm saying. We read between the lines over here at Hotep History. Because we've been around passive-aggressive white people our whole lives. So we know how they give it up. We know how they give it up. You feel me? So when it comes down to this shit, I'm not surprised that a hating-ass motherfucker wrote that article and then another hating motherfucker drew that goddamn picture, that crude-ass picture of him. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised whatsoever. What Kanye say? Hated niggas marry hated bitches and have hated kids. Straight up. That's exactly what we're dealing with here. And they think because they on, they are part of the press and shit like that, that they wouldn't be called out. But it's because you're a part of the press that I know you a fucking scumbag. That I know you ain't shit. But let's finish the article. We got more people to get to. Let's see. Where we at? Crisp decisive speech. Like they was talking cash shit about him. Anyway, it is clear that Captain Martin was enormously successful in the maritime community of Martha's Vineyard. His skill as a whaleman were deeply appreciated in a community that held such skills in very high regard. It is difficult across the Gulf of Time to make a judgment on how delicate a line William Martin stepped. He did not live in Edgartown among the grandiose homes of the other whaling captains, but in a modest house on a Native American plantation on Chappaquiddick. His success did not challenge the social organization of an island where, despite some apparent racial harmony, restrictive covenants relating to race and religion were placed on many property deeds. So now they calling him pussy. His success did not challenge the social organization of an island where, despite some apparent racial harmony, restrictive covenants relating to race and religion were placed on many property deeds. You ain't do shit with your money, fuck nigga. That's what he's trying to say about him. He is buried in the Chappaquiddick graveyard, where his gravestone, though an expensive one, is facing the opposite way from the rest of the stones in the graveyard. All right. He's trying to make a statement. During the years of their marriage, his wife worked as a housekeeper for the Pease family of Edgartown, where she was praised for the quality of soap that she made. Okay. The Pease family seemed to have played a significant role in the lives of William Martin and Sarah Brown. It is from the diaries of Jeremiah Pease that I have found valuable information about William Martin's mother and grandmother. And Martin sailed as keeper of the log on the vessel Europa under John H. Pease as master. Other members of the Pease family were involved in the surveying of the Chappaquiddick plantation, where William Martin and Sarah Brown made it their home. You feel me? So that was William and Sarah Martin. Crazy. Oh, for sure says that picture would have sent me over the edge. That's a fact. That's a fact. I would have hired somebody to kill somebody. Like, yeah, I may be paralyzed and shit like that, but I'm going to do something to you. For sure. I'm going to make sure something happens to you. Y'all playing with my motherfucking name. And it seems like y'all waited until a nigga became old and paralyzed to get y'all shit off, because y'all knew that y'all wasn't going to be able to get that shit off before then. Fuck ass people. You feel me? Bitch ass fucking people. Sammy says there's some quote unquote Christian Quakers. The whole island was all Quakers. Captain Martin was bound to wear down eventually. Living on the sea will grind the toughest men down in old age. This is ridiculous. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, son. It's like, yo, this nigga was a whaler for 30 years. This nigga didn't have a desk job. The fuck? Fuck you think, nigga? I'm on the ocean, nigga. Just the salt alone. The salt from the ocean spray. If y'all have ever been to the beach before and the ocean spray sprays your face, you like that shit, you walk in the sun, that shit dry on your face so you can feel that shit, bro. And that's you going to the beach for a few hours, taking your time in between getting in the water, going back to the beach, getting in the water, going back to the beach, nigga. You on the motherfucking ocean for 3 years straight, nigga. Thunderstorms, crazy waves, all types of wild shit, nigga. The only thing that has been constant as far as the brutality has been nature. If you want to know, like, you look at the Titanic or shit, you even see modern day cruise ships, modern day yachts capsizing under these treacherous ass fucking waves. Now, put that shit in the late 18th, early 19th century, nigga. And the type of ships and all of that other shit. And you see they've gone on these ships several times over several years. So these are sturdy ships, don't get me wrong. But imagine, son, you dealing with 50-foot waves and shit, boy, on a wooden ship. And you want me to be what? Like, what the fuck? Y'all niggas is lucky William didn't hate the world, nigga. Y'all lucky that nigga wasn't like surly as hell all goddamn days, huh? Them type of jobs, oil rigs, like and shit like that, when you in the middle of the motherfucking ocean and you stranded and all that other shit, bro, I'm not mad if you got an attitude, gang. I'm not. Them motherfuckers, you give them a wide berth of attitude. Nigga was just on the sea. You imagine motherfucker sitting at the motherfucking table and shit like that, feeling some type of way, and motherfuckers like, what the fuck is his problem? You like, hold on, gang. This nigga just came back from a 3.5, almost 4-year voyage. Give him some time. Give that nigga some fucking time. Being on the ocean, nigga, ain't nothing solid. Ain't no solid ground, nigga. You hunting whales, nigga. On the ocean. Nah, son. Like, nah, you gotta let that man be a little grumpy. Let's move on, though. That was them. That was William and Sarah Martin. Who else we got, man? Let's just keep going down the list. Okay, yeah. Let's do this one. I got a whole list of these fucking links and shit like that. So let's do this one. We got Robert Smalls in The Planter. Some of you guys should already know this story. Let me know in the chat if y'all already know this story. Before we even get into it, let me know if y'all already know this one. This is kind of a classic, not gonna lie. This is a lot more well-known story. Let me know in the chat if y'all have ever heard of Robert Smalls in The Planter. All right, Oh for sure says she knows this one. Okay, good. We got some people that's tapped in to the story. Is Oh for sure the only one that knows this story already? All right, well, let's get into it. Shout out to Robert Smalls. I actually talked to one of his descendants over the phone, Granny. She was super nice and sweet. She was super dope. Me and her was talking. She said, she's directly related to Robert Smalls. And she was just listing all these other family members that she has. And come to find out, me and her actually related some way. So that was fire. So I'm indirectly related to Robert Smalls, y'all. Shout out to me. So here we go. Robert Smalls eased the vessel away from the pier, backed into the harbor. The night air was still, and Smalls could smell the sea life as the steamship churned up the brackish water and turned southeast. As Smalls passed the batteries, he took note of the soldiers standing their watches as he had 100 times before. When the ship entered the main channel, Smalls looked around and was comforted to see his family and many of his friends on board with him. Moving faster toward the ocean sea in the first light of dawn, Smalls must have felt the freedom and exhilaration that only the master of a ship at sea can truly feel. Except, this was not Smalls' ship, and he was not quite yet a free man. Okay? So that's Robert Smalls. Shout out to him. Very famous photo of him. Side part supremacy, not that middle part bullshit. Robert Smalls was born into slavery in Beaufort, South Carolina in 1839. As a boy, he worked with his mother in the relative comfort of their owner's home on the plantation. So he was a house nigga. Okay? Well, as a boy at the very least. And I got a whole argument, like, yeah, that y'all got house niggas fucked up, to be honest. Malcolm X got y'all fucked up. You know, I love Malcolm, but Malcolm X got y'all fucked up on the house niggas. Not gonna lie. I know that's just gonna add another coon gem to the coon gauntlet that I'm fucking collecting and shit like that. But nah, y'all give the house nigga a bad rap, but we not getting into that tonight. His mother had worked hard in the fields, so she made sure Robert witnessed the horrors that the other slaves endured. When Smalls turned 12, at his mother's request, the owner sent Robert to nearby Charleston to be hired as a worker. So I want y'all to hear what the fuck which I just heard. His mother, wanting him to have an understanding of the harsh realities of life, sent this nigga out the house. Said, nah, little nigga, life ain't sweet like this. I started in the field. You gonna take your little black ass out there, and you not only gonna take your little black ass out there, you about to go to a whole different city and do it. Says when he turned 12, at his mother's request, the owner sent Robert to nearby Charleston to be hired as a worker. Get this nigga some life experience, some work experience. I hear you, mama. Smalls worked at odd jobs around the city as a lamplighter, a stevedore. Okay. I got it. How do you pronounce this? This shit is crazy. What the fuck is a stevedore?
Stevedore.
Stevedore. Duh. A person employed or a contractor engaged at a dock to load and unload cargo from ships. A stevedore. Got it. Okay, stevedore. Okay. And in a hotel where he met Hannah Jones. Robert and Hannah were married in 1856, and they had 2 children. For a slave making a meager wage, the price to buy your family's freedom was expensive. And knowing what plantation life was knowing what plantation life for a slave family was like, Smalls began to think of other ways to obtain freedom for his wife and children. Okay. Smalls' work led him to the wharves and piers of the bustling Charleston waterfront, where he eventually settled in and worked various jobs as a longshoreman, sailmaker, and a rigger. Hey, now. He grew to like the sea. And as he worked on boats, he became intimately familiar with the tides, sandbars, and currents of Charleston Harbor. Harbor pilots were needed to safely guide the big cotton-carrying ships to and from the piers. At the time, blacks could not be hired as pilots, but by all accounts, Smalls was qualified to be one. His experience and navigational skills led him to be trusted by the white ship owners up and down the waterfront along Bay Street. Okay? And in April of 1861 was a big year. War came to Charleston. The Confederate defenders of the city built an elaborate series of forts and batteries to defend the harbor. Many of them were placed on low-lying islands only reachable by boat. Keeping the men around the harbor fed and equipped was a constant requirement, so military commanders relied on boat traffic nearly continuously. That year, Smalls was hired on board the Planter, a new 147-foot-long side-wheel steamship owned by John Ferguson, a wealthy Charleston ship owner and businessman. Ferguson leased the Planter to the Confederates to use around the harbor. By 1862, Smalls had worked in and around Charleston for 10 years. Smalls' skills were evident to the new white officers on the Planter. and he was relied upon to move the ship safely around the harbor. See, this is what I'm saying. They be knowing, you feel me? They be knowing that you nice at what you do. You feel me? Nice at what you doing. Ancestors, wait, hold on. Sammy says, I remember the name but forgot the story. Yeah, for sure. Sammy says she had him witnessing that field work, and then low stay up. Ancestors were cock blocking? The fuck? I know who that is. Shout out to my nigga Nika, man. Nika, you damn near 4 hours. What is it? 4.5 hours late, boy. But yes, the ancestors was definitely cock blocking. That's my boy Nika, man. Let's see. Where was he at? As the military fortifications grew, Smalls and the planter ferried men. The planter ferried men, dispatches, supplies, and guns from the city to the forts and back again. Smalls watched carefully how the Confederates maintained their network of harbor defenses. He also took note of the increasing number of Union warships outside the harbor enforcing the blockade of Charleston. When it comes down to what we're seeing here, motherfucker is doing espionage work, pretty much. Just taking note of all of the other shit. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's smart on his end. I'm fucking with that. I'm fucking with that. Okay. So let's keep going. It says Smalls, we right here now. Right here. Smalls was just one member of the planter's crew. The ship was captained by Charles J. Rellier, or Rellier, or Rellier, Rellier, or whatever. And other white officers were first mate Samuel Hancock Pauls and engineer Samuel Pitcher. Not a lot of originality when it came to names back then. I'm telling you, it was James, Sam, Charles, like it was the same fucking 15 names. None of the three were from the South, nor were they Confederate Navy officers. They were merchant sailors hired as contractors and reported to Ferguson. 6 other enslaved black men, 2 engineers, and 4 deckhands rounded out the planter's crew. 3 of the 6 were owned by Ferguson, while the other 3 in Smalls were employed by other owners. For self-defense, Planter was armed with a 32-pound pivot gun on the bow and a 24-pound howitzer astern. Smalls and the other black crewmen would have been trained to use those guns if they were needed. Okay, so he was a shooter. He knew his way around a gun. As Smalls watched the Confederates closely, events would convince him to make a bold move. On November 7th, 1861, the Union Navy captured Beaufort in the Sea Islands around the harbor of Port Royal. Although the town was damaged and most of the white plantation residents fled, okay, you see, I'll be talking about when it comes down to the South and how the South was looking after the war. There's stories like that. Like I'm trying to tell y'all, these plantations were burnt down to the fucking ground, gang, and people had to flee their former homes. And the black people that were working on these plantations became Union troops and just, bolstered, their numbers as far as their, the amount of people fighting, right? Where we at? Although the town was damaged and most of the white plantation residents fled, Smalls was thankful to learn that his mother was safe among 10,000 now ownerless slaves. That would be called free slaves, bro. They wouldn't be called ownerless, nigga. What the fuck? They're not puppies or kittens, motherfucker. They're human beings. They are now free slaves. Jesus Christ. You see what I be talking about, man? When it comes to narratives and framing, ownerless slaves, not newly freed slaves, but no, who is going to take control of the slaves? Who is going to take control of the slaves, man? Oh my goodness. Smalls and his black friends also learned, the black friends is crazy. Smalls and his black friends also learned that the Army established a, quote, new experiment there. The black residents were permitted to live together without white owners or overseers under the protection of the Union Army and Navy. They grew and sold cotton and other crops, and even built schools and acquired their own property. News of the progress of the settlements at Port Royal inspired the Charleston black community. Around that time, in March of 1862, Union Major General David Hunter, an abolitionist, took command of the Department of the South. On May 9th, Hunter issued a military order freeing the slaves in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. Although his order was quickly rescinded by Abraham Lincoln as premature, the great emancipator, rescinding freedom. Who would have seen this coming? Hunter began to recruit former slaves into volunteer infantry companies. Word of Hunter's actions reached the slave community still under the thumbs of the Confederates in Charleston. It seemed clear to Smalls that wherever the Union military went, freedom would be there too. Not mad at that. Not mad at that. I remember reading slave narratives and stuff like that when they heard that the Union was coming. These motherfuckers would like get so big and bad. Like, even if it ended with them getting whipped or whatever, the motherfucker, like, yo, listen, yo, when motherfuckers was on the plantation and they done got word from other slaves from other plantations and shit like that, like, yo, the fucking Union are coming, these motherfuckers used to get, like, hype about that shit and start saying no more and start feeling they stuff and be like, nah, fuck out of here, I ain't doing shit. Master, fuck you, nigga. You feel me? So, yeah, man, I tried to tell you as soon as, just imagine, bro. Just imagine if the U.S. Army, right, was coming through to every prison in America, being like, yeah, we taking over this shit, and all of the inmates in here, if y'all want to stay, free from this shit, join our army, nigga. That's no fucking brainer, bro. Give me a gun and give me a hat. I'm a Union soldier now. Now, give me a second. Because I got a few people on my own personal kill list that I wanted to kill ever since I was a little boy. So give me a second. So that's a movie. Somebody put that in the fucking air. Give me the story of a man in his like late 20s going into his 30s and shit like that, whose plantation gets sacked by the Union, right? He becomes a part of the Union because that's how it fucking worked, right? But before I go to war, there's a revenge list that I have. Since it's going to be a movie, it's going to be I like 2.5, 3 hour movie. That's a good spot, right? 3 hour movie, right? So how many people can you kill in a 3 hour movie? Because every death scene has to be super personal. You got to think Django mixed with motherfucking like Mission Impossible type shit. You got to think Django mixed with what's a good revenge movie? What's that revenge movie? Ah, fuck, I can't think of it right now. It's a revenge movie where they did him wrong like a motherfucker, bro. And they came back and killed all of the motherfuckers. It's gotta be that. And it's like, yeah, you are a Union soldier now, and you like playing it cool, like, yeah. You feel me? Is it Kill Bill? Kill Bill is one of them. That's not what I'm thinking of, though. But yeah, Django, let's fuck it. We're just going to go with Kill Bill. Django mixed with Kill Bill, gang. That's what we need. And this, look, funny enough, it's 2 Tarantino movies. So fucking Quentin, if you're watching, make that fucking happen. There's enough historical fucking relevance to this story. Endless amounts of southern plantations were fucking burnt down to the fucking ground, using the help of Union soldiers and slaves working together. And those former slaves had vendettas, Quentin. They had revenge plots. Wake it up. Anyway, let's get back. Sometime in early May 1862, Smalls considered a bold plan to steal the planter. First, any escape attempt would have to include the crew's families. Smalls could not contemplate being separated from Hannah and the children if he was captured and the other men were risking as much as he was. Second, although the Union Army was in Beaufort 50 miles away, Union Navy warships were just a few miles outside of the harbor defenses that Smalls knew well. That Smalls knew well. Third, the white officers of the planter trusted the black crewmen to operate the ship, and they were in the habit of leaving overnight to be ashore with their families, in violation of orders from Confederate Army commanders. So they was breaking the fucking rules. But Smalls knew that shit. Fourth, Smalls had learned the signals the ships used to communicate with the harbor sentries standing guard at the forts. Lastly, Planter frequently made trips to the other ports, so her use of the outgoing ship channel was not uncommon. Smalls believed that night, with a little bit of luck, he and the other black crewmen could make their escape. Okay? Smalls put the plan into action May 12, 1862. That afternoon, the Planter had returned from 2 weeks of setting up artillery on James Island. Smalls correctly predicted that officers would be tired and would leave the ship that evening. As the officers went ashore from the ship's berth at the southern wharf, the crew banked the fires in Planter's boiler and remained aboard. Smalls' plan was to depart quietly in the pre-dawn hours and pick up the crew's family at the North Atlantic Wharf on the Cooper River. Their departure time was tricky. Leaving the city just before dawn would put them near the forts at first light. But Smalls knew if they were moving in the harbor in the darkness, they would come under suspicion. They had one piece of luck. Smalls had learned that the guard boat, usually outside the harbor entrance, was under repair. It would not be on station that evening. Sometime around 3 a.m., Smalls ordered the boiler fires relit and backed the Planter away from the wharf. This nigga put the boat in reverse. All right. Captain Relyea had left his favorite broad-brimmed hat on the bridge, and Smalls placed a hat on his head to impersonate the captain. Oh, shit. Crazy. At least from a distance. One armed sentry noticed the ship leaving, but no alarm was raised. Smalls moved the ship slowly up the Cooper River in the darkness and approached the North Atlantic Wharf. There, without tying up, the Planter quickly took aboard the women and children. 2 women and 3 other men are known to the Planter's crew also embarked. Except for Hannah, none of the women were told of the escape plan until the last minute. See, that's good. That's good, because, you know, the women get all excited and shit like that, so I'm glad nobody knew until you couldn't even do anything about it. Slowly, Smalls turned the Planter around and headed for the channel. Smalls and 15 other men, women, and children on board Planter were now runaway slaves, and the most dangerous part of their journey to freedom was still to come. As they left Charleston behind, Smalls hoisted the Confederate and South Carolina palmetto flags from the Planter and ordered the women and children sent below. Soon the ship came near Fort Johnson on James Island in the pre-dawn darkness, and Smalls passed close to a gunboat and brig. As Captain Relyea would have done on any other morning, Smalls calmly gave the vessel a short salute from the Planter's whistle and returned a wave with a cheery greeting. This is crazy. With dawn breaking to the east, the Planter approached the high brick walls and guns of Fort Sumter. The crewmen on the Planter nervously busied themselves on deck, their fates tied to Smalls' next move. As the Planter neared, the sentries waited for the recognition signal. Smalls gave 2 long and 1 short blasts of the whistle, the proper signal for an outbound ship. See, he was perceptive of all of this. You couldn't wing this. Like he was smoking this shit. We need a movie about this. That's a fact. The sentries happily waved the Planter on. They let him in. Come on. And Smalls waved back from under Relyea's hat. They were not clear yet. Come on. As Smalls skillfully maneuvered through the chain of obstructions marking the outer harbor entrance, he could see the Union fleet ahead. Ordering up more steam, Smalls opened the throttle. He had successfully passed the Confederate guns, but the planter could still be considered a threat by the Union warships. Damn, that's right. Not even thinking about that shit. He hauled down the Confederate flags and hoisted a white bedsheet, possibly taken from Hannah's hotel. All right, you had to add that. The white flag part, yeah, but Hannah's hotel, whatever. On board the clipper ship USS Onward, the officers noticed the steamer hurrying out of the channel and sent their crew to battle stations before they noticed the makeshift white flag. Smalls pulled the planter alongside and hailed the captain of the Onward. "Good morning, sir. I brought you some of the good old United States guns, sir." The men and the women on the planter were free. All right, say it. Good job, Robbie boy. Good job, Robert. That was fire. This is a GTA mission, nigga. This is fire. This is a literal GTA mission. Steal the boat, don't get detected, and make it, you got to drive the boat to a particular spot. This is literally a GTA mission. And the ancestors was just doing this. Now, obviously, it's in the middle of the Civil War. I'm not going to say just doing this. They ain't do this for fun. He was in the middle of war. But this is a literal GTA fucking mission. Straight up. This is a fucking GTA mission. And my nigga Robert Smalls, possibly an ancestor of mine, you feel me, made it happen. Stole a whole motherfucking ship, nigga. Stole a whole ship. Okay, last paragraph. Congress granted prize money to Smalls and his crew, and the captured planet was used for blockading duties, okay? Small also provided Union commanders detailed knowledge of the Charleston defenses, including a signal flag code book. Smalls was hired as a pilot for the blockading squadron, and in 1863, he was made captain of the planter. That's what I'm talking about. After the war, Smalls returned to Beaufort and purchased his former master's home. Come on! Smoke that shit! That's what I'm talking about. That's fire! That's fire, nigga! That's my shit now. This is my shit. I steal your ships. I buy your homes, bitch. This is my shit. Colonize, nigga. The colonizers are getting colonized around this motherfucker, nigga. Smalls, bitch. That's what I'm talking about. Robert came back to the crib and bought his former master's crib. Fuck you, nigga. It's my shit now. He ran a business and was elected to South Carolina legislature. Okay? He was elected to the South Carolina legislature. In 1874, he was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives and served 2 terms. Hannah died in 1883, rest in peace, and Robert died of malaria and diabetes in 1915. See, real niggas left. Booker T. Washington and Robert Smalls died the same year. Excuse me, sorry. He was buried in Beaufort, and his gravestone is inscribed with a statement he made to the South Carolina legislature in 1895. Quote, "My race needs no special defense, for the past history of them in this country proves them to be equal of any people anywhere. All they need is an equal chance in this battle of life." Facts. Facts, Robbie. Facts, Rob. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. And of course, you can get your further reading down here. Great article. Shout out to Robert Smalls. Okay? Shout out to Robert Smalls. And my ancestor, that's fire. Or maybe my ancestor. I don't want to go on record and say definitively that he's my ancestor. I got to do my whole lineage shit with my mom's. I'm going to do that over this winter. All right. Who else we got? Who else we got, man? We got, okay, we'll do this one and then we'll go, we'll do this and then we'll try to make some time for primary sources. I got a couple primary sources. All of the even the links that we don't get to, I'll put in the description because I know y'all be nerding out like me. You know what I'm saying? Let's check what the chat says. Just came back to me. Smalls is the one who stole a Confederate ship. Yep. That's it. That's him. Yeah, that was him. I know you wrote that earlier, Sam, but don't trip. Mm-hmm. Let me put the chat on here. We doing bullshit. Yeah, y'all know yo, listen, man, you know over here at Hotep History, we don't be giving y'all none of the boring bullshit. You know, we always gonna keep it fire over here. You feel me? Let's see. This is fire. Oh yes, I remember this from the early Hotep History days. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I remember talking about it and everything. Crystal says this would be an excellent movie. Oh for sure says this is fire emojis. Sammy says that's a fire story Robert Smalls was definitely putting on. That's what I be trying to tell y'all. You know I'm going to bring nothing but the fire. So we have this gentleman here. He may be one of the last stories we read. This is a short article. We'll be in and out of this. Pause. So here we go. This was published in 2023. It wasn't that long ago. This is about George Roberts. Let's get into the story. George Roberts was a free black sailor during the War of 1812. A native of Baltimore, he was aboard Captain Richard Moon's privateer schooner Sarah Ann at the outbreak of the war. In September 1812, Sarah Ann fell into a skirmish with two British men of war, Rodian and Variable. After you know what? Who is in charge of naming the ships? Okay? If you had a warship in the 19th century, what would you name your ship? You feel me? What would you name your ship? Let me know. Obviously, I would name mine the Hotep. Obviously, you feel me? I would do the Hotep. I would name mine like Black Supremacy. I would name my warship Black Supremacy. You feel me? After a short chase, Moon's Sarah Ann was captured by HMS Statira and sent to Bermuda. On the island, 6 members of the crew were accused of being British subjects and were then sent to Jamaica to await trial for treason. See, that's the thing back then, bro. There was no jurisdiction, yo. The jurisdiction is whoever ran the shit. This motherfucker was born in Maryland, going to trial in Jamaica. Like, goddamn, son. Niggas got sent to Bermuda, and then you got accused of being British subjects, and you got sent to Jamaica to await trial. You feel me? Oh, for sure said I would name my shit Big Bertha. Yeah, man, you gotta give him something like that. You gotta give him some it has to be imposing. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so here we go. It was noted by Captain Moon in Jamaica that all but one of the sailors were native-born Americans. Duh. And that he feared that the men were to be, quote, tried for their lives. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, why am I going to court in Jamaica? What the fuck? I'm an American. Captain Moon was questioned about the sailors as to their country of origin. Moon says that Roberts, George that we talking about here, was native of the United States, and of which fact he was in which fact he has every sufficient document together with free papers. Okay, he entered aboard the Sarah Ann in Baltimore, where he is married. Motherfucker, I'm not from the British, nigga. I'm not from Britain. The British is crazy. I'm not from Britain. And why the fuck would I be going to trial in Jamaica if I was? Like, what the fuck? Damn. Fuck out of here. Shout out to Captain Moon holding it down. Fucking crazy. Let me see who this nigga is. Captain Richard Moon. Let me see what his son look like. They ain't got no picture of him. Is that him? This might be him. This nigga look like a ghoul too. Who was that white lady that looked like a fucking ghoul? Yeah, this might be him. Sir Richard Moon. Science Museum? I don't know about that. He don't look like no goddamn captain to me. Anyway, back to the story. After more correspondence between the country's diplomats, which was quite common during the war, the sailors were released and escaped execution. Thank God. Shit. After Roberts was released from prison in the Caribbean, he continued to fight the British on the open seas, and it is believed that he served as a gunner on Captain Thomas Boyle's schooner Chasseur in February 1813. Chasseur is most famously known as being the vessel that alone enforced a blockade of all of Britain in 1814. Captain Boyle had a proclamation posted on the door of Lloyd's of London, the famous shipping insurance market, proclaiming that the Chasseur was enforcing a total blockade of British waters. After taking dozens of prizes valued in the millions, Chasseur returned to Baltimore and was dubbed the Pride of Baltimore upon her return to the city on April 8th, 1815. George Roberts quickly adjusted to civilian life after the war. Okay. In June 1815, Roberts purchased 67 Ann Street on the corner of Gow Street, and Fells Point. Fells Point is another historically black neighborhood, especially for the elite. Okay. Record of Roberts continuing to live in Baltimore are found in federal censuses and directories. He made a living as a sawyer and laborer. What's a sawyer? What's a sawyer do? I've seen that before, but I've never known what it was. What is a sawyer? What the fuck? No. Occupation, gang. Is a person who saws wood, or materials for a living. A nigga that just saws shit. Got it. A sawyer. Is that where lawyer comes from? Oh, motherfuckers was just being. Oh, I love this shit, son. You deal with law, right? You a fucking lawyer, nigga. You deal with saws, right, nigga? You a fucking sawyer. Got it. Okay. A number of Baltimore newspapers published his obituary on January 16th, 1861, as he was a celebrated local veteran of the War of 1812. The Baltimore Sun published his obituary under the title "Another Old Defender Gone." And although there is no evidence that George Roberts was present in the city during the British bombardment of Fort McHenry, the fact that Roberts was able to participate in the anniversary celebrations of the event speaks volumes to his reputation. You feel me? On the same day, the Baltimore American and Commercial Advertiser advertised that George Roberts was 85 years old when he passed, 10 years younger than the age noted by the Sun. However, praises in the obituaries were similar. He had been a brave sailor, a gunner on Captain Boyle's Cheshire. His contributions to the defense of Baltimore during the battle, and that he was an upstanding citizen. You see how they didn't say, "Oh, well, he's old now," and you know the once young black man that you once saw and loved and envied is now an old decrepit piece of shit. You see, they didn't say like that. They didn't talk like that. Hating ass motherfucking people. So yeah. Shout out to George Roberts. I wish they would have been able to give him some better rags, gang. I'm not going to lie to you. I had, obviously, all of the opportunity to put him in the cover art, but I'm sorry, Georgie boy. They had you looking fucking crazy right here, man. I'm not going to lie. We're not going to spend too much time on it because that shit was fucking crazy. But this outfit right here, bro. This outfit, this right here, gang, I don't like it. Where is it? Is it this picture? Yeah, show the whole fit. They really got my OG dressed in rags, bro. I don't like that. Somebody could have fucking loaned a suit. You're not about to tell me that this tall, slender man couldn't find nothing in his size. Y'all not about to fucking finesse me or try to gaslight me. I don't like it. My OG already up in age in this photo, and then y'all let him have the fucking jacket hang off his arm, off his shoulder and shit. Y'all did him bad. Y'all could have walked over and fixed him up a little bit. Could have helped him out, but this nigga tired, bro. You could tell he's fucking tired. He's exhausted, working his fucking ass off, and you over here fucking like, come on, son, this is fucking bogus. Look at this, man. Shout out to the patchwork. I ain't gonna lie, from here, this shit do look warm. Now, of course, it's not the best quality, but you see how thick this fucking coat is? You feel me? This shit look like it could keep a nigga warm and shit, but like, y'all, come on, man. He was in the middle of wiping his nose and shit. This is his hat. Like, come on, man. Y'all could have fixed him up a little bit better than this before you took the photo. That's all I'm saying. Could have gave him another outfit. This man patched up his vest. The patchwork is crazy. Not even gonna lie, that's skill. He patched up the vest and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Patched up parts of the coat, as you can see. You know? Real deal conservatism. But yeah, y'all could have, come on. The tie crooked and shit like that. Y'all could have just fixed my OG up a little bit better than that, man. That's all. Shout out to George Roberts, man. You a hero, man. You a hero to me. Fuck all these other people. What else we got? How about a primary source before we get out of here? We've been dealing with a lot of secondary sources tonight. Not a problem. Not a problem at all. This motherfucker. Who is this motherfucker, man? He got the most untrustworthy face I've ever seen. But anyway, let's get to some primary. Let's get to a primary. So I'm gonna say some because we about to be out of here. But let's get to a primary source before we get out of here. The narrative of the life of Moses Grandy, late a slave in the United States of America, 1844. I have absolutely no idea. Okay, I don't know who Moses Grandy is. I was told. Let me look him up real quick. Okay, I was told about him. I don't think there's any confirm. Is this him? I don't be knowing because they just be using anybody. But I heard that he was a captain. He wrote an autobiography. Okay, it's only, but yeah, as I say, it's only 48 pages long. It's not that long. So yeah, he wrote his own book. There's no table of contents because it's literally that short. So I figured I didn't look into the shit at all. Let's see. Let's just read the first couple pages, huh? Let's see. My name is Moses Grandy. I was born in Camden County, North Carolina. I believe I am 56 years old. Slaves seldom know exactly how old they are. Neither they nor their masters set down the time of a birth. The slaves, because they are not allowed to write or read, and the masters because they only care to know what slaves belong to them. Okay, the master, Billy Grandy, whose slave I was born, was a hard drinking man. He sold away many slaves. I remember 4 sisters and 4 brothers. My mother had more children, but they were dead or sold away before I could remember. I was the youngest. I remember well my mother often hid us all in the woods to prevent master selling us. So this nigga was a drunk. He was drunk just selling slaves off. Just for the bread. Don't even know what he doing. But anyway, when we wanted water, she sought for it in any hole or puddle formed by falling trees or otherwise. It was often full of tadpoles and insects. She strained it and gave it around to each of us in the hollow of her hand. For food, she gathered berries in the woods, got potatoes, raw corn, and something. After a time, the master would send word to her to come in, promising he would not sell us. But at length, persons came who agreed to give the prices he set on us. His wife, with much to be done, prevailed on him not to sell me, but he sold my brother, who was a little boy. My mother, frantic with grief, resisted their taking her child away. She was beaten and held down. She fainted, and when she came to herself, her boy was gone. She made such outcry for which the master tied her up to a peach tree in the yard and flogged her. All right, hold on, gang. We know about how fucked up slavery was. I want to learn about this nigga being a captain. And I already knew this shit was going to be gruesome because it's a slave narrative. It's not the first one that I've read. Let's see. Another one of my brothers was sold to Mr. Tyler Duane's Neck, Pascatonk County. This man was very much ill-treated. Many colored boys. One cold day, he sent my brother out naked and hungry to find yoke of steers. The boy returned without finding them when his master flogged him and sent him out again. A white lady who lived near gave him food and advised him to try again. He did so, but it seems again without success. He piled up a heap of leaves and laid himself down in them and died there. What? Well, yeah, this shit is crazy. I want to get to the ship, bro. Like, all due respect, gang. I ain't sitting there trying to act like your story ain't important, but you know, I want to know like the voyages you was on. Let's see. That was crazy. These stories, boy, so graphic. I love it. Captain. How's the word? Let's see. Okay. So it says the way in which Mr. Truitt came to buy me was this. I had left the boats and had gone with a schooner collecting lumber in Albemarle Sound for the merchants. Coming to Elizabeth City, I found a new store had been opened by Mr. Grice, which Mr. Sutton was keeping. The latter gentleman was glad to see me and was desirous that I should return to my old employment with the canal. Okay. My fault. I ain't even zoom in for y'all. Okay. I guess I would have to read for the context and stuff like that. Mr. Myers said to Mr. Truitt, "Here's a captain doing business for you." Mr. Truitt then asked me who had chartered the boats and to whom I belonged. I told him Mr. Sutton had chartered me and that I had belonged to Mr. James Grandy, but had bought myself. Okay, he said he would buy me, on which Mr. Myers told him he could not, as I had already bought myself, and further said I was one of their old war captains and had never lost a single thing of the property entrusted to me. Mr. Truitt said he would buy me and he would see about it as soon as he got to Elizabeth City. I thought no more about it. On my return voyage, I delivered a cargo at Elizabeth City for Mr. Truitt. I had been at Mr. Grice's, the owner of the boats, and on my going away from him to meet Mr. Truitt for settlement, he said he would go with me as he wanted money. Opposite the custom house, we met Mr. Truitt, who said, "Well, Captain, I have bought you." Mr. Grice said, let us have no nonsense. Go and settle with him." Angry words passed between them, one saying that he had bought me and the other one denying that he had or could, as I bought myself already. We all went to Mr. Grice's dwelling house. There Mr. Truitt settled with me about the freight, and then jumping up and said, "Now I will show you, Mr. Grice, whether I am a liar or not." He fetched the bill of sale. On reading it, Mr. Grice's color changed, and he sent for Mrs. Grice. When she read it, she began to cry. Seeing that, I began to cry too. What? She sent me to her brother, who was at Mr. Wood's boarding house. He was playing at billiards. I said to him, "Master James, have you sold me?" He said, "No." I said he had, And when he turned around and went into another room crying. I followed him. What? All of the gentlemen followed us saying, Captain Grandy, what is the matter? I told them Master James had sold me again. They asked him why he had done it. He said it was because people had jeered him by saying I had more sense than he had. What? What the hell? They would not suffer him to remain in the boarding house, but turned him out there and then with all his trunks and boxes. Yeah, kick him the fuck out. Mrs. Grice, his sister, sued him in my name for my liberty, but he gained the cause. The court maintained that I, and all I could do, belonged to him, and that he had a right to do so, had right to do as he pleased with me and all my earnings as his own property until he had taken me to the courthouse and given me my free papers, and until, besides that, I had been a year and a day in the northern states to gain my residence. What the hell? What? Oh, hell no. Nah. See, this is why I can't fuck around with the politics of this shit, bro. I can't. So I was forced to go with Mr. Truitt. He agreed that if I would pay him the same wages as I paid my late master and the $600 he gave for me, he would give me my freedom papers. Oh, this is a shakedown. What? This is a stick up. This is fucking crazy. Nah, this shit is fucking crazy. This book, I might have to fuck around and, oh my God, son. Yo, history is so nuanced, yo. I'm trying to tell you. What the fuck? So he bought 2 canal boats and taking me out of Mr. Grice's employment, set me to work them on the same terms as I did for my former master. I was 2 years and a half in earning, I was 2 years and a half in earning $600 to pay for myself the second time. This is fucking crazy. And you know what? This is not the first time. I've read stories of a man literally paying for his slavery 3 times. The first 2 times were unsuccessful. They just the British just pocketed the money, and then the third time it finally went through as successful. Fucking crazy, yo. Just when I had completed the payment, he failed. What? On Christmas Eve, he gave me a letter to take to Mr. Muse at New Begun Creek. I was rather unwilling to take it, wishing to go to my wife. I told him, too, I was going to his office to settle with him. He offered to give me $2 to take the letter and said he would settle when I came back. Then Mr. Shaw came from another room and said his vessel was ready loaded, but he had nobody he could trust with his goods. He offered me $5 to take the vessel down and deliver the goods to Mr. Knox, who also was at New Begun Creek. The wind was fair and the hands on board, so I agreed. It being Christmas Eve, I was glad of something to carry to my wife. I ran the vessel down to the mouth of the creek and anchored. When the moon rose, I went up the river. I reached the wharf and commenced taking out the goods that night and delivered them all safely to Mr. Knox next morning. I then took the letter to Mr. Muse, who read it and looking up at me said, well, you belong to me. What, nigga? What the fuck is happening, son? Nah, this is some bullshit, bro. I thought he was joking and said, how? What way? He said, don't you recollect when Truitt chartered Wilson Sawyer's brig to the West Indies? I said I did. He told me Truitt then came to him to borrow $600, which he would not lend except he had a mortgage on me. Oh my God. So you in debt $600. That's the only reason you quote unquote own me, fuck nigga. Oh my God. Oh my God, son. Nah, son. Nah, G. You know how they say if you could go back in time with only one tool? My tool would be the ability to read and write. Because y'all not about to do this shit. Y'all not. Read. I don't even got to write. Fuck that. I need to know what these letters are saying. I'm not about to. What? Nigga, you owed him $600? this same funky ass $600. This is what happened when you dealing with drunk white men, bro. Like, come on. How many hands? Like, how many different people, son? Dog, Mr. Grice, old Mr. Muse. You feel me? No, it's Mr. Grice, Mr. Knox, and Mr. Like, come on, son. Mr. Muse. Oh my God, son. This shit is wicked business, bro. Crackers is diabolical, fam. What? Yo, let me get $600. No, you never good for it. Bro, you know I'm gonna pay you back. I'm gonna pay you back. Nah. I'll give you $600 if you collateralize old boy. Old boy? Yeah. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it. Nigga collateralize this grown ass man. And I guess the motherfucker, like the way he looked at it was like, I'm about to have the Negro work off the debt. You know, do what you gotta do, son. Moses, do what you gotta do. Stack up that bread, get that $600 to me, and pay me your freedom. Now, this money was not his money. He was supposed to use that money to pay back Mr. Muse, but he doesn't. He fucks it off. So instead of settling his debt, you feel me? He's like, all right, bet. Thank you for the $600. You feel me? Take this down to Mr. Muse and, you know, we'll be fine. You'll be good. You pay for your freedom. And Moses is like, I bet. I'm already on my way out there. It's whatever. I can't wait to see my wife. It's Christmas. We lit. I got you. Drops everything off to Mr. Knox. Because remember, he got paid. Knox was like, yo, I'll give you $5. Grice was like, yo, I'll give you $1. Da-da-da. So he got a little bit of pocket money and shit like that. He done paid for his freedom, got about $6 in his pocket. He got a letter. That's all he got left is a letter to Mr. Muse. And Mr. Muse reads that shit, and the letter's like, hey, nigga, I'm keeping the money. Have the slave. And Muse closed the fucking letter, was like, all right, cool. You belong to me now. And Moses is like, what the fuck? Yo, if this nigga got to get up a third $600, this is going to be crazy. Okay. Truett was to take it up at a certain time, but never did. I asked him whether he really took the mortgage on me. He replied that he certainly thought Truett would have taken up the mortgage, but he had failed and was not worth a cent, and he, Muse, must have his money. I knew it. He pocketed all of that money Moses made because Moses paid for his freedom a second time. I asked him whether he had not helped me. And, oh my God, the fuck? And my young mistress in the courthouse when Master James fooled me before. He said he did help me all he could, and that he should not have taken a mortgage on me, but that he thought Truett would take it up, like he would pay the shit back. Truett must have received some of the last payment from me after he had given us after he'd given the mortgage and knew he should fail, for the mortgage was given 2 months before this time. My head seemed to turn round and round. I was quite out of my senses. I knew he was losing his fucking mind. I'd be snapping too. And you got to keep your composure because you're around a bunch of fucking crackers. So you can't even wild up for real. You can't even really go crazy. Because what you really want to do is kill that man. You a grown man. That rage and all that shit, that's in you, nigga. You feel that. That's what he really want to do. He's losing his fucking mind, my nigga. Imagine. You stack the fucking bread up. Working, all of that shit. You only getting 2 changes of clothes a year. So no new clothes, no new nothing. stacking every red cent to get to $600. The white man fucking finesse you, swindles you out of the 600. So they like, yo, listen, I don't know what your former master was doing and shit like that. However, if you pay me $600, I don't know about your last owner, you know what I'm saying? But if you pay me $600, because that's your going rate, right? If you pay me $600, you'll be free. You sure, man? Because the last motherfucker that said that shit fucked me over. Yeah, man. $600 and you free. All right. Work however long you need to fucking work. Get the $600 up. Pays the motherfucker the $600. Okay? Oh, yeah. You good now? We squared. Thank you for your service. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, yo, do me a favor. Run this ship down to that way real quick. Drop this letter off. Ain't your wife out that area anyway? She out that way? Cool. Go down there, drop the letter off to him, and then you straight. That's it. All I got to do is drop off a letter? Yeah, just drop off a letter to Mr. Muse, and then you good. Thank you for your service, Moses. All right. See you, man. Mr. Grice or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or Truitt, whatever the fucking name is. And then you go to Mr. Muse, and Mr. Muse is like, yeah, you belong to me now. I thought Truitt was going to just pay me cash, but he gave me you. Nigga, what? What, son? I'm losing it. I'm telling you right now, I'm going fucking bananas, bro. I'm going berserk. Fuck. Mr. Muse sent his waiter after me to persuade me to go back. After I refused, but at first I refused, but afterwards went. He told me he would give me another chance to buy myself, and I certainly should have my freedom by. Oh my God, fool me once, cracker. Okay? He said Mr. Enoch Sawyer wanted to buy me to be his overseer in the swamp. I replied I would never try again to buy myself, and that they had already got $1,200 from me. Word, talk to him. Moses, tell them niggas to suck your dick. $1,200. The book was published in 1844. Sammy, $1,200 in 1844. How much is that? $1,200 in 1844. All right. My wife, Asterisk, this was my second wife, belonged to Mr. Sawyer. He told me that her master would not allow me to go see her if I would not consent to what he now proposed. Oh my God. Oh my God, son. So now I can't see my wife if I don't agree to these fuck ass terms, and for a third time, stack up $600. Y'all, $1,200 in 1844 was $51,836 fucking dollars, bro. Almost $52,000 adjusted for inflation. And you want me to get up another half of that. You want me to put up another 20-something grand, almost 30 grand. 26,000. Just for the kicks, just because you know I can. That's fucking crazy, bro. Insane. And now I don't fuck with your terms. And now your mans is saying, oh, you don't want to pay? All right, well, bet. You can't be with your wife. If you don't want to agree to the terms, then you won't be able to see your wife. Oh, my God. Dark. Like for sure said, dark sided. I'm trying to tell you. He told me that her master would not allow me to go see her if I would not consent to what he now proposed. For any colored person going on the grounds of a white man after being warned off is liable to be flogged or even shot. I thus found myself forced to go, although no colored man wishes to live at the house where his wife lives, for he has to endure the continual misery of seeing her flogged and abused without daring to say a word in her defense. God damn, son. This ain't how we supposed to be ending the show, but fuck it. That's crazy, bro. In the service of Mr. Sawyer, so this nigga went to go live. Oh my God. He went to go live with Mr. Sawyer on the Sawyer plantation to be able to be close to his wife. But when they know you married, they do your spouse real bad in front of you. That's what they do. They go out of their way to abuse your wife or abuse your husband in front of you while y'all on the same plantation. So instead of that shit just being stories that you heard that your wife tell you and shit like that, you got to see that shit up close. That shit wicked, boy. Hey, sometimes we gonna end the show on a somber note, gang. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I thought this was about to be like some ill shit and all this other shit, but this nigga was going through hell with these crackers. You hear me? Let's see. I got into a fair way of buying myself again, for I undertook the lightering of shingles or boards out of the dismal swamp and hired hands to assist me. But my master had become security for his two son-in-laws at Norfolk, who failed, in consequence of which he sold 18 colored people his share of the swamp and 2 plantations. So he went broke. So when they say somebody failed, that means they went broke. Ha! Ah! Okay, come on. I was one of the slaves he kept. And after that, had to work in the cornfield the same as the rest. The overseer was a bad one, of course. His name was Brooks. The horn was blown at sunrise. The colored people had then to march before the overseer to the field. He on horse nights? Oh, here we go with that bullshit again. He on horse. Why did it do that? Why did it just skip pages like that? I hate when they do that. Man. Yeah, man. That shit is fucking crazy. I don't. I see that $600 again. Fuck it. I guess we're going to skip the pages because I got to see what the fuck is going on here. The Negroes generally sleep near a large fire, whether in the kitchen or in their log huts. Their legs are often in this way blistered and greatly swelled and sometimes badly burnt. I mean, come on. All you gotta do is just lay. All right, I ain't gonna judge y'all. When the watermill did not supply enough, did not supply meal enough, we had to grind with the hand mill. Okay. I'm sorry. I want to know what the fuck is this money. I was 8 months in the field. My master, Mr. Sawyer, agreed to allow me $8 a month. While so employed towards buying myself, it will be seen he did not give me even that. Oh my God. Damn. When I first went to work in the cornfield, I had paid him $230 towards this third buying of my freedom. He gave him $230. I told him one night I could not stand his field work any longer. He asked why. I said I was almost starved to death and had long been unaccustomed to this severe labor. He wanted to know why I could not stand it as well as the rest. I told him he knew well I had not been used for it for a long time, that his overseer was the worst that had ever been on the plantation, and that I could not stand it. He said he would direct Mr. Brooks to give each of us a pint of meal or corn every evening, which we might bake, and which would serve us the next morning until our breakfast came at noon. The next morning, the black people were much rejoiced that I got this additional allowance for them, but I was not satisfied. I wanted liberty. Yeah, like y'all niggas have been slaves. Maybe y'all have never bought y'all freedom before, but I'm on my third go. Okay, I'm on my third go of this shit. So why I'm glad that I was able to get y'all some more commissary. I was able to get y'all some more food and shit. Shout out to y'all. Enjoy your fucking breakfast. That's a side quest for me. My main fucking adventure right now is to get yet a third $600, gang. Oh, thank you, Moses. Thank you. Don't hug me. Get the fuck off me. Enjoy your fucking breakfast, bro. I don't want to be here. Well, nigga, none of us want to be here. Like, no, you don't get it. You don't understand. I paid for my freedom twice now. Twice. Do y'all niggas know how that fucking feels? I know Moses was in there wigging on niggas. Like, yo, y'all really don't get it, man. Everybody, you know how motherfuckers in those old movies when they say, yo, I'm not supposed to be in here. And it's like an insane asylum or a prison and shit. And everybody says, yeah, I know, you're not supposed to be in here. You're innocent. It's like, no, nigga, I mean, I was a slave. I'll give you that. But I paid for my freedom, nigga, twice now. And they keep lying. Yeah, I know, Moses. Tell us all about. Like, nigga, I'm on my second wife. I'm on my second fucking wife. You think I'm making this shit up? Man. And this nigga got $230 of it up already. Yo, son. On Sunday morning, as Master was sitting in his porch, I went to him and offered to give him the $230 I went to him and offered to give him the $230 I had already paid him if, beside them, he would take for my freedom the $600 he had given for me. He drove me away, saying I had no way to get the money. Oh my God. I sat down for a time and went to him again. I repeated my offer to procure the $600 and he again said I could not. He called his wife out of the room to the porch and said to her, "Don't you think Moses has taken to getting drunk?" She asked me if it was so. I denied it. When she inquired what was the matter, when she inquired what was the matter, Master replied, "Don't you think he wants me to sell him?" She said, "Sell him?" She said, "Moses, we would not take any money for you." What, bitch? Captain Cormac put $1,000 for you on the supper table last Friday night, and Mr. Sawyer said Mr. Sawyer would not touch it. He wants you to be overseer in the Dismal Swamp. I replied, "Captain Cormac never said anything to me about buying me. I would cut my throat from ear to ear rather than to go to him." Okay, well, fuck. I know what made him say so. He is courting Miss Patsy, and he did it to make himself look big. Mistress laughed and turned away and slammed to the door. Master shook himself with laughing and put the paper he was reading before his face, knowing that I spoke the truth. So this nigga is in there trying to flex for a bitch, flashing $1,000. You know how niggas is, that like that Jim Jones video. Oh, I hate when I drop 50,000 like that. Like, fuck it, yo, I right now I'll give you $1,000 for the nigga right now. I'll pay you $1,000 for Moses right now. I got it like that. I don't even worry about it. That's what he was doing. He was trying to flex for the woman. And everybody fucking laughed it off. Like, oh, Moses, you so hilarious. Hello, I'm trying to get the fuck out of... Yo, they are talking to this nigga. They gaslighting my nigga. They gaslighting him. They talking to him as if, like, slavery is not even... Like, you can't even buy yourself out of slavery. Like, I just walked up to you and being like, yo, I can fly, master. Like, no. I'm telling you, hey, yo, listen. If I get the 600, you feel me? If you add, you know, what I have already given you, the 230, you feel me? If I get the rest up and get you the $600, can you know what I'm saying? Will you honor the deal? And this motherfucker cracking the motherfucking newspaper like, oh, Moses, man, get your ass out of here. You been drinking? It's like, nigga, you know I don't fucking drink. You know I don't fucking drink. And you call your wife out here and shit, And you say, yo, do you think Moses is able to get the 600? And then she reveals to me that you got offered $1,000 for me. Now, luck, granted, Moses didn't want to go with motherfucking Mr. whoever the fuck that was, Captain Cormac. You feel me? He said he'd rather slit his own throat. So, shit, far be it from me. And then your wife laughs at me on her way in because I'm sitting there saying, yo, he only did that shit for posterity. He was flexing for the bitch. He wasn't going to spend that $1,000. And, Mrs. Slave Master walks back in the house like, oh, Moses, you're such a funny nigga. And Mr. fucking Slave Master is over here like, yeah, good joke, Moses. And it's like, yo, I'm not fucking joking. I'm dead fucking ass. Like, what's happening right now? Why is everybody talking to me like I'm crazy right now? Like, what the fuck is happening? Yo, son. Yo, the ancestors had the fucking patience of saints. You hear me? Saints. Captain Cormac was an old man who went on crutches. Miss Patsy was the fondest of Master's daughters. Master drove me away from him again. On Monday morning, Mr. Brooks, the overseer, blew the horn as usual for all to go to the field. I refused to go. He going on strike. I went to Master and told him that if he would give me a paper, I would go and fetch the $600. He then gave me a paper stating that he was willing to take that sum for my freedom. So I hired an old horse and started for Norfolk, 50 miles off. When I reached Deep Creek, I went to the house of Captain Edward Minner. He was very glad to see me, for in the former days I had done much business for him. He said how sorry he had been to hear that I was at field work. He inquired where I was going. I said to Norfolk, to get some of the merchants to let me have money to buy myself. He replied, what did I always say to you? Was it not that I would let you have the money at any time if you would only tell me when you can be sold? Okay, what we got? Do we have some fucking something? He called Mrs. Minner into the room and told her I could be sold for my freedom. She was rejoiced to hear it. Okay, come on. He said, put up your horse at Mr. Western's tavern, for you need go no further. Come on. I have plenty of old rusty dollars, and no man shall put his hand on your collar again to say you are a slave. Come on. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Eddie. Thank you. Fuck. Shout out to Captain Minner. Come on. Okay? Come and stay with me tonight, and in the morning I will get Mr. Garrett's horse and go with you. The next morning, we set off, found Master at Major Ference's at the Cross Canal, where I knew he was to be that day, to sell his share of the canal. When I saw him, he told me to go forward home, for he would not sell me. I felt sick and sadly disappointed. What? Oh, nah, this is some bugged out shit, son. See, they fucked it up. You should have supposed to just give him the $600. But it sounds like if you would have did that, he probably would have finessed him for a third. This is fucking stressing me out. I felt sick and sadly disappointed. Captain Minner stepped up to him and showed him the paper he had given me, saying, Mr. Sawyer, is this not your handwriting? He replied, Mistress said the last word when I came away, I was not to sell him, but send him home again. Captain Minner said, mind, gentlemen, I do not want him for a slave. I want to buy him for freedom. He will repay me the money, and I shall not charge him a cent of interest for it. I would not have a colored person to drag me down to hell for all of the money in the world. I want y'all to know Christians didn't fuck with usury. That's a whole different conversation for another day. A gentleman who was by said it was a shame I should be so treated. I have bought myself so often that Mr. Sawyer ought to let me go. The very worst man as an overseer over the persons employed in digging the canal, Mr. Wiley McPherson, was there. He was never known to speak in favor of a colored person. Even he said that Mr. Sawyer ought to let me go, as I have been sold so often. At length, Mr. Sawyer consented I should go for $650 and would take no less. I wish Captain Minner to give me the extra $50 and not stand about it. I believe it was what Mr. McPherson said that induced my master to let me go. Oh, here we go. For he was well known for his great severity to colored people, so that after even he had said so, master could not stand out. The Lord must have opened McPherson's heart to say it. Look at the enemy. This is one of the worst motherfuckers to have around a black person. And he was like, yo, come on, Sawyer. You done made however much money you made off the nigga. You know I hate niggas. Like, stall him out. You feel me? I have said this. McPherson was an overseer where slaves were employed in cutting canals. The labor there is very severe. The ground is often very boggy. The Negroes are up to the middle or much deeper in mud and water. Damn, middle or more? Golly. Cutting away roots and bailing out mud. If they can keep their heads above water, they work on. They lodge in huts, or as they called camps made of shingles or boards. Oh, man. Let's see. No betting whatsoever is allowed them. It is only by work done over his task that any of them can get a blanket. Okay? They are paid nothing except for this overwork. Their masters come once a month to receive the money for their labor. Then perhaps some few very good masters will give them $2 each. Some others $1. Some a pound of tobacco, and some nothing at all. Whew. I ain't gonna lie, that story was stressing me the fuck out. I'm glad he at least bought his freedom, man. Jesus, shout out to Edward Minner. Shout out to Wiley McPherson for at least intervening and being like, yo, come on, son. Stall him out. God damn. Oh, man. Is that it? Is that all of the big parts of the shit? Yeah, I'm not seeing it. When the great kindness of Captain Minner has set me clear of Mr. Sawyer, I went to my old occupation of working the canal boats. Okay. Whew. When at length I had repaid Captain Minner, shout out to that, and had got my free papers so that my freedom was quite secure, my feelings were greatly excited. I felt to myself so light that I could almost think I could fly. In my sleep, I was always dreaming of flying over woods and rivers. My gait was so altered by my gladness that people often stopped me saying, Grandy, what is the matter? I excused myself as well as I could, but many perceived the reason and said, oh, he is so pleased with having gotten his freedom. Slavery will teach any man to be glad when he gets freedom. Oh, my goodness. My good master, Captain Minner, sent me to Providence in Rhode Island to stay a year and a day in order to gain my residence. But I stayed only 2 months. Mr. Howard's vessel came there laden with corn. I longed much to see my master and mistress for the kindness they had done me, and so went home in the schooner. Oh, my goodness. This was a very thrilling story, man. Oh, that was stressful. That was fucking stressful, y'all. Whew. Yo, I'm telling y'all, there's an entire channel, okay? Thai TV channel dedicated to reenacting this type of stuff. Okay? That's my vision. Cartoons, TV shows, and movies. The Hotep History channel, because this shit needs to be reenacted or animated or something. This shit was fucking crazy. And this is the type of primary sources that I read all of the time. Like, this is why we talk about when I be talking about reading the primary sources and the narratives of the people going through it. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these motherfucking conservative, like, historians and shit like that, black historians and shit, they be trying to act like the gruesome shit didn't happen. I be in this shit eating popcorn like, what the fuck happened next? I was stressed the fuck out just now, son. That was crazy. Because if Captain Minner would have finessed him, then at that point you just got to turn into a murderer, bro. You got to turn into a fucking mass murderer. That's it. There is no other fucking way to handle this shit. Yes, this will be in the description. Like I said, it's only 48 pages long. It's not that long of a book. And apparently there's some fucking pages missing. But the story's not done here yet. He still got to buy his kids. He still got to buy his wife and shit like that. And so he's not done yet. He's not done yet. But shout out to Moses Grandy. You know, you'll at least have the people that's watching this right now tap into your story. You feel me? But that was an exhilarating story. That was fucking crazy, y'all. That was fucking crazy. You feel me? Whew. I did not know that, like, damn. Excuse me, y'all. I did not know that was going to be a part of it, bro. That was treacherous, man. That was treacherous. Let's see. Yeah, laughing in his face. It was 0 for sure. Cliff says, bro needed that lawyer from the last episode. Yeah. That was cleaning shit up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a fact. Nah, they laughing in his face. That was crazy. What Amazing Lucas say? Lineage of Evil. I know that name. Amazing Lucas. Is that light-skinned nigga with the hat? You feel me? Is that the light-skinned nigga with the hat? Sammy says that was definitely a stressful read. For sure. Oh, for sure says sort of a happy ending. For sure. Sort of a happy ending, sort of. That shit was fucking crazy though. You feel me? Are we gonna let me do my thing or we not? Oh my goodness, man. Imagine if that shit, like, you watching that in a well put together movie, a well put together TV show or something like that, bro. You really don't know what's about to happen next. You really don't know what's about to happen next. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, man. Yeah, light skin bro with the yep. I figured that. So yeah, we getting up out of here, man.
Build a website you love. Wix.
Fuck out of here. We ain't doing no ads, gang.
Jesus Christ, come on. Yeah. Fuck me, I thought that was a whole nother piece.
Listen. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host, President Hotep Dubes. I hope you guys enjoyed this show. Yo, listen. As always, you can't have the future without the present. We can't have the present without the past. And we don't study history to live in the past, but to order ourselves in the present. But we can positively what? Positively affect the future. Thank you guys again for coming through. We'll be back Wednesday with another one. So don't trip. Subscribe to the Patreon so you can vote on what we're going to be talking about on Wednesday. You feel me? Patreon.com. Hotep History. Make sure you fucking subscribe. Huh. Please, oh, please, don't say you're on a life. The only people catch the big stop. Come on. Uh-huh. Time for Sonny, oh for sure, Bristol, Memphis, Vincent, Cliff. Everybody coming through. Come on through again. Y'all always welcome. Oh. Get the big stop. I think that now would not. Look. Tell them how to walk with the sword top. Look at the block. People go to water like rocks. Not only get the catches the big stop. Yeah, man. As always, man. Hotep History, man. Go to bed.